Chapter 1060. Lin Chen knew the location of Xixia King Valley. He wanted to use the token to distract the three of them and then try to escape. He did not expect them to protect him. Lin Chen took off the war god's wristband, and a sense of exhaustion washed over him. The injured little shadow immediately went back to the Daoyuan plant pouch and swallowed a large number of elixirs and long qingguo. The Ars bracer dimmed and was not as powerful as before. This time, Lin Chen used it but did not let it absorb enough attribute light balls. It seemed to lack energy. Lin Chen did not say anything and used the stealing omen on the 5 sages. Consumed 1,269 talent points. Stolen attribute points, 700 advanced water energy, 820 advanced wind energy, 2,990 advanced rune energy, 2,800,000 strengthening points, 900 advanced gold energy. With a boom, Lin Chen's 9-colored fate will absorbed more elemental energy. Gasp! Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. They were indeed masters of stage 4 sages. The stolen attributes were so high that it made one's hair stand on end. The three of them looked gloomy. Pink Beauty giggled as a chill flashed between her brows. The people from Purple Cloud King Valley are so domineering. Let me have a taste of your skills. Swoosh. She waved her sleeves and a gust of wind blew. Her slender fingers shot out a ray of cold light that tore through the air and attacked the two of them. The other two used a silver moon and their battle aura transformed into a black wind dragon. They faced the two elders head-on. You three have just reached the acupoint expansion stage. How dare you be so presumptuous in my King Valley? The two elders' holy chi shot up into the sky. They turned into 2 rays of light and fought with the three of them. Lin Chen was speechless. The two elders were more powerful than the three of them. Even he could only see a few shadows. The battle between the 5 of them did not cause any destruction. The holy chi around the two elders of the King Valley was like teleportation. Many of the aftershocks of the battle were eliminated. As a result, the Purple Cloud King Valley's territory didn't suffer from any impactful disasters. But Lin Chen could clearly see that the space where the 5 saints battled was shattering with abyss-like cracks every time. It was especially terrifying. In less than a quarter of an hour, the two sides separated. The three of them were in a mess. Although they were not injured, they had used up a lot of their saint chi. It was a very serious matter for a saint to consume too much holy chi, and there were limited ways to replenish it. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the price of being injured. In the absence of a divine pill, one could only rely on self-healing. Therefore, ordinary saints would not fight seriously. The masters of the King's Valley live up to their reputation. The woman in the moon dress said with a slightly pale face. Hee, brat, today you have the protection of an expert from the Purple Cloud King Valley, but that might not be the case in the future. The charming woman laughed coldly. She was shrouded in a pink cloud as she drifted away. Forget it. Apprehending this brat is just a convenient task for this old man. This is still the home ground of the Violet Cloud King Valley, so there is no need for us to fight to the death. The plain-clothed old man sighed in his heart and also left. The woman in the moon dress, who was the most indignant, glared at Lin Chen fiercely before leaving in a flash. Little brat, we have blocked the strong enemy for you. You should tell us about your relationship with the daughter of our valley. The two old men smiled as they walked toward Lin Chen. Just as he was about to salute the two old men, the Godslayer talent state was deactivated, and the time limit was up. Phut tilde. The moment the Godslayer talent state was deactivated, Lin Chen was bleeding from all 7 orifices. The moment before he fainted, Lin Chen hurriedly swallowed a glazed body seed and urged the Dragon Emperor to help refine it. Then, he fainted and fell to the ground. Chiyun Island. This little brat is actually related to the Purple Cloud King Valley. Hee, looks like he also had a lot of encounters. The woman in the red dress opened her eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed past her eyes. Shen Lingshuang asked anxiously, Sister, how is my master? She smiled and said, He's fine. Your master has already arrived at the Purple Cloud King Valley, and there are already people protecting him. Although he is heavily injured, at least his life is not in danger. As soon as she said this, the prodigies all gasped in shock. Too strong. This Lin Chen was too heaven-defying. One emperor fought against a group of saints, killed 14 saints, and escaped from the hands of 3 fourth-layer saints. Since ancient times, how many legends in the sacred boundary had this kind of ability? Country Lord Fu Sheng clicked his tongue in wonder. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would have this kind of relationship? Poison Sage Yu smiled and said, how impressive. Whether it is the Shintoku Sho, the Jundok Shui, or this Lin Chen, this Black Horse Club is a group of monsters. Sigh. Chen Wuming, that brat, how did he attract such a plague to our Chen family? Forget it, let's find another chance. As long as that brat has not truly entered the Saint Realm, we still have a chance. If he does, we won't have another chance to catch him. The Saint Realm experts of the Barbarian Realm and Chen family left angrily. After today's battle, they had seen clearly how heaven-defying this young man was. Without a fourth heaven true saint's foundation, they did not have the qualifications to hunt him down. However, fourth heaven true saints were rare in the fourth grade sects. Even if there were, they would be the last person to hold the fort. It was extremely difficult to mobilize them, not to mention coming out of seclusion for a young man. They had seen the consequences of provoking this brat clearly. The secret pavilion was basically annihilated. The secret pavilion had 8 saints, and 6 of them had fallen while chasing Lin Chen. The 1,000 Gold Association was the same. Since their president had died here, the association was bound to suffer heavy losses. The other 5 saints from the various forces of the mystic realm were no exception. This number of Saint Realm experts had only occurred in the ancient Holy War or the Eternal War. No one had expected that this number would come from a young man on the genius ranking. I want to see Master. No, you should return to the palace. I can't leave the palace for too long. This time, you should cultivate properly. Only when you're strong can you help your master. Oh, from the beginning to the end, the lady in red did not look at any of the saints on Kirin Cloud Island. She only looked at Ning Qingxian meaningfully before leaving with Shenling Shuang. He, our heavenly ghost divination palace did not make a wrong bet. Next, let's wait for this little guy to become a Saint Realm expert. The ancestor of the heavenly ghost divination palace stroked his beard and laughed. Heavenly monarch Fu Sheng and his entourage flew through the air. He smiled at the heavenly ghost divination palace's people, masters of fortune tellers from the mystic realm. Since we're all here to help little friend Lin Chen, it can be said that we're fated to meet each other. Next, when the southern region's holy burial mountain range opens, shall we go and take a look? The ancestor laughed. Heavenly ghost divination palace's master, I've heard a lot about you. I've heard of the holy burial mountain range. Since we're here, let's go. Yu Qingli pursed her lips. Father, aren't we going to see young Master Jundok Shui? The heavenly ghost divination palace's master smiled and shook his head. That powerful lady said that they already have the protection of the Purple Cloud King Valley. That area is not a place where ordinary people can enter. Without special permission, even I cannot enter. Moreover, I have a feeling that the Black Horse Club will be heading to the Holy Burial Mountain Range. We think alike. Heavenly Ghost Divination Palace's master, please. The two forces looked at each other and the geniuses of Kirin Cloud Island left amidst a wave of sighs and exclamations. After this battle, Lin Chen and the Black Horse Club's names would spread throughout the Sacred Boundary's younger generation. The geniuses were led to leave one after another. Qing Xian, let's go. Elder Ao Qing took Ning Qingxian away. She said with a serious face, No, I'm going to the Holy Burial Mountain Range to wait for him. After being unconscious for an unknown period of time, Lin Chen opened his eyes. He was in a secret room. After sensing the injuries all over his body, a wry smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. It looked like the price of using the War God Braces was either a cultivation base with 20 holy points or he had to endure the after effects while in the God Slayer state. Otherwise, his body would be implicated. What a pity. Most of the storage rings of the dozen or so sages were sliced into pieces by the saber intent of the god's tear. F***CK, I've probably lost 100 million. How could a sage's treasure be so simple? Lin Chen was a little annoyed. His god's tear had swept through the 14 sages, but it had also destroyed all of the storage rings of the sage stage cultivators. The items in the storage rings had basically been reduced to dust. and even the attribute points hadn't dropped by much. At this moment, a playful laugh sounded. "Little guy, your vitality is not bad. Although you have the glazed body seed, you've already woken up after just a few days." An elder in azure robes was already sitting cross-legged in the air within the secret room, sizing him up with interest. Lin Chen said gratefully, "Senior, thank you for saving me." The elder in azure waved his hand. "That's another matter. Let me ask you, how did you get your Xixia royal token, and what's your relationship with its owner? And who are you?" Lin Chen muttered to himself for a moment, then recounted how he had met the little fairy. Of course, he didn't say anything about Lin Xingchen. The elder's expression changed again and again. In the end, when he heard that the little fairy had been frightened but not in danger, he was relieved. He looked at Lin Chen with an interested gaze and said with a smile, "Good boy. You're the Black Horse Club times Lin Chen who made a bloodbath on the genius list. I didn't expect you to be friends with the young miss." Chapter 1061. The Black Horse Club's reputation had finally spread to the inner circle of the Purple Cloud King Valley. Lin Chen's achievements in the past were not enough to attract the attention of these super families. Even though Lin Chen had skimmed over some details, this green-clothed elder was not easy to fool. At the very least, this child had a life-and-death relationship with the little demon empress. The green-clothed elder said, "Your current realm is your true cultivation, right?" Lin Chen nodded. "Yes, this junior used a secret technique to barely have the power of the saint realm to deal with the saints." The green-robed old man smiled. "If you can really become a saint this year, then you'll be a true monstrous genius. However, in this world, strength is king. At the very least, you have this trump card. Based on this alone, you won't be inferior to any of the geniuses on the genius ranking. But this trump card of mine can only be used once." Lin Chen laughed bitterly in his heart, then asked, "Senior, how long have I been unconscious?" At this time, the door was pushed open, and another elder in sackcloth entered. He said seriously, 3 days and 3 nights. Your vitality is quite tenacious. Your recovery speed is almost like that of an archaic descendant's cub." The elder in sackcloth had been eavesdropping outside. He was afraid that this kid's relationship with the little demon empress was that kind of relationship. If he was the future son-in-law of the King Valley, then the Purple Cloud King Valley would be turned upside down in an instant. Fortunately, but if those brats knew that Miss gave her royal order to a young boy, I'm afraid they would all go crazy, right? Ha ha ha. The elder in sackcloth laughed in his heart, but his expression was serious. "Kid, our miss is indebted to you. You don't have to worry about resting here for a while. With us here, not many people in the southern region would dare to touch you." Lin Chen nodded, then "Thank you, senior. This junior just happens to need some time to recover from his injuries. To be able to nurture a little demon empress who was on the genius ranking, it was enough to see how terrifying the Purple Cloud King Valley was." Lin Chen did not doubt his safety at all. After Lin Chen swallowed a few long kingguo, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Oh right, seniors, this junior has something to ask." The green-robed elder nodded and smiled. "You're welcome. Please speak. What's with the sage realm? Why is there such a huge difference between a fourth heaven true saint and a true saint?" The two old men looked at each other and the green-robed old man said with a smile, "In order for a war emperor to become a saint, he needs to focus his entire life's effort to open his saint acupoints. It can also be a mental tempering or mental tempering. The more difficult and desperate the tempering, the more it can stimulate one's potential and increase the chances of breaking through to the saint realm. After opening 1 saint acupoint, one will become a saint. After opening 10 saint acupoints, one will become a saint tier 1 complete saint. After opening 11 saint acupoints, one will become a saint tier 2 complete saint. At the saint tier 2 complete saint acupoints, the amount of saint chi that a saint tier 2 complete saint acupoint can hold is double that of a saint tier 1 complete saint. Every saint point of the 3rd layer is more than double the saint point of the 2nd layer. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to challenge someone of a higher level in the saint realm." The elder nodded solemnly. "The difficulty of opening the 31st saint point is no less than the battle emperor becoming a saint. The 31st to the 40th saint point of the fourth heaven true saint realm is known as the expanded point saint realm. In this realm, one needs to expand the space of the subsequent saint points to accommodate more holy chi. The green-robed old man chuckled. Take this old man as an example. My 31st saint acupoint is 4 times the size of a saint acupoint. That means that my 31st saint acupoint can contain 4 times the amount of saint chi when I was in the third heaven true saint realm. In the expanded point saint realm, the first saint point expansion is extremely important because the 32nd to 40th saint points won't exceed the first saint point expansion. At most, it will be equal. Ordinary saints in the expanded point saint realm can expand their saint points by 3 to 5 times. Top geniuses can expand their saint points by 6 times. In this world, there will always be people who exceed common sense. They can break through the shackles of life and expand their saint points multiple times bigger than the first saint point expansion. These geniuses are either in the top 100 of the genius ranking or in the monstrous genius ranking. Lin Chen was enlightened. Every saint point of the second heaven true saint realm contained twice the amount of holy chi compared to the first heaven true saint realm. Saint points of the third heaven true saint realm were more than twice the amount of saint points of the second heaven true saint realm. As for the fourth heaven true saint realm, the amount of saint points they could store depended on their strength. If I enter the expanded point saint realm and open 31st to 40th saint points, the total would be 60 times bigger. F***CK. The peak of the fourth heaven true saint realm and the peak of the third heaven true saint realm are not on the same level. Lin Chen smacked his lips inwardly. No wonder the appearance of a fourth heaven true saint realm expert on Kirin Cloud Island was able to strike fear into the hearts of several hundred true saint. Lin Chen then asked about the saint realm. The 2 old seniors' attitude towards him was more polite, and he benefited greatly from it. The 2 old men told him that the saint realm cultivators controlled 100 million dragon energy, which was equivalent to a first heaven true saint realm expert opening 1 saint point. At the second heaven true saint realm, 200 million dragon energy was equivalent to 1 saint point. When Lin Chen activated the God Slayer skill, he had 3 billion dragon energy, which was why he was at the peak of the second heaven true saint realm. At the third heaven true saint realm, 500 million dragon energy was equivalent to 1 saint point. For example, if Lin Chen wanted to rely on pure strength to fight against a third heaven true saint realm expert, he would need to control 8 billion dragon energy. Little guy, your foundation is very good, but this old man advises you to focus on cultivating battle chi and opening saint points is the right path. Firstly, it is extremely difficult to break through to the next realm. Every time the body refinement reaches a new height, there will be fewer and fewer ways to refine the body. Secondly, even if you can control the pure strength of a saint at the same level, it will still be very difficult for you to defeat your opponent. That's because the human race is different from the beast race. The beast race can awaken their bloodline ability and convert their pure strength into killing moves. As for the human race, they can obtain holy chi from opening their saint points, and they can cultivate many cultivation techniques and battle techniques. However, there are very few body refinement battle techniques in the human race, and they lack flexibility in battle. The only advantage is that they can last for a long time. However, no matter how strong you are in a battle of attrition, you will be exhausted to death if you can't hit your opponent. The blue-clothed old man tried to persuade him. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Thank you for senior's advice. This junior understands. We humans are still humans, and we don't have the innate advantages of vicious beasts. Body refinement is only icing on the cake. Opening saint points to obtain holy chi is the way to go. Lin Chen could understand the old man's advice, but that was only applicable to ordinary people. He had the attribute collection system. As long as he had the blood vitality attribute, there was no shortage of body refinement path. Not to mention, he also had the Dragon Emperor with many bloodlines. Body refinement was extremely important to him. Cultivating saint points and body refinement, Lin Chen wouldn't leave a single one behind. He wanted them all. It's good that you understand. The sacred burial mountain range is about to open, and the 2 of us have a lot of things to deal with. The blue-clothed old man rubbed his temples. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen excitedly stood up. His wounds hurt so much that he gasped for air. He asked, "Senior, are you talking about the Sacred Burial Mountain Range?"
"Oh, don't you know?"
The Sacred Burial Mountain Range is a damned place, and the miasma is about to dissipate. In about half a month, the miasma will dissipate for a period of time. In the past, too many saints fell in the Holy War. Many saints don't dare to enter anymore. This time, I'm afraid those old fellows will send out a large number of monster-level geniuses to explore. Chapter 1062. Elder Qing's words made Lin Chen fall into deep thought. Miss Xiaomeng told me that her mother's previous master was the Sky Prime Battle Saint, who was good at swordsmanship. He died in the depths of the Sacred Burial Mountain Range. Before he left, he gave me a fragment of the sacred helmet, which was engraved with his saint aura. As long as I am within a certain range, I will be able to sense his location. According to Xiaomeng's mother's last words, the Sky Prime Battle Saint was comprehending the remnant of the Tai Fuqian scripture, but he had not completely studied it. This time, it is related to the Tai Fuqian scripture. Even if I have to go through the 18 layers of hell, I will still go. Seeing the strong fighting spirit in Lin Chen's eyes, the old man smiled and said, "Looking at you, I think you will also join in. With your strength, you will not return empty-handed. It's getting late. You should take the time to recuperate. When you walk around the Purple Cloud King Valley, use this green jade token. Keep the king token that Miss Xiaomeng gave you well. Don't take it out easily. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of trouble." The old man threw a green token to Lin Chen. Lin Chen solemnly cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your care, senior." After the two old men left, Lin Chen recovered from his injuries. He was pleasantly surprised to find that after the previous accumulation and the fierce battle with the Saint Realm experts, his spiritual energy had broken through to the half-step Saint Realm. Half-step Saint Realm. Ordinary alchemists would have to reach this realm before they were qualified to try to refine a saint pill. Of course, the success rate was still low. However, Lin Chen, who had the +15 Genesis Holy Scripture, was an exception. Lin Chen ordered his doppelganger to enter the state of cultivation and opened the system. Heavenly Path Possession System version 6.0, host, Lin Chen, cultivation, 4 Tribulation Battle Emperor, peak of the 4th Tribulation, high-grade essence, 5, 59 million points limit strength, 99. 99 million dragon power high-grade blood essence, 6, 88 million points high-grade spirit attribute, 6,046 points, half-step Saint Realm, high-grade cultivation technique essence, 13,011 points high-grade rune energy, 9,641 points. Mid-grade heavenly path, 14,557 points, mid-grade talent points, 13,602 points. Blank attributes, 3, 44 million points, strengthening points, 21. 68 million points. Advanced elemental energy, fire 5,914 points, earth 5,311 points, wood 5,500 points, metal 5,566 points, water 5,988 points, thunder 5,119 points, wind 5,969 points, light 4,155 points, dark 4,991 points. Cultivation method status column, open, bloodline status column, open, passive talent column, open not, ultimate skill column, open not, active talent column, open, characteristic rune column, open, talent combination skill, open or not, over 20 million strengthening point. It could be said to be a huge sum. All of Lin Chen's non-growth attribute values were abnormally high. Even though the Godslayer state would reduce the drop rate of non-growth type light orbs, Lin Chen's attribute points still dropped at a frightening rate after slaughtering 14 saints. This enhancement point is enough for me to raise my combat power by another level. Lin Chen was excited. Next, Lin Chen spent 7 million strengthening points in one go. Vanishing Shadow Flying Dagger +15, Imperial Sky +15, Sword Fury Raises the Sky +15, Genesis Holy Scripture +15, Moon Mirror +15, Annihilation +15, 7 Ultimate Strength +15. Lin Chen had strengthened all his main cultivation methods to +15. As for God's tears, Lin Chen had not mastered it yet, so he could not strengthen it. He could only strengthen the cultivation methods that the host had mastered. In addition, although Lin Chen had mastered God's tears, he had to borrow the opportunity of the Godslayer talent to learn it. If Lin Chen used God's tears with his current cultivation, it would not be his saber chi that would be destroyed, but his meridians. He would have to reach the fifth tribulation to barely use God's tears. Therefore, the half-orange grade cultivation method was still Lin Chen's main combat power at this stage. The sacred burial mountain range was of utmost importance. Lin Chen could not afford any mishap. My spirit power has a feeling of being as deep as the sea. It's more than one level stronger than before. The +15 Genesis Holy Scripture and the half-step Saint Spirit power have brought me a transformation. My alchemy skills have improved by more than 3 or 4 times. Lin Chen was surprised by the change in his spirit power. The Genesis Holy Scripture allowed him to control the spirit power of a saint-grade alchemist in advance. The +15 Genesis Holy Scripture was even more powerful, not to mention that Lin Chen's spirit power had broken through. Lin Chen was almost certain that as long as his spirit power reached divine transcendence, his spirit control would reach an extremely terrifying level. His alchemy skills would improve by leaps and bounds. 218 Advanced Cultivation Method Soul Essences consumed. Integrating the half-orange grade alchemy handprint, True Dragon Divine Hand, True Dragon Divine Hand, using the combination of Dragon Force, Battle Force, and Spiritual Energy to refine pills. Using strength to control the materials, chi to flow through the 9 heavens, and spiritual energy to reverse. If the user has the bloodline of a true dragon and sufficient spiritual energy, the power of this pill refining handprint will be comparable to an orange handprint. Lin Chen was shocked when he integrated the True Dragon Divine Hand's cultivation memories. This alchemy handprint could use pure power to assist alchemy. It could also use the True Dragon bloodline to refine pills. However, Lin Chen's Winged Dragon and Azure Dragon bloodline could only be considered as a side branch of the True Dragon bloodline. It's already very difficult to cultivate a top-tier purple-grade handprint. This half-orange-grade alchemy handprint has 100,000 combinations of handprint. Every one of them is very mysterious and has a high auxiliary effect when refining a saint-grade pill. It's indeed something that even saints would fight over. Lin Chen and his clone healed their injuries and integrated the alchemy handprint cultivation memories. A group of people stood in the main hall of the Azure Valley. The 2 men in white leading the group had cold expressions. I heard that a special guest came to our King Valley. He has the lady's royal token and is a man. The lady was born to be a supreme being. How could she give the royal token to a man? I don't believe it either. I think it's very likely that this guy cheated her. A man with red eyebrows slammed the table angrily. The hall shook and he stood up angrily. Damn it. How can this person have the lady's royal token? I'll go and meet him. The young man in white sitting at the head of the table had a dignified appearance. He said indifferently, "That's enough. You're already panicking. With Elder Qing and Elder Qian here, do you dare to touch him?" Everyone looked fearful. He can't keep hiding like a turtle. Let's wait and find an opportunity. I'll let him know that the lady is not someone he can get close to. The young man in white had a murderous look on his face. Recovery, cultivation, learning. Lin Chen spent 4 days in the Purple Cloud King Valley. On the 8th day, Lin Chen came out of seclusion. Purple Cloud King Valley, Purple Border Valley. Lin Chen strolled on the streets. There were many merchants and merchant groups doing business here. The Purple Cloud King Valley's disciples were here to purchase resources. Although the Purple Cloud King Valley was big, cultivation was always a waste of resources. Thus, they would periodically allow merchants to do business here. At this time, the young disciples on the streets were dumbfounded when they saw a young man in front of a shop. That young man actually bid 4 million Saint Origin coins right off the bat. The skinny man nodded and smiled. Young master is really generous. 4 million to buy all of our merchant group's Chani holy water. The gentle girl in white smiled and said, "How is it, big brother Lin Chen? I told you that this place has the most treasures in the Purple Cloud King Valley. I didn't lie to you, right? Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Ian, it's really not bad. The girl in white beside Lin Chen was called Li Shui. She was a blue-rank disciple of the Purple Cloud King Valley. When Elder Chen said that he wanted to find a disciple to lead Lin Chen, she immediately accepted the task. The Purple Cloud King Valley wasn't comparable to the outside world. There were many forbidden grounds that outsiders were forbidden from entering. Those who violated the rules would be executed immediately. In order to prevent Lin Chen from entering the forbidden grounds, they needed someone from the same family to lead the way. Seeing that Lin Chen was satisfied, Li Shui's delicate face was dyed red. She smiled and chatted with Lin Chen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration. Since ancient times, heroes loved beauties and beauties loved heroes. Li Shui came from the Purple Cloud King Valley and had high standards. However, she had never heard of anyone who dared to kill a man on the genius list. He even took the young Mrs. token. She was extremely curious about Lin Chen. I will use 30% of the market price to buy all the odd crystal fragments in your merchant group. Then, Lin Chen said something shocking to the skinny monk-like man, 30% of the market price. The merchant was stunned and thought that he heard wrongly. Good, good. Please wait a moment, young master. He was ecstatic and his attitude was as though he was about to kneel down to Lin Chen. Just as he was about to turn around and prepare for Lin Chen. I will pay 50% of the market price. I will take all the odd crystal fragments. A disdainful and arrogant voice suddenly interrupted all the astonishment. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Someone wants to cause trouble? Chapter 1063. Lin Chen bought all the odd crystal fragments so that he could create as many killing techniques as possible before entering the sacred burial mountain range. Someone had overbid him and wanted to buy all the odd crystal fragments of the merchant group. Normally speaking, even a saint wouldn't be able to refine so many odd crystal fragments. It was obvious that the other party was here to cause trouble. Lin Chen touched his chin and raised his eyebrows. This person doesn't come with good intentions, but this is the little demon empress territory. As long as the other party doesn't go overboard, I will tolerate it. The person who came was dressed in white and had an imposing appearance. He had the aura of an elegant young master and there were 4 young geniuses behind him. Each of them was a 5th tribulation combat emperor. Li Shui whispered to Lin Chen, "It's young master Ziyu, Prince Lin Chen. Be careful, he might be here to target you. He is ranked 10,000 and first on the genius list." Lin Chen smiled but didn't say anything. He had a cynical look on his face. Young Master Ziyu came before Lin Chen. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. A sharp light flashed through his eyes as he coldly questioned, "You're Lin Chen from the Black Horse Club?" Lin Chen smiled. "I'll have to trouble young master to remember my name." The 4 young geniuses behind young Master Ziyu glared angrily and looked like they were about to rush up and fight Lin Chen. Ziyu's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Cut the crap. If you want the odd crystal fragments, I won't give it to you. I am a rank 8 alchemist. Do you think you have the financial resources to compete with a rank 8 alchemist?" Ziyu's words made many people's faces change. They were shocked and shocked. Young Master Ziyu actually broke through to a rank 8 alchemist. Oh my god. I've heard that young Master Ziyu's mental strength was half a step into the saint realm 10 years ago. I didn't expect him to become a rank 8 alchemist so quickly. This is probably the youngest 8th level alchemist in the history of Purple Cloud King Valley. Ziyu's face became even more arrogant when he heard the exclamations around him. Lin Chen, don't say that I didn't give you face. Hand over young Mrs. Order and I won't make things difficult for you. I'll even give you 20 odd crystal fragments. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to purchase anything in the Violet Realm Valley, you might even encounter some misfortune after leaving the Violet Cloud King Valley. This young Master Ziyu had an overbearing appearance as soon as he arrived, using an almost charitable tone to inform Lin Chen. You want to exchange 20 odd crystal fragments for the Little Demon Empress unique purple cloud token? Was this young man living in a dream? The atmosphere was tense. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. This young master, I have no enmity with you, so you don't have to make things difficult for me. I respect you as a disciple of the Purple Cloud King Valley and will give you some face. I just want to buy something here and leave. I'm already being polite enough. Outside, anyone who dares to act like this in front of me will be crippled at the very least and die without a complete corpse. Lin Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He flicked his fingernails and laughed. Is a rank 8 alchemist very impressive? My Black Horse Club has a rank 8 alchemist on average, and you have the cheek to show off your skills? Many disciples' faces changed as soon as he said that. Rank 8 alchemist on average? You're bragging like this, but you're not even famous at all. The sacred boundary was extremely vast, and the fastest news to spread was Lin Chen's achievement of massacring the genius list. It would take some time for the four-way conference's performance to spread to even further places in the sacred boundary. To these disciples who had been cultivating in the King Valley and Mystic Realms all year round, they didn't know much about the Black Horse Club.
You!
Young Master Ziyu's handsome face was filled with anger. The four geniuses behind him immediately stood up and berated him. Dog, show some respect to young Master Ziyu. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and said softly, Scram. Rumble tilde. This shout of scram carried a terrifying amount of spiritual energy that penetrated through that genius's battle chi defense, causing his spiritual energy to shake violently. His eardrums burst, and blood flowed out of his ears. He rolled on the ground and screamed in agony. The three geniuses were shocked and angry, but fighting was prohibited here and they didn't dare to use their battle chi. If they used spiritual power, that would be Lin Chen's forte. Young Master Ziyu was shocked. He also has half-step saint spiritual power? Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with those noisy fellows and said to the skinny man, I'll pay 70% of the market price to buy all the odd crystal fragments from your Chamber of Commerce and the nearby merchant groups. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. The skinny man suppressed his ecstasy and bowed respectfully. Yes. I'll go prepare immediately. Suddenly, Ziyu said, then I'll pay 80% of the market price. Lin Chen frowned. Damn, this bastard just won't go away. Although he had a lot of silver Saint Origin coins, it didn't mean that he could squander them as he wished. He still had to buy other resources. Ziyu stared at Lin Chen and said word by word, Hey, you don't want me to lower your price. Do you dare to compete with me? Lin Chen clenched his fists and suddenly smiled. How do we compete? Seeing Lin Chen's harmless smile, Ziyu was on his guard. This bastard was able to massacre the genius list on Rainbow Island. Although it might be due to luck, he must have some trump cards. Although I'm ranked 10001, I might not be able to take him down. Ziyu thought for a moment and sneered. Let's compete in alchemy. How about it? Didn't you say that everyone in the Black Horse Club is a rank 8 alchemist? Do you dare to bet? Lin Chen was a little impatient. I don't have that much time to refine a rank 8 sacred pill with you. Compete in alchemy? Lin Chen wasn't afraid, but he didn't have the time now. There were only 7 or 8 days left before the miasma in the sacred burial mountain range completely dissipated. Even if he could use all his clones to refine a rank 8 sacred pill, it would consume a lot of energy and mind, and it would be difficult to maintain his peak state. Of course it won't be a competition in refining a rank 8 sacred pill. An alchemist's standard can be seen from their alchemy skills. If we compete in alchemy skills, we will use a top rank 7 pill as the standard. No pill furnace is allowed and only one hand can be used. Within 3 hours, whoever refines a top rank 7 pill first will be the winner. If both sides succeed, we will use the grade of the pill to determine who wins. How about it? If you lose, young Miss Token will belong to me. If I lose, I will pay for all the odd crystal fragments for you. Ziyu's words stirred up 1,000 waves. Oh my god, within 4 hours. It's fine if you can't use a pill furnace, but you can only use one hand? This is too ridiculous. Forming a seal with one hand to refine the pill will consume mental power and increase the difficulty by several times. The combination of the two will increase the difficulty in a straight line. At least with my alchemy skills, I don't even dare to think about it. All the geniuses were astounded, and they instantly felt that this competition was extremely absurd. Li Shui was anxious as if she knew something and wanted to stop Lin Chen. Okay, it's settled then. You, quickly go and prepare the odd crystal fragments. Lin Chen smiled playfully. Ziyu revealed a confident smile as if he had everything under control and laughed proudly in his heart. Idiot, ha ha ha. This young master's new alchemy hand seal is to form a seal with one hand and then combine the seals to refine the pill. Kid, you're going to lose. Chapter 1064. Purple Realm Valley, Bluestone Arena. Outside the Bluestone Arena, there was a sea of people. Today was the day of a special duel. Chen Ziyu versus Lin Chen. On one side was the top prodigy of Purple Cloud King Valley, ranked 10,001st on the genius ranking, the youngest 8th-tier alchemist. On the other side was the vice director of the Black Horse Club, Lin Chen, who had recently been in the limelight and had massacred the genius ranking. The content of their duel was actually refining pills with one hand without a pill furnace. This kind of duel was unprecedented. Any alchemist would know the difficulty of this duel. Using the alchemy hand seals with both hands could deal with any situation while refining pills. But refining pills with one hand was as difficult as asking a normal person to walk with one leg. One leg was already the limit, and to walk like a normal person, the difficulty was not as simple as 2-1, not to mention not using a pill furnace. That's Lin Chen? Heh, he's much younger than I thought. I reckon that only the people from the inner valley can suppress this Lin Chen. According to the rumors, this Lin Chen is in possession of the young Miss Purple Cloud Royal Token. What? How could Miss Royal Token be given to him? Miss said that only men she approved of would be given the Purple Cloud Royal Token. Word spread like wildfire, and the news that Lin Chen had the Little Demon Empress Purple Cloud Royal Token immediately spread to everyone's ears. Then, gazes filled with jealousy and killing intent were directed at Lin Chen. Over 10,000 Purple Cloud King Valley prodigies wanted to denounce Lin Chen. Lin Chen crossed his arms and whistled. What are you doing, staring at me like a bull's egg? You don't have to be so obvious even if you're jealous of my good looks, right? Damn. He's too damn arrogant. Damn, it's a pity that the inner valley prodigies aren't here, or else he wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Elder cousin Ziyu, torture him to death. Everyone shouted with red faces and thick necks. Those who didn't know would think that it was a martial duel. In the air, 3 saints stood side by side. A man in red robes laughed. This duel is a little interesting. The 2 sack-clothed old men laughed one after another. This brat is probably a tier 8 alchemist too. However, it should be Ziyu who is a notch better. Ziyu has set a trap for him. Even I may not be Ziyu's match in this duel. His alchemy hand seals have a natural advantage. The crimson-robed man looked deeply at Lin Chen, who had a frivolous expression on his face, and he chuckled. Is that so? In fact, I'm more optimistic about this brat. There are only a handful of 4th Heaven true saints in the inner valley who can provoke such a lineup. Bluestone Arena. Prince Lin Chen, you were too rash. I've heard that young Master Ziyu seems to have inherited his family's Lightning Saint Recovery Seal. This alchemy seal is half orange level, and it's famous for its speed and the ability to combine 2 seals with one hand. Prince Lin Chen, you're playing right into his hands. Li Shui worriedly transmitted her voice to Lin Chen outside the arena, who knew that Lin Chen would wink at her flirtatiously, causing Li Shui's heart to beat faster. Lin Chen replied with a smile, don't worry. Since he provoked me, I'll trample on his pride. Chen Ziyu, who was standing 100 zhong away from Lin Chen, said with contempt, Sir Lin Chen, are you ready? Lin Chen didn't say a word. Instead, he made a peace sign at Chen Ziyu with a smug expression. Chen Ziyu shot out a stream of battle chi, hitting the hourglass beside the arena. The countdown began. Whoosh. With a wave of his hand, he opened his storage ring, and hundreds of herbs floated in the air. Lightning hand flash. Spiritual force surged from Chen Ziyu's fingers, and lightning snaked around them. In a flash, he grabbed over 100 herbs and a tier 7 beast core. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as they watched. Alchemy duels were common in the Purple Cloud Valley, where geniuses gathered. However, This was the first time a duel without using an alchemy furnace was happening. Chen Ziyu's fingers formed a seal, and after images appeared. Under the control of his spiritual force, the lightning snaked around the herbs, accurately picking out and removing the outer skin of the herb. Then, the lightning condensed and began to remove the impurities of the herbs, crushing some of the herbs and squeezing out the essence of the energy. The whole process was so smooth that it was dazzling. Outside the arena, there was a series of gasps and exclamations. "Oh my God, am I seeing this right? This is a real seal made with one hand. Cousin Ziyu is really the #1 alchemist in the King Valley. Amazing." Without an alchemy furnace, stabilizing the herbs is even more difficult. Not to mention the amount of spiritual force required to form a seal with one hand. When the two are combined, the difficulty is directly increased, and he can still perform the alchemy steps so steadily. The proud and arrogant disciples of the King's Valley were also subdued by this mysterious method. Just based on this, it was definitely something that only an 8th rank alchemist could do. And even an 8th rank alchemist might not be able to do it as well as Chen Ziyu. On the other hand, Lin Chen didn't move at all. With a smile on his face, he even commented on Chen Ziyu. "Yen, his hand speed is very fast. There are calluses and protrusions, and there is also lightning between the friction. It can be said that it has a natural paralyzing effect. If it was introduced to other clubs, it could barely be considered a second-rate alchemist." Lin Chen's tone made the geniuses outside the arena angry, and they couldn't help but curse. "Mother **K, who do you think you are to criticize Cousin Ziyu? Lin Chen, if you don't have the ability, don't stand there. Quickly get down and kowtow to Brother Ziyu to apologize." Chen Ziyu ignored Lin Chen and only looked at him with disdain. Whether or not Lin Chen was an 8th rank alchemist, he couldn't win against him under these conditions. Ignoring the clamor of the crowd, Lin Chen waved his hand and the herbs appeared. Finally, he was going to start refining. He didn't lack 7th rank herbs. The 3 spirit plants of Providence at their peak would produce a large amount of 7th rank herbs and silver Saint Origin coins every day. Lin Chen would use most of the 7th rank herbs to refine 7th rank pills to feed Little Shadow. He would never complain about having too many pills. Little Shadow was a perfect life form, but its only flaw was that it was always a glutton. It consumed a lot of energy and liked things with high energy like pills and silver Saint Origin coins. As the herbs floated in the air, Lin Chen had a cynical smile on his face. He actually flirtatiously made a peace sign and chuckled. "My hand speed is very fast tilde as the most handsome alchemist of the Black Horse Club and the most handsome person in the sacred boundary. I, Lin Chen, have skills that can make fairies descend to the mortal world and peach juices explode." After that, Lin Chen even made a peace sign and smiled. "I live next door. My surname is Lin. If you have any problems, I'll climb over your wall. If you have any problems, you can look for old Lin. I've been focusing on my skills for 30 years. I feel good about it." As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual light of the blue flowing water condensed on Lin Chen's fingertips. With a light stroke of his 2 fingers, it was as if a blue wave of water swept across the void, and the faint roar of a dragon reverberated. Whoosh! The spiritual herbs quickly gathered and started to refine hundreds of 7th rank herbs. The shells were peeled off, and the impurities were removed. At this moment, the whole place was greeted with a strange silence. In the green stone arena, Lin Chen's palms kept turning, and his 2 fingers moved quickly. Other than spiritual power and battle aura, there was also a bit of pure strength hidden in the seals. Whoosh! Pure strength crushed more than a dozen herbs, and the strength was just right. His spiritual power extracted the essence, purified, and refined more herbs smoothly without any mistakes or flaws. The geniuses who were clamoring for Lin Chen to get off the stage looked as if they had seen a ghost. Many people's mouths trembled, and the back of their heads felt as if it had exploded. Two fingers? I am really not drunk, right? Oh my God, he's refining herbs with only 2 fingers. This is King ridiculous. Chen Ziyu refining herbs with 1 hand is amazing. This King Black Horse Club's Lin Chen refining herbs with only 2 fingers, that's ridiculous. Sensing Chen Ziyu's astonished gaze, Lin Chen, who was on the green stone arena, gave Chen Ziyu an incomparably coquettish smile. "Can you be more flirtatious than I, Lin Chen?" A girl blushed and stared at Lin Chen as if she was dreaming. "His fingers are so nimble and fast, sob sob sob." Chapter 1065. When the two elders in the sky saw the scene on stage, it was as if they were struck by lightning. They were dumbstruck. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. When they saw Chen Ziyu refining pills with one hand, they were simply amazed. Some of the girls who adored him even screamed out loud. However, the moment Lin Chen made his move, only then did they know where the word outrageous came from. This Lin Chen was 2F** king ridiculous. Using 2 fingers to refine a 7th grade medicinal pill? And he didn't even use a pill furnace. How did he do it? Outside the arena, Li Shui covered her red lips with her hand. She couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. Seeing him use 2 fingers to form the alchemy hand seals, refining pills as smoothly as flowing water, all of the alchemist geniuses present went crazy. "It's fake, it must be fake. I'm seeing things, tell me I'm hallucinating. How can we refine pills? F***ck. They had painstakingly practiced alchemy for so many years and finally became 7th level alchemists. In the end, they couldn't even compare to 2 of his fingers. Even Chen Ziyu, who was highly concentrated, was frightened by this scene. His throat made a strange gugugu sound like an owl. He over-refined more than 10 types of ingredients and directly wasted them. Chen Ziyu hurriedly stabilized the 100 types of ingredients that he had refined. He was sweating profusely as he shouted in his heart. "It's not over yet. This competition is beneficial to me. Everything will be decided by the final result. As long as the quality of my pills is better than his, it's fine. We're both 8th level alchemists. He can't win against me with just 2 fingers. Calm down, I must calm down." The 2 of them continued to refine the other ingredients. But now, everyone had shut up. Everyone could see that Lin Chen had the qualifications to compete with Chen Ziyu. He might even surpass the former by a large margin, but the question was, how did Lin Chen do it? Lin Chen whistled at Chen Ziyu and joked, "Do you know what the highest level of alchemy is?" Chen Ziyu's face was livid. "Stop bragging. Don't make it sound like you've already won. The final deciding factor is the quality of the pill. What can you do with those 2 fingers of yours?" Lin Chen laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you'll understand in the future. I'll prove to all alchemists that something like alchemy can be done in my Black Horse Club." The 2 hemp-clothed old men on the void spectator stand lost their composure and cried out in shock. His control of spiritual energy is very strange. Even I can't do it as flexibly as him. It's too strange. This kid must have a top-grade spirit-type secret manual on him, otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such a miraculous feat. Look at his alchemy hand seals, they're not ordinary either. To actually be able to control pure physical strength and mental strength to concoct medicine together, this is simply unimaginable. This kid is simply monstrous to the point of defying the heavens. The man with red eyebrows stroked his chin and clicked his tongue in wonder. "No wonder you're the young man favored by the young lady. You're really heaven-defying. The Black Horse Club. Interesting, very interesting. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid those little guys in the inner valley will make a scene when they come back." Under Lin Chen's miraculous 2-finger alchemy, a few hours passed in the blink of an eye. 10 breaths before the golden sand in the hourglass ran out, both of them had finished concocting the pill at the same time. A top-grade 7th grade pill, the wind-shadow separation pill. Chen Ziyu was sweating profusely as he raised the pill in his hand. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the light blue pill between Lin Chen's 2 fingers. Lin Chen flicked his finger at Chen Ziyu and shot the pill in front of him. He said with a faint smile, "A top-grade 7th grade pill, the Snow Marrow Mind Cleansing Pill. It can purify one's battle chi and strengthen one's foundation. It also has the effect of purifying one's battle chi and has a 20% chance of breaking through the bottleneck of the 5th Tribulation Combat Emperor. If you're not convinced, take a look at it yourself." The corners of the alchemists' mouths twitched again. "What? A top-grade 7th grade pill. So the pill he's concocting is not only a top-grade 7th grade pill, but also a top-grade 7th grade pill. And he's using 2 fingers. Chen Ziyu clenched his fists and trembled in fear. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the pill in front of him and the corners of his mouth twitched. No, impossible, Lin Chen shrugged and said indifferently, so many people here have seen me concoct it and there are also 2 8th grade alchemists in the void. How could it be fake? You there, prepare the odd crystal fragments. Just put it on young Master Chen's tab. Lin Chen waved his hand at the skinny man and the latter respectfully handed a storage ring to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the storage ring and sucked the pill back into his palm. He waved his hand without looking back and his cynical laughter echoed in the field. I've said before, is an 8th grade alchemist that awesome? In my Black Horse Club, this is the most basic standard that everyone knows. Remember this and don't be so cocky next time. Chen Ziyu was in a daze and couldn't accept reality at all. His face was as pale as paper. He could accept his loss, but he couldn't accept that he had lost so miserably. Many of the veteran alchemists outside the field were shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Lin Chen from the Black Horse Club had refreshed everyone's understanding of alchemy. An alchemist who could concoct a top-grade 7th grade pill could do well in the sacred boundary and obtain a high status in the 3rd grade and 4th grade sects. There were many strong people in the sacred boundary and cultivation relied on the accumulation of resources. Alchemists were highly sought after everywhere. However, the realm that they spent their entire lives to reach was actually achieved by a youth with 2 fingers. Many geniuses stared at Lin Chen's back view as he left the green stone arena and their eyes were dazed and amazed. Rumor has it that the Black Horse Club style of doing things is unique. Today, my eyes have been opened. This is too ridiculous. He used 2 fingers to defeat the youngest 8th grade alchemist in our Purple Cloud King Valley. This is too heaven-defying. This is the leader of the Black Horse Club who led a bloodbath on the genius rankings. None of the proud geniuses of the King Valley were convinced. This youth was terrifyingly strong, ridiculously strong. After looking around the Purple Cloud King Valley, Lin Chen sold a Saint Artifact forging scroll and an 8th grade pill recipe to buy 23 top-grade purple grade techniques. He needed more techniques to fuse with the 2nd orange grade battle technique. At the same time, Lin Chen also used 150 Long Qingguo, 100 bottles of clear jade dew, and 60 million Saint Origin coins to buy a large number of 8th grade treasure. Prince Lin Chen, you're really too strong. Li Shuai was like a chirping little bird as she circled around Lin Chen. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling like little stars as she stared at him with eyes full of worship. Didn't you see those unruly fellows just now? They were all intimidated by young master. In the Violet Cloud King Valley, only the big shots in the inner valley can do that. Lin Chen said seriously, it's not that strong. Actually, I've already done my best. He had indeed done his best. Lin Chen had used the half-orange grade alchemy technique, True Dragon Divine Hand. This time, Lin Chen was able to refine pills with just 2 fingers because of the +15, Taisha Holy Scripture, which allowed him to control his mental energy to reach perfection. Together with the True Dragon Divine Hands, which used pure strength to refine pills, he was able to achieve this. The limit of refining pills with 2 fingers was that he could only refine 7th grade pills. In order to refine 8th grade pills, Lin Chen had to use all his strength. If he wanted to refine a divine pill, he would have to use a furnace. I wonder if I'll be able to achieve the highest realm of acting cool in refining pills when I step into the divine realm. It's worth looking forward to, ha ha ha. Consumed 788 intermediate heavens path points to decompose 188 types of grade 8 treasures of heaven and earth. Obtained, 54 wood energy, 39 metal energy, 29 light energy, 22 darkness energy, 47 fire energy. Lin Chen chose the simplest and most brutal way to increase his strength, which was to decompose a large number of 8th grade herb. Even though it was a waste of resources, it was related to the Tai Yi Fu Tian technique, so he had to give it his all. Consumed 466 intermediate heaven path points, decomposed 79 odd crystal fragments. Obtained attribute points, 22 water energy, 31 earth energy, 36 fire energy. Obtained special attribute points, only 79 odd crystal fragments. Seems like not all business groups are willing to sell them to me. It's impossible for them to sell all their odd crystal fragments to me. Their main customers are the disciples of Purple Cloud King Valley. If they sell all of them to me, they will lose future customers. However, there's no time. I have to go to the Sacred Burial Mountain Range soon. In the end, Lin Chen created 14 intermediate blue rank Shorekill skills and 9 advanced blue rank Shorekill skills. Prince Lin Chen, are you leaving so soon? Outside the Purple Valley, Li Shui was reluctant to leave. Time waits for no one. This is for you. Lin Chen smiled at her and flicked his finger. 2 jade bottles fell into Li Shui's arms. One bottle contained the dazzling Longqingguo and the other bottle contained the Snow Essence Mind Cleansing Pill. The woman was stunned. When she looked back, the young man had already disappeared outside the Purple Valley. Chapter 1066. During the time that Lin Chen was in the Purple Cloud King Valley, news of him began to spread throughout the 36 regions. Waves after waves of shock were stirred up among the various forces, and they continued to spread without stopping. Xuanyu, Green Cloud City. All the attendants in the city began to sell jade slips made of vine scrolls. This was something that belonged to the Cloud Vine sect of the Saints' World. The sect nurtured a large number of cloud vines, and they were skilled in collecting information from various sources. They were one of the greatest information dealers in the Saints' World, and the Cloud Vines sect would be the first to grasp important information and spread it. Breaking news. The Black Horse Club's Lin Chen killed 14 true saints and entered the Purple Cloud King Valley alone to avoid the pursuit of the Fourth Heaven True Saint. There are rumors that someone in the Black Horse Club is the illegitimate son of the Purple Cloud King Valley's Valley Master. According to a certain True Saint expert's guess, the Black Horse Club's disciple is most likely from a rank 6 aristocratic family. It's no small matter that he went out to train. News about Lin Chen spread like wildfire, and even with the help of the Cloud Vine Sect's information network, it would take some time for it to spread. The sacred boundary was vast, and even with the Cloud Vine Sect's information network, it would take some time for it to spread. Mystic Realm, Iceheart Palace. When the members of Class 66 received news about Lin Chen, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. I knew that Big Brother would be fine. Even the 9 prefecture's false gods couldn't stop him. Bai Juanhao grinned. Fortunately, the little fellow is fine. Palace Master, we've troubled you for the past few days. The White Dragon Gate's leader cupped his fists towards the Iceheart Palace Master. The Iceheart Palace Master smiled and said, it's fine. We're all on the same side. Now that Lin Chen has destroyed more than half of the secret pavilion, it's a good thing for all of us. We'll have to keep in touch in the future. To think that this little fellow is actually related to the southern region's Violet Cloud King Valley. TSK, TSK, TSK. Seems like there's no need for us to worry about this matter. Those people from the Violet Cloud King Valley usually don't make a move, but once they do, they are extremely protective of their own. That Lin Chen brat should be safe now. The 2 old men beside Yang Chenyun looked at each other and smiled. Leng Yueqi, Shangguan Bayan, and the other girls sitting opposite them felt their hearts settle down. I can't believe that our class monitor has already slaughtered a saint, and we're still stuck in the Combat Emperor realm. This won't do. If we don't work harder, he'll leave us in the dust again. Ying Liang clicked his tongue in wonder. Yes. Class leader's growth rate is simply monstrous. Our cultivation in the sacred boundary has already been completely surpassed by him. Yu Linlin stuck out her tongue, and her beautiful eyes were filled with helplessness. Compared to Lin Chen's cultivation speed, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Han Ziyun covered her mouth and chuckled. Everyone looked at each other and laughed at the same time. In the end, the various sect leaders and sages led everyone away and said their goodbyes. At night, Leng Yueqi was alone in the Iceheart Palace and was summoned by the Palace Master. The Palace Master solemnly said, "Girl, it's time to activate your 9 absolute cold veins and cultivate the second half of the cultivation method." Leng Yueqi nodded. Yueqi is ready. Palace Master, please do your best. The 1,000 Gold Association's headquarters was already in a mess. The president has actually fallen. Even the 2 saints have disappeared without a trace. Looks like this news is true. The president really died at the hands of the Black Horse Club's Lin Chen. The upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce were in a bit of a mess. Some of them with evil intentions had already begun to take away the inventory and goods of the Chamber of Commerce. Without the three sages, the blow to the Chamber of Commerce was devastating. Qin family, Great Hall. Qin Shaotian was drenched in cold sweat, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Qin Zhentian had acted because of him. Now that Qin Zhentian had fallen, the Qin family had directly lost a sword saint. The death of a saint was a great loss to any force below the 5th grade. All the upper echelons of the Qin family gathered in the Great Hall. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly strange. Sigh, forget it. This kid has the relationship with Purple Cloud King Valley. Even a 5th grade sect returned empty-handed. I'm afraid it will be a long time before we can take revenge. The Qin family patriarch spoke after a long time, as if he had aged many years. Hidden Pavilion's headquarters. The dark and simple Great Hall was even more desolate than usual. The tea was cold and the pavilion was empty. 2 pairs of eyes opened in the dark night. One of them was filled with rage and killing intent that soared to the 9 heavens. The Black Horse Club destroyed my hidden pavilion. If I don't take revenge, I'll be ashamed of my pavilion master. Even the patriarch and pavilion master have fallen at his hands. We are no longer this kid's match. We can only ask that lord to take action. As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence. Are we really going to ask that, lord? The voice that was filled with rage was now trembling with fear. Another person said, we have no choice. This kid has the secret of an ancient saint. Perhaps this is the only way to move that lord. Those forces that had sided with the hidden pavilion were all wailing. Their sects had lost a saint. In the battle on Kirin Cloud Island, the 5 saints that had died were from their 3rd grade sect. There were only 3 to 4 saints in a 3rd grade sect. One death was one less. It was a heavy blow to the entire sect. In the endless darkness of the void, a human figure wrapped in a cold demonic light surged out from the darkness like a tornado. He held the golden roll in his hand. His dark eyes were filled with demonic light as he stared at the name Lin Chen on the golden roll. Bang! He crushed the golden roll. It was as if he had crushed that dazzling name. So, your name is Lin Chen. How dare you steal the demonic aura of my sky-devouring mirror? Ha ha! His laughter was like the cry of an owl, echoing in the void. An island floated in the sky. It was as vast as a continent. There were mountains and seas on the island, and palaces were everywhere. There was a golden ancient pagoda in the middle. It was like an immortal sacred site. The sun, moon, and stars were all contained in it. Inside the ancient pagoda, a figure appeared on the supreme throne. When the figure appeared, a gust of cold wind blew and turned into thousands of yin demonic birds. The ancient pagoda that looked like a sacred site instantly turned into a chilling hell. The person on the throne opened his eyes. It was as if a part of hell was howling. His voice was very hoarse, like fingernails scratching the wall. This old fart. He's actually not dead yet. Does he still have a successor? No matter what successor you find, this lord will kill them all. This lord is about to break through your secret. Cultivating a high-grade odd crystal is just around the corner. Shua. An afterimage appeared and knelt on one knee, wearing a ghost mask. Master. The figure on the throne spoke indifferently. The sacred burial mountain range is about to open. Go and see if you can fish in troubled waters and get that old fart's burial goods. Also. The figure on the throne flicked his hand and shot a talisman at the demon-masked man. He said indifferently, my main body is still in seclusion in cloud beyond heaven. Take this to the head pavilion and ask someone to take action. Bring me the head of Lin Chen of the Black Horse Society. The ghost-masked man took the talisman and there were a few ancient words engraved on it. Yin Sky Talisman Decree. This subordinate accepts the order. The ghost-masked man flashed and disappeared. The figure on the throne narrowed his eyes and a gust of cold wind blew in the ancient pagoda. The moment that person's murderous aura burst out, his entire body was shining with a dense starry light. It was a pity that no one saw this scene. If one observed carefully, the starlight on this person's body was actually the light of odd crystals. A speck of starlight was a complete odd crystal. This person's entire body was filled with twinkling stars. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1067. The rules of the Purple Cloud King Valley were extremely strict, and Lin Chen, an outsider, could come and go as he pleased in the Purple Cloud King Valley. He could only be so willful because he had the little demon Empress Purple Cloud King medallion. Thousands of miles away from Purple Realm Valley, Lin Chen sat on the dragon's back, resting with his eyes closed. The Dragon Emperor spread its wings and flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Consumed 24992 strengthening points. Strengthening Sacred Flame Phoenix Bloodline successful. This time, Lin Chen spent another 3 million strengthening points, raising his Green Dragon and Winged Dragon bloodlines to +15. Sacred Flame Phoenix Bloodline to +14. Phoenix Wings speed increased by more than 2 times. The Dragon Emperor's speed and bloodline ability also increased. The system screen kept popping up, and Lin Chen's doppelganger continued to refine a huge amount of Silver Saint Origin coins. The high-level Battle Chi Essence attribute kept increasing. My Pure Strength and the Dragon Emperor's Pure Strength have both reached a bottleneck. Unless there is a great opportunity, with Long Qinggua's accumulation, it will take at least a few hundred years to reach the Saint Realm. If the Dragon Emperor becomes a Saint Beast, it will need even more energy. Lin Chen exhaled. The simplest and most effective way for a vicious beast to level up was to swallow a vicious beast's core. If he could find a level 8 vicious beast's core, the Dragon Emperor would have a chance to level up. Now I can use the 9 Tribulations star twice a day. It is said that there will be monster-level geniuses in the top 10,000 of the genius ranking participating this time. It is said that there are even monsters that can fight against saints. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Without the Godslayer, I don't have the power to fight against a Saint Realm expert. Even a saint with 1 saint point open can crush me. This time I can only rely on my killing moves and high-energy delaying runes. If I meet a genius that can fight against a Saint Realm expert, it will be a tough battle. I can only wait and see if Little Shadow can help me fly. 4 days later, at the border of the southern region, a continental plate appeared in front of them. A majestic mountain range whose end couldn't be seen gradually came into view. It was like a dragon crouching on the ground, tall and imposing. The void was filled with purplish-black mist floating, and even space was corroded into a distorted state. This is the sacred Burial Mountain Range. The miasma in the void can only be resisted by cultivators of the Saint Plane. Do cultivators below the Saint Plane have to wait for the miasma to dissipate? Lin Chen put away the Dragon Emperor and leaped into the air. His body turned into a shadow and his aura disappeared. 8 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at one side of the mountain range. The miasma overflowed into the sky like a poisonous fog that didn't disperse all day. It made one's hair stand on end. It looks like the miasma hasn't completely dissipated yet. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. Suddenly, the clanging cries of dragons reverberated all around. The dazzling sword chi condensed into a sword-light dragon. A young man stood proudly on top of the sword-light dragon. His eyes were like 10,000 swords. He wore a green robe and had his arms crossed in front of his chest. Lin Chen instantly felt a sharp pressure spread out. Every wisp of air seemed to have become the sword energy of the green-robed man. It's a genius ranked in the top 10,000 of the genius list. He's very strong. He's on a completely different level from the Nangong Mie. While Lin Chen was surprised, the 9-tailed celestial fox with its 9 snow-white foxtails stepped on the clouds and appeared out of thin air. On top of the celestial fox were 2 beautiful women. Their auras were strong, no less than that of the green-robed man on the sword-light dragon. The green-robed man's eyes flashed like lightning. Celestial Fox Double Charm. You think you can get a share of the sacred Burial Mountain Range with your little charm technique? The beautiful woman covered her mouth and giggled. The Sword Monarch's words seemed to be biased against us sisters. Do you want to try? Her smile was charming like 100 flowers blooming, but there was a cold murderous intent hidden in her charm. Humph. The green-robed man coldly snorted. The charm dissipated. His eyes were still sharp, but there was a hint of vigilance in them. When the laughter came out, even Lin Chen, who was dozens of miles away, felt dizzy. It was as if there was a woman's voice echoing in his ears, forcing him to break the illusion with his mental power. Lin Chen was speechless. Every word and action makes people fall into an illusion. Killing people in battle is due to carelessness. Retreating, Lin Chen dived into the desolate forest below. As if it was just the beginning, in half an hour, the wind and clouds changed, and strange phenomena appeared. Powerful war emperors' auras crossed the void. Another batch of geniuses on the genius list had arrived. There are more than 100 geniuses gathered here alone. They're all ruthless people. There are also some hidden old monsters and war emperors. Their auras are past their prime. I'm afraid they're fighting for the last opportunity in their lives. If they can break through to the Saint Realm in the sacred burial mountain range, they can change their fate. Lin Chen held his breath and his consciousness dived into the peach blossom plant pouch. Inside the peach blossom plant pouch, the long qingshu and clear jade tree had formed thousands of brilliant veins that were like fire and crystals. This was the precursor to the birth of an odd crystal. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of passion. It won't be long before the first low-grade fire-type odd crystal is born. The other embryonic water and earth-type odd crystals were also gradually taking shape. Lin Chen's fourth plant of luck finally entered the growth stage with the nourishment of the gold Saint Origin coins and the purchased Tiani holy water. This plant of luck was very mysterious. It wasn't as large as the previous 3 plants of luck, nor did it produce a large amount of silver Saint Origin coins. It was only a few dozen meters tall. Its blooming branches and leaves were suffused with a faint silver glow, like a silver jade tree under the starry sky. It produced fruits the size of lychees, and the surface was covered with silver gauze. The light flowed and the fragrance was restrained. It was extremely mysterious. The more Lin Chen observed, the more surprised he became. Finally, he recognized the body of this plant of luck and exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary Wandering Divine Tree?" Low-grade plant of luck, Wandering Divine Tree, was born in the core area of the spiritual storm. If the area had a certain amount of vitality, there would be a small chance of giving birth to the seed of the Wandering Divine Tree. This plant of luck wouldn't produce silver Saint Origin coins, it would only produce one type of fruit, Wandering Divine Fruit. Lin Chen plucked 3 astral travel fruits and swallowed them. As they entered his stomach, a large amount of mental power poured into his spiritual sea. Obtained 7 points of spiritual force, 9 points of spiritual force, 6 points of spiritual force. When the system screen popped up, Lin Chen's spirit was lifted and he was full of energy. Lin Chen couldn't help but be ecstatic. It's indeed a divine item known as an alchemist, Wandering Divine Fruit. Ha ha ha. I've hit the jackpot. This thing is said to be even rarer than the Dragon Clear Tree, the True Spirit Tree, and the other 9 treasures plants of providence. Every spiritual plant of luck had its own special holy item. The Clear Jade Tree was the Clear Jade Dew, which could purify spiritual impurities and negative energy in the sea of consciousness. The Red Gold Tree was the Red Gold Vine, which could strengthen the defense of the body. It had the defense of pure gold and was tough on the outside but tough on the inside. The Long Qingshu was the Long Qinghua, which could increase vitality. Its energy was vast and gentle. It was both a sacred item for body refinement and a sacred item for healing. And this Wandering Divine Tree was the Wandering Divine Fruit, which could increase spiritual force, increase spiritual perception, increase spiritual sensitivity, and make up for spiritual exhaustion. It could even heal many spiritual injuries. Rumor has it that the Wandering Divine Tree is almost extinct in the sacred boundary. The value of a Wandering Divine Fruit is comparable to a finished sacred pill. It's impossible for the rank 4 and rank 5 sects in the outside world to have a Wandering Divine Tree. Its value is comparable to a mid-grade spiritual plant of luck. Lin Chen's heart trembled. With such a treasure, it was only a matter of time before he reached the transcendent realm. Even the supreme realm of alchemy that Lin Chen pursued would no longer be empty word. If the spirit plants of fortune that Lin Chen had revealed during the Four Powers Conference were not the Long Qing Tree and the Clear Jade Tree, but the Wandering Divine Tree, the Four Powers Conference would have triggered a great battle between the sages, and there would have been no chance of survival. Chapter 1068. Rumor had it that a fourth-rank sect in the Flame Domain had obtained the Wandering God Tree. In just half a month, that sect had been completely wiped off the map of the Flame Domain. The Wandering God Fruit was a supreme treasure that all alchemists pursued. The effect of increasing one's spiritual power and spiritual sensitivity would affect the accuracy of the alchemist's hand seals. It would directly improve the alchemist's skills. I'll have to guard this information to death in the future. The Wandering God Fruit can only be enjoyed by myself. The Longqingguo is only a body-refining saint-grade treasure. To some old monsters in the saint realm, the Longqingguo is mostly used for healing. They won't personally come out to deal with me. If news of the Wandering God Tree is exposed, I won't be able to survive even if I have 9 lives. Lin Chen laughed inwardly as he ate all the Wandering God Fruits. A man's wealth is his own ruin, not to mention Lin Chen's current strength. Even if he entered the saint realm, he wouldn't be able to protect the Wandering God Tree. At the very least, he would have to be at the 4th heaven true saint realm. Lin Chen used the innate dark shadow art to conceal his presence. While he was cultivating, he hid in the desolate forest like a stone, not moving at all. Another 3 days passed. Occasionally, there would be a terrifying explosion in the void. Geniuses had gathered. Just the south side of the mountain where Lin Chen was located had more than 1,000 geniuses. They were all geniuses ranked in the top 10,000 of the genius ranking. Almost all of them came from 5th-rank sects in the 36 regions. There were even some whose names on the genius ranking were unable to be revealed. Their origins were extremely terrifying. Lin Chen floated in the air. At this time, the miasma in the mountain range had mostly dissipated. However, the miasma in the air still hadn't dissipated. Only the surface of the mountain range had dissipated. I'll be able to enter soon. Lin Chen prepared himself. He was ready to unleash the ultimate moment and the 8 transformations at any time. This time, it was different from the Rainbow Island. He had to enter the sacred burial mountain range as soon as possible. He couldn't let go of any trace of the Sky Master Battle Sage's whereabouts. If other geniuses found it first, the Tai Heaven concealing technique would have nothing to do with him. All of a sudden, a strange phenomenon that no one had expected occurred. Rumble tilde, an abyss-like fissure tore open in the sky, and a world-shaking aura swept through the outer region of the Holy Burial Mountain Rain. The expressions of all the geniuses changed slightly, and they quickly retreated a distance. Lin Chen's eyes turned solemn. This is the aura of a saint level 4. And more than one. A 4th heaven true saint is here. A slender black-robed figure drenched in blood suddenly rushed out of the huge abyss in the sky. Then, it rushed into the sacred burial mountain range like a beam of light. The billowing demonic chi was like a mad dragon emerging from the world, destroying everything in its path. No one dared to block it. The black-robed figure wore a cloak, making it impossible to see his true appearance. But as he rushed into the Holy Burial Mountain Range, he unexpectedly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. That direction was none other than Lin Chen. Lin Chen seemed to sense something. The demonic seal in his palm began to circulate with a faint purple light. It's the mysterious demon-human powerhouse I met in the 9 regions. Lin Chen's heart was in turmoil. She was actually injured. And he even broke into the sacred burial mountain range. Boom. 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 The moment the black-robed woman rushed into the Holy Burial Mountain Range, 999 rays of holy light rose into the sky. It was as though an immortal saint had descended upon the world. Damn it. That devil girl has rushed in. She's been hit by my 9-yin holy chi. She won't be able to hold on for long. She's on her last breath. Don't worry. That's the Holy Burial Mountain Range. There are restrictions that specifically target true saints. The higher the cultivation of a true saint, the easier it is to be targeted by the restrictions. Our lives will be in danger if we enter. The group of true saints transmitted their voices to each other. They didn't rush in. After so many years of holy war, many true saints understood what kind of terrifying existence was buried in the Holy Burial Mountain Rain. The higher the cultivation of a true saint, the more dangerous it was to enter the Holy Burial Mountain Range. unless their cultivation surpassed the existence that was buried in the mountain range. That devil girl is extremely likely to be related to the incident in the past. It's better to kill 100 innocent people than to let go of any possibility. We must kill her at all cost. A few of the Saint Realm experts seemed to have decided to cut off all means of retreat and charge into the sacred burial mountain range. Lin Chen's eyes trembled slightly. He was almost certain that the true saints in the sky were stronger than the 3/4 heaven true saints who had chased after him in the past. At the very least, they were on the same level as the 2 purple Cloud King Valley elders. Extremely strong. Are you all muddle-headed? If we go in now, we'll fall into the devil girl's trap. Why don't we do this? She's already heavily injured, and she's been surrounded by us for a long time. Moreover, she's been hit by my 9-yin holy qi. In another 2 days, the 9-yin holy qi will corrode her entire body. At that time, she won't even have 1/10 of her strength left. Even a true saint with a single saint point would be able to kill her. Why don't we let these little fellows take action? That's right. These youngsters are all little monsters ranked in the top 10,000 of the genius ranking. Their talents are peerless, and some of them can even fight a true saint for a few rounds. If they take action, they'll definitely be able to kill that devil girl, with the geniuses surrounding her from the inside, and us blocking her from the outside. Let's do it this way. The capital needed to move these little fellows can't be too little. Let's use all of our resources to move them. After making up their minds, a black-robed young man appeared in the sky. His face was like jade, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life as he spoke indifferently. Geniuses of the 36 regions, this old man and the others are from the southern region's 6th-ranked families and sects. The 8 Remoteness Dragon Hall, Sky Extinction Swordgate, and Falling Lightning Pavilion. The geniuses looked at them, and their voices spread out in all directions of the Holy Burial Mountain Range. Lin Chen's heart sank. They actually came from 3 rank 6 sects, which were the most powerful of them all. This time, a stinky demonic tribe has infiltrated our sacred boundary's southern region. This old man doesn't need to say more about the demonic tribe's influence on our sacred boundary. When the demonic tribe was mentioned, some of the geniuses' faces were filled with strong killing intent and hatred. Today, we will issue a warrant for the capture of that demonic tribe. Whoever brings her head to us will be rewarded with an incomplete orange tier combat skill, 2 first-grade sacred artifacts, 3 divine pills, 4 top-grade purple tier alchemy handprints, and 10 million silver saint origin coin. When such rewards were announced, the geniuses had different expressions. A warrant issued by a 6th-ranked sect in the southern region? Interesting. An orange tier combat skill. This young master is interested in this reward. Even if I can't cultivate it, I can exchange it for a top-grade treasure. Looks like we have another target in the Holy Burial Mountain Range this time. Some of the geniuses were eager to try, some were determined to get it, and some didn't care at all. Only Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. F***CK, what the hell are these old saints doing? They even took out an orange tier combat skill. No matter what the conflict between the female demonic tribe and these people was, Lin Chen had to ensure her safety now. Lin Chen had to get other ways to enter the sacred prison from the female demonic tribe. Otherwise, the demonic eye of the 9 regions would break out of the seal one day and cause chaos in the 9 regions. Chapter 1069. But once this wanted notice was issued, Lin Chen would have to stand on the opposite side of all the geniuses who wanted to hunt her if he wanted to help her. I have to find her first. Maybe I'll find her first to prevent her from being besieged by the geniuses. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Once he was besieged by the geniuses, even if he had a sure-kill skill, he wouldn't dare to say that he could escape unscathed. Buzz tilde buzz tilde buzz tilde. There was a spatial fluctuation in the sacred burial mountain range, and the miasma dissipated. Rumble tilde. There was a genius whose movement technique was extremely fast. He took the lead and rushed in, not fearing the dangers inside at all. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen also rushed in. Suddenly, a black-clothed youth in front of him turned his head strangely and stared in his direction. Lin Chen could only see that in his eyes, there was a sharp glint that was like an owl's, and in his deep eyes, there was an infinite darkness. He actually saw me. Who is this person? I'm in the innate shadow spell, and my aura is hidden to the extreme. Even the saints can't sense me. How did he see me? Lin Chen was shocked. But fortunately, this youth didn't seem to have any intention to fight Lin Chen. He was just a little confused, and he was the only one who could see Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt a troublesome and dangerous aura from him. If they were to fight, he might have to use his surekill skill. Lin Chen was the first to enter the sacred burial mountain range. The inside of the mountain range was dark red, like a graveyard. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen unleashed his ultimate moment and 8 transformations. His aura surged, and he turned into a white light dragon shadow and rushed straight into the mountain range. After a while, there were sounds of fighting coming from all around, accompanied by the roars of the ferocious beasts. Someone had already encountered a battle. It's very disadvantageous to fight in the air here. The miasma at the top has not disappeared. If you want to fight in the air, only the saints can guarantee your safety. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and then looked down at the demonic seal in his palm. At this time, the demonic seal's light was dim, but Lin Chen had a very mysterious feeling. The closer he was to a certain direction, the stronger the demonic seal's reaction. It was as if it was calling out to him. The one who pulled the devil seal is that woman from the devil cultivator clan. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Suddenly, he saw an ancient altar. A glazed skeleton had passed away on the altar, and the surroundings were enveloped in a pale green holy light. The area within 1,000 feet was as pure as snow, and the holy aura was supreme. Dozens of attribute light orbs floated around the skeleton, the remains of a saint. Even the bones contained an extraordinary fluctuation of holy power. Even the marrow contained a strong energy. A saint actually fell here? From the looks of it, he must have been seriously injured and ran all the way here. While Lin Chen was still in shock, a saber light suddenly slashed over like a wild dragon. Lin Chen's figure flashed, avoiding the blade light. The saber light shredded everything within a radius of several hundred feet, destroying mountains and splitting the earth. The 3 streaks of battle radiance were like flying pear blossoms and leaves as they fluttered and flickered in the air. Along the way, they cut through a towering tree as if they were cutting tofu. Lin Chen dodged again, dodging again. While dodging the attack, Lin Chen collected all the attribute light orbs. Obtained 5992 battle chi essence, 23 spiritual force, 55 wood energy, 22 wood energy. The quality of the attribute value was extremely high. Lin Chen rushed to the saint's skeleton and placed his hand on it. A 4th Tribulation War Emperor trash dares to sneak in here? The blood-red clothed youth walked out of the blood mist with a saber at his waist. Opposite the youth, there were 3 black-clothed old men, who were like ghosts. They were a genius on the genius ranking and 3 5th Tribulation War Emperors. Lin Chen did not underestimate these 4 people. The latter 3 were even more terrifying. They were the oldest war emperors in the sacred boundary. This was because they might have stayed in the 5th Tribulation War Emperor realm for 100,000 years or even longer. They were not comparable to ordinary 5th Tribulation War Emperors. No one could guess what kind of trump card these old war emperors were hiding. They had entered the sacred burial mountain range to seek a heaven-defying opportunity to change their fate. They could do anything. Lin Chen was surrounded. However, he laughed and said with a harmless face, "You guys are making me scared. Forget it, I won't fight with you guys." After saying this, Lin Chen threw the saint's skeleton in the direction of the 3 old men. The saint's skeleton was as heavy as a mountain. Only with Lin Chen's strength could he throw it. The skeleton rolled up a gust of wind. Throw the skeleton away and run. Lin Chen did it in one go. The 4 old men did not expect him to be so decisive. They instantly started fighting for the saint's skeleton. Rumble. The blood-red clothed youth wielded the saber in his hand. When he waved the saber energy burst out like flowers falling from the sky and slashed toward the 3 old men. The battle between the 2 sides instantly destroyed the vitality within a radius of more than 10 miles. The range of the battle was increasing. Something's wrong. The remaining bone marrow energy in the saint's skeleton has also been completely lost. The black-clothed old man, who had just fought for dozens of rounds, noticed something strange. The four old men were not simple people. They instantly regained their senses. Damn it, it's that fourth Tribulation War Emperor kid's doing. Lin Chen had already run away. Successfully decomposed the bone marrow energy of the saint's skeleton. Consumed 99 mid-level heavens path points. Received 20,000 blood essence, 100,000 high-level battle chi essence, 100 talent points, 265 wood element energy. Beautiful. It seems that I can decompose the saint's skeleton to obtain attribute points. As long as I have more of the saint's skeleton, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the fifth Tribulation War Emperor. Lin Chen was wild with joy. However, he did not forget his first task. The Heaven Prime Battle Sage skeleton was between the Sacred Burial Mountain Range's core area and the inner area. That place was filled with danger. Even if a monster-level genius entered, he would not be able to reach it so quickly. First, he had to find the mysterious woman of the demon tribe. Once her life was endangered by other geniuses, the possibility of him entering the sacred prison would be next to zero. If he relied on normal means to enter, it would be impossible to escape. The decomposing of the saint's skeleton can be done by my doppelgangers. There's no need to fight. As long as they touch the skeleton, they will be able to decompose it. Moreover, my doppelgangers do not have to fear death at all. In one breath, Lin Chen released all of his doppelgangers from the peach blossom plant pouch. Even Little Shadow was released. Lin Chen used ultimate convergence and ultimate moment. His clones went all out, and they all used their movement techniques to rush in different directions. Little fellow, it's up to you now. Lin Chen patted Little Shadow's head. However, Little Shadow suddenly shook its head. The space here is too turbid. There are also strong space barriers. Traveling through the void is very dangerous. The deeper space cannot be traveled. Little Shadow's childish voice reverberated in Lin Chen's mind through telepathy. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. What? You can't travel through the void here? Little Shadow's body turned into a pitch-black dragon shadow. Purple lightning curled around its eyes and revealed a serious look. It nodded slightly. No wonder it became a place that even the saints are afraid of. It is indeed dangerous. After losing Little Shadow's innate talent, it was a bit like an eagle that had lost its wings. Little Shadow hid in Lin Chen's arms. Even if it couldn't travel through the void, its innate talent would always allow Lin Chen to sense danger ahead of time. Within a range of 100 miles, it would be the first to sense danger or the appearance of a treasure and promptly inform Lin Chen. Lin Chen went all the way into the inner circle of the Sacred Burial Mountain Range. After 2 days, he arrived at a steep and dangerous giant mountain peak. Billowing black demonic energy billowed around it. Even the vicious beasts that lived here didn't dare to approach. Lin Chen exhaled. Through the dim light, he looked at the mountain peak. The demonic seal in his palm shined like a purple jade. That mysterious woman was inside this demonic mountain. Chapter 1070. Lin Chen had the demonic seal in his hand, so he was not affected by the demonic chi of the mountain. If he wanted to force his way in, he would need to be at least in the top 10,000 of the genius list. The demonic chi here was so dense that it was almost solid. It was extremely dangerous. However, Lin Chen felt that compared to the demonic chi of the 10 demonic statues in the underground cave of Rainbow Island, it was not worth mentioning. Little Shadow also had the bloodline of the demonic race, so he was not afraid of the demonic chi's corrosion. One person and one shadow went deep into the mountain. Inside the mountain, there were many strange buildings. Some were shaped like pavilions, but they were full of holes. Some were shaped like skeletons, but their doors were wide open. Lin Chen found a white jade building that looked like a skull. His breathing was slightly trembling as he stepped into the building. Inside the white jade skeleton, it was desolate. Many buildings were covered in dust, and poisonous insects were crawling everywhere. The only area that they did not dare to approach was 100 feet. In that area, there was a slender and beautiful figure lying there. Lin Chen walked over and picked up the black-robed woman. He frowned slightly. She was unconscious. She had fainted. For a powerhouse of this level, Being unconscious like this meant that she was in imminent danger. Lin Chen helped her up and released his spiritual power to check her physical condition. He also injected a wisp of gentle water vapor into her body, but he found that it was useless. His battle chi was not qualified to heal her at all. What a domineering physique. How strong is her cultivation? Although she is seriously injured and has been hit by an extremely strange yin-type holy chi, her body is still resisting the corrosion of this yin-type holy chi. Lin Chen frowned. He was about to put her into the peach garden plant pouch to treat her properly. The peach garden plant pouch at his waist erupted with a suction force, trying to suck the woman into its internal space. However, the peach garden plant pouch trembled violently, and the internal space kept shaking. Lin Chen was so scared that he stopped immediately. He was dumbfounded. It's because the demonic chi is too strong. It's the same situation as the sky-devouring mirror. Even if she is seriously injured, the demonic chi in her body is still as strong as the sea. If I forcibly put her into the peach garden plant pouch, the internal space will not be able to withstand it and directly explode. A thorny feeling arose in his heart. If he couldn't store it in his peach blossom plant pouch, then his operation this time would be greatly inconvenient. He couldn't possibly bring an injured person to compete with monster-level geniuses, could he? Her breathing was weak. It didn't sound like it. I can only give it a try. With my level of refining medicine, I should be able to have some effect on her. I'll get 2 of my clones to come back and assist in refining medicine. 2 of them will be in charge of searching for the saint's remains to disintegrate, while 1 of them will be in charge of advancing. Once they discover something, they'll immediately teleport to the location of the clones that are advancing. With a thought, Lin Chen recalled his 2 clones. After leaning the mysterious woman against the wall, Lin Chen took out a total of 100 pill furnaces. She is being eroded by the yin-type holy chi, and her own demonic chi is also resisting it. The divine pill refined this time must be mild, and it must not react with the demonic chi. It must also restrain the yin-type holy chi. Only by getting rid of the yin holy chi can she be healed. Lin Chen selected from more than 20 8th-grade pill recipes. His harvest on Rainbow Island had enriched his pill recipe inventory by a lot. Some of his 8th-grade herbs were extremely rare and had not been decomposed yet. They were now put to use. 1st-grade divine pill, Joyoung life-restoring pill. It harmonizes yang energy and heals injuries with saint energy. It warms the limbs and bones, softens the meridians and organs. Without saying a word, Lin Chen began to refine. He and his clones performed the true dragon sacred hands. His blue spiritual power controlled the faint dragon chi, which flowed through the marks on his hands. Whoosh! Floating clouds of herbs poured into the pill furnaces. Thousands of 7th-grade herbs began to dissolve and refine. The refining of the 8th-grade herbs was even more precise and smooth. Streams of spiritual power like dragon chi were injected into a piece of earth marrow stalactite, and the snow-white essence was extracted like a needle tip. Lin Chen and his 2 clones were soon sweating profusely. Controlling 100 pill furnaces to refine medicine accurately consumed a lot of energy. In the Holy Burying Mountain range, where danger lurked on every side, Lin Chen wouldn't be so reckless. Even if he could refine medicine at a high speed, his spiritual power would be exhausted by the time he finished refining, and his combat power would be greatly reduced. However, he was a man who had the Wanderer fruit. Lin Chen only dared to refine medicine with all his might in such a damned place. He was not afraid of his spiritual exhaustion afterward. A man's endurance, the Wanderer fruit, was worth it. Time passed. Lin Chen and his 2 clones refined medicine with all their might for 2 days and 2 nights. As for Lin Chen's clones, Zhen De Xiu and Zhen De Chang, who were outside, had perished. There was no other reason. His clones found the remains of 2 saints. The moment they decomposed their attributes, they were besieged and killed. Halfway through, Lin Chen swallowed 2 Wanderer fruits and continuously used the ultimate Guiyuan talent. He was full of energy and could last for a long time. He maintained full power throughout the refining process. The efficiency was terrifyingly high. On the 3rd day, an orange-yellow brilliance shot into the sky. There were signs of a first-grade sacred pill being born. The demon mountain was shrouded in demonic aura. The sacred pill's phenomenon did not attract the attention of the nearby experts. It's finally done. Lin Chen walked to the black-robed woman's side and helped her up. He removed the veil of her cloak, pried open her cherry-red lips, and stuffed the hot pill into her mouth. As the pill entered her body, yang energy circulated. It did not repel the demonic aura produced. Instead, it began to harmonize with the yin-type sacred aura and eliminate it. The woman murmured in her sleep. Lin Chen controlled the spear to the limit. Yang energy merged with yin. The hot impulse made her delicate body tremble involuntarily. The cloak fell off. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. The beauty in front of him was peerless. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall. Her eyebrows were beautiful, and her collar was like a tassel. Her snow-white beautiful lines seemed to form the most beautiful face in the world. The tip of her eyebrows was decorated with cinnabar. She was extremely charming. Her jade cheeks were dyed red, and her eyebrows faintly revealed sadness. She had the face of a fairy, but the temperament of a witch was extremely charming. Every word and action seemed to be able to arouse the most direct desire of a man. Lin Chen almost had a nosebleed. She did not need any decorations. Even if she was in the darkness would become her embellishment, adding a mysterious beauty to her. It was as if everything in the world could only serve as a foil to her. Her appearance and temperament were comparable to that of all the women Lin Chen had seen in his life. Only Lung Yueqi, Bai Ruoyan, the two beauties who were as beautiful as fairies, and the little demon empress who was extremely unique and seductive. Lin Chen had always thought that there was a fierce woman hidden under the cloak. After all, the first time he talked to this woman, she was as cold as ice. The woman was restless because of the harmony between the essence of the 9-yang life-returning pill and the yin-type sacred aura. Her eyes were not open, but she was moving chaotically and wanted to run out. Lin Chen pulled her back. An extremely primitive impulse rose to his lower abdomen. Lin Chen directly bit his lips, causing blood to flow. Chapter 1071. I, Lin Chen, have traversed tens of thousands of flowers. I would never do something like taking advantage of others. But this is too difficult. Quickly think of something to distract yourself. Lin Chen held her down to stop her from moving. His mind was occupied with other things. One had to know that even a top-notch charm technique wouldn't be able to put Lin Chen in such a sorry state, unless one's spirit power completely crushed Lin Chen's level. This woman had almost turned Lin Chen into a wild beast just by relying on her own charm. It could be seen how rare her beauty and temperament were. Just like that, Lin Chen hugged the woman for 4 hours, restricting her movements. He did not do anything else as he recited the collection of standalone king stories in his heart. Only then did the woman's restlessness gradually calm down. She was sweating, but her face gradually became rosy and better. She was still in a coma. Her eyebrows were knitted tightly, as if she was in a nightmare and could not wake up. Her injuries are getting better. The Jiuyang life-restoring elixir is slowly adjusting the horrible yin holy qi. Next, she will be able to dissolve it gradually. The thorny problem was only half solved. Only when the yin holy qi was completely dissolved could Lin Chen give her the long qingguo and the glazed body seed. Otherwise, any holy healing item would be shattered by the two opposing forces in her body, and the healing effect would be minimal. 3 days have passed. There is no time to wait for her to dissolve the holy qi by herself. My doppelganger has entered the inner circle of the mountain range and sensed no less than the battles around. Unable to put the mysterious woman into the Daoyuan plant bag, Lin Chen could only carry her on his back. She was soft and fragrant. Lin Chen's mind swayed. He recalled the woman's stunning face and could not help but smile bitterly. Damn it, if not for the mental cultivation method, I don't think I can hold it in. It's so frustrating to be a man like this. Biting the tip of his tongue, Lin Chen turned into a shadow, and his doppelganger followed closely behind. Outside the demon mountain, 2 figures in white stopped. It was a man and a woman, carrying a sword. They were like peerless swordsmen standing above the clouds. Their swords were not unsheathed, and their sharpness was restrained. The woman in white asked, Senior brother, could you have sensed wrongly? The man's gaze was as sharp as a sword. I can't be wrong. I've been refining pills for many years, so I'm extremely sensitive to the phenomenon of pills being born. There must be a divine pill being born here. The white-clothed woman frowned. But who would refine pills in such a damned place? I'm afraid it would be difficult to maintain one's rationality in there. Whoosh tilde. As the two of them were conversing, 3 figures rushed out from Devil Mountain. The 2 of them were shocked. Among the 3 of them, there was a young man carrying an exquisite and slender black-robed figure on his back. His aura was weak and feeble, causing the 2 of them to be shocked. It's that devil cultivator. There's something strange about this kid. Cut off his escape route. Clang. The 2 of them drew their swords, the odd crystal's light surged, the clanging of a dragon's roar was like a cold blade, 2 white rays of light suddenly slashed towards Lin Chen, flashing again and again at an extremely fast speed. The figure drew the bow, and the arrow light was like a feather rainbow drifting down, praising the god with a wisp of lightning. Sword fury soared to the heavens, rolling like a cloud of fire, the orange sword light slashed horizontally. Bang tilde. Bang tilde. The sword light exploded, and Lin Chen quickly retreated, causing the 2 of them to be stunned. 2 fourth calamity combat emperors? Strange. Very strange. They actually used 2 orange rank combat skills at once. A 4th calamity combat emperor can actually take our sword techniques head on. Don't let that kid go, Chase. There must be a big secret. Take down that devil cultivator woman too. The 2 of them turned into a sword light and sped away. Lin Chen and his avatar retreated all the way. My innate shadow art can't hide her. These 2 geniuses are extremely strong, and their individual combat power is even stronger than Ling Zhen's. They are in the top 10,000 of the genius list. Lin Chen kept his avatar and moved his mind. Super-dimensional teleportation. Activated super-dimensional teleportation, carrying living targets. 1. Teleported to space coordinates 3. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Consume 113 talent points. Whoosh. Lin Chen turned into a ray of light in front of the 2 of them, and the 2 geniuses were horrified. Space travel? Lin Chen arrived at the side of a quiet lake. The spatial coordinates he teleported to were exactly where the avatar of the Jundok Shui was at. This place was very far from the Devil Mountain where Lin Chen had first entered. It was at least 3,000 miles deep. Due to the large number of ferocious beasts and miasma blocking the way, it would take at least a few days to reach this place. This was the result of Lin Chen's avatar using his purple-golden eyes to travel at full speed. He had ignored all the battles and treasures along the way. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. The miasma in the sky had shrouded from a height of 20,000 feet to a height of 10,000 feet. This is the inner circle of the mountain. The deeper you go, the lower the height of the miasma. You can't fight at a high altitude here. Once you are pushed into the miasma during the battle, you will definitely die if you are not at the Saint Realm. Lin Chen's eyes were solemn. He couldn't use his body movement skills as he wished in this place. If he got too close to the miasma in the sky and was pushed into it, he would most likely die. Bang! The battle exploded, and smoke rose everywhere. Dozens of auras rose from the valley dozens of miles ahead. Lin Chen activated his purple-golden eyes and used his spiritual energy to sense it. He was surprised and said, "There are 4 saint remains over there." At this moment, a dragon-shaped battle chi that looked like a yellow sand dragon swept across dozens of miles and attacked Lin Chen. Clang! Jundok Shui clenched Atlas at lightning speed and slashed the yellow sand dragon in half with a flash of sword light. "Hey, handsome guys over there, can you give that devil cultivator guy to me? I don't like fighting. Give him to me, and you can leave obediently." A frivolous and lazy voice reverberated in the air. Lin Chen lifted his head. 1,000 feet long yellow sand dragon was wreaking havoc with the sandstorm. On top of the yellow sand dragon's head, a purple-clothed young master sat cross-legged, looking at Lin Chen mockingly. His evil eyes emitted a charming light. When his gaze fell on the female demon on Lin Chen's back, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Hey! This demon guy is actually a female. Wow, she's a peerless beauty. Ha ha ha, I want her. The young master laughed and grabbed at the air with his 5 fingers. Fut, fut. His 5 fingers broke out with a tremendous force. His battle chi turned into millions of tons of yellow sand and enveloped Lin Chen. It swept across the 4 seas and could sink mountains and rivers with one palm. This move was simply beyond the scope of the War Emperor. It could almost kill an ordinary 5th Tribulation War Emperor at will. Damn it. So strong. Lin Chen was shocked. With a flash, the speed of Dragon Flash soared to the extreme. For consecutive absolute shadows. Sword Fury Atlas. Imperial Sky. Annihilation. The doppelganger's ultimate skill was used one after another. With the addition of instant light doppelganger, the attack was like a deluge of flowers. The saber and spear shadows bombarded the millions of tons of yellow sand storm like a violent storm, forcibly breaking open a path. Bang! Bang! Even so, 2 of the doppelganger were destroyed in exchange for Lin Chen's chance to break out. All the attacks were divided into 5. The purple-clothed young master was puzzled. You actually took my attack with your 4th Tribulation War Emperor cultivation base? Freak, what a freak. Don't go. I only want the beauty. If you put the beauty down, I'll let you go. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. What the F***CK? Chapter 1072. How dare you scold me? The purple-clothed young master flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stepped on the yellow dragon and went straight ahead. Wherever he went, the wind swept away everything in his path. Lin Chen flapped his sacred phoenix wings rapidly. He clearly saw that when the young master made his move, there was an odd crystal shining brightly in his body. Lin Chen was shocked. That's a complete low-grade odd crystal? This person can actually refine a complete low-grade odd crystal as a 5th Tribulation Combat Emperor. He's a true monstrous genius. He might even be able to fight against a sage. He's on a completely different level from the geniuses I met before. He destroyed 2 of Lin Chen's clones in one move. This person's strength was much stronger than the Nangong Mie and Ling Jian. Lin Chen transformed into a flash of lightning and fire. With his plus 15 Dragon Flash movement technique and plus 15 Sacred Phoenix bloodline, he was so fast that even the purple-clothed young master couldn't catch up to him. Lin Chen carried the mysterious woman and rushed to the center of the valley. The purple-clothed young master who was stepping on the yellow sand dragon smiled playfully. You want to bring me to the center of the chaotic battle and then take the opportunity to slip away? It's not that simple. Kid, I'm not that easy to fool. Swoosh. Swoosh. Lin Chen led his clone into the valley. At this moment, 32 old antiques with 5 tribulations cultivation were fighting over the remains of 3 saint. Even if they managed to snatch a sage's bone, the energy in the bone marrow would benefit them greatly. Seeing Lin Chen and his group charging into the valley, they attracted the attention of all the experts. When they saw the woman on his back, they couldn't help but be taken aback. The purple-clothed young master followed closely behind and grabbed with his 5 fingers again. Sand swirled in the air and battle chi swept across the land. Lin Chen leaned to the side and narrowly avoided it. Seeing that the others were about to attack, the purple-clothed young master suddenly shouted coldly, "Get out of my way. This is my goal." Once this name came out, countless old antiques' faces changed slightly. Zhao Tiankuan? That demon conqueror Zhao Tiankuan? Damn it. Rumor has it that this kid has already entered the top 5,000 of the genius ranking. If he's not here to snatch the saint's remains, then don't provoke him. The group of old antiques immediately dodged, but Lin Chen seized this opportunity to charge in. He charged into the battle circle of the 2 saints' corpses, and his clone threw out 2 slowing runes. Consumed 220 advanced rune energy. Mirror Moon Imperial God. Zhen Daing's clone drew his saber from the other side, and the azure moon in his hand flashed with a moonlight that illuminated the world, knocking back several old antiques before they could react. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen dodged, carrying the beauty on his back as he snatched the 3 saint corpses. Many old antiques turned pale with fright. However, no one noticed that the energy within the saint's remains began to dissipate the moment Lin Chen's palm came into contact with it. Consumed 388 intermediate heavens path points to decompose the remains of 3 saints. Obtained 13,944 advanced battle essence, 22 fire energy, 52 lightning energy, 29 talent points, 55 darkness energy. Ha ha ha, big brother, we've succeeded. As his attributes soared, Lin Chen laughed and threw the 3 saints' remains in Zhao Qiankuan's direction. Big brother? Could it be that these kids are colluding? Are they deliberately acting like they're hunting him down? The group of old antiques was instantly enraged, and their battle auras surged, shooting out colorful battle auras that turned into a violent storm that bombarded Zhao Qiankuan. This kid is tricking me. F***CK. Zhao Qiankuan pushed his hands out, and more than a dozen yellow sand dragons danced in the air, colliding with each other and shattering all the attack. He kicked away the 3 saints' remains and cursed angrily, "Get lost. I'm going to hunt that kid down." At that moment, an old antique suddenly exclaimed, "Something's not right. The energy of the 3 saints' remains has disappeared. Zhao Qiankuan, is this your doing? Hand over the saints' bone marrow. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless even if you're from a rank 6 sect." A group of murderous old antiques surrounded Zhao Qiankuan. He glanced at them from the corner of his eye and realized that the energy of the saints' remains had dried up. He immediately knew that he had been tricked. What a sinister kid. Zhao Qiankuan gritted his teeth. Obtained 14,152 battle aura essences, 29,912 battle aura essences, 18,592 battle aura essences. Lin Chen's battle aura cultivation soared all the way. He had broken down 4 saints' remains along the way, and the energy in each of them was abnormally huge. Each saint's remains provided Lin Chen with no less than 500,000 high-level battle aura essences. Even if a saint had fallen, he was still a saint. The energy contained in each bone was no small matter. Lin Chen's body rumbled, and there were signs of a breakthrough. Lin Chen's 9 tribulations fate wheel's battle aura fluctuations suddenly soared by more than 3 times. A 9-colored brilliance surged out from Lin Chen's body, and his aura soared. He actually broke through? These saints' remains are really treasures among treasures. Lin Chen licked his lips excitedly. Boom tilde. A 9-colored cloud locked onto Lin Chen like a tribulation from the underworld. The 9-colored tribulation cloud surged from the miasma, but because the miasma was turbid, the power of the heavenly tribulation condensed from the spiritual energy here was about 30% weaker than before. However, Lin Chen's heavenly tribulation was strange. Even though it was 30% weaker, he still felt a fatal threat. The last time I transcended the tribulation, I had little shadow to help me travel through the void. I won't be so lucky this time. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. With a whoosh, a 9-colored flame shot toward him like a fire dragon. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen dodged it with his movement technique. Unexpectedly, the 9-colored fire dragon was mixed with a hidden force, and a second flame shot toward Lin Chen. Annihilation energy surged between Lin Chen's eyebrows, and he dispersed the 9-colored flame with annihilation. Boom tilde. More than a dozen tornadoes like dark tides enveloped Lin Chen. This time, the attack was even fiercer. It was mixed with 3 tribulations, water tribulations, dark tribulations, and wind tribulations. Even Lin Chen's face was solemn. His clones moved together and fought with the heavenly tribulation energy. Whoosh tilde. A black claw cut through the air and crushed a group of dark tornadoes near Lin Chen. Lin Chen was shocked. Little shadow appeared out of nowhere and turned into a 100-feet-long shadow. Its horns were like a deer's, its head was like a camel's, its eyes were like a rabbit's, its ears were like a cow's, its neck was like a snake's, its belly was like a crocodile's, its scales were like a carp's, its claws were like clouds, its tail was like a carp's, and its head was filled with purple lightning. It was a real ancient dragon. This dragon had the nobility of the dragon race, the murderous aura of the demon race, and the spirituality of Little Shadow. It was like an ancient giant that was showing signs of life. Damn. Little guy, you're so good at fighting. Lin Chen was surprised. Little Shadow was a creature that couldn't be locked on by the chi of heaven and earth. Besides Lin Chen's clones, it was the only creature that could help Lin Chen pass the tribulation without suffering any backlash. Little Shadow winked at him proudly. With Little Shadow's help, Lin Chen's tribulation was like a hot knife through butter. The 9-colored heavenly tribulation came fiercely. If it was in the outside world, Lin Chen would have to use all his strength. However, in the sacred burial mountain range, more than 30% of its power had been corroded by the miasma. Lin Chen could fight the heavenly tribulation head-on without holding back. Within 1,000 miles, many people were alarmed by the aura of the heavenly tribulation. Some of the geniuses immediately noticed the location of the heavenly tribulation. Strange, why is there a heavenly tribulation here? Could it be that a fourth tribulation battle emperor has entered this place? Chapter 1073. Nonsense. This is absurd. A fourth tribulation battle emperor wouldn't even be able to come here to die. How could he enter the inner circle? No. It might be the birth of a rare treasure. When some rare items are born, they will trigger a heavenly tribulation. These rare items are all rare in the world. Let's go and have a look. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, all the old antiques, geniuses, and hermits were attracted by the aura of the heavenly tribulation. The ground was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the cracks were shocking. Lin Chen, who was standing beside the cracks, was carrying a beautiful woman on his back. He was panting heavily, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Congratulations to the host for advancing to a fifth tribulation battle emperor. Bang! Before Lin Chen could be happy for 2 seconds, he was sent flying. Damn! Who is behind me? Lin Chen, who was sent flying, cursed loudly and gasped for cold air. It was too painful. Little Dark Shadow immediately locked onto the black-robed woman who sent Lin Chen flying. Lin Chen shouted, "Wait, little guy." Lin Chen was puzzled. Has she woken up? The black-robed woman stood up unsteadily, as if she was drunk. Her eyes were empty, and she was mumbling in her sleep. I won't die. I will overthrow the human race. Hey, big sister, it's me. Don't you recognize me? The handsome guy who said he would take me away from the Jojo continent. Lin Chen tried to wave at her. Unexpectedly, her eyes suddenly turned and she waved her sleeve. Demonic chi filled the sky, and a large number of blood-red ribbons swept across the sky to attack Lin Chen. Swoosh! Lin Chen leaped into the air and grabbed Little Dark Shadow, narrowly avoiding the black-robed woman's attack. She waved her sleeve and swept away all the obstacles within 100 feet. The violent yin holy chi rampaged in her body. In a trance, some disordered memories rushed into her mind. No, I'm not a demon. I'm just doing this because of my ancestors. The woman seemed to have seen some kind of nightmare. She curled up on the ground with an expression of incomparable pain. She held her head with a pained expression. Powerless despair appeared on her beautiful face, like a sad and beautiful winter plum before it withered. What's wrong with her? It looks like he's not even conscious. Lin Chen's expression was grave. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 loud noises could be heard as the mountain peak was crushed. For geniuses were actually charging over. Ha ha ha, it's actually a guy from the Devil Cultivator clan. It didn't take much effort to get him. Once I get rid of her, I'll get the orange tier martial arts manual. The 4 geniuses laughed maniacally, and 2 sword lights shot out like white cranes spreading their wings, striking the 4 geniuses back. 2 silhouettes floated in the air, their clothes fluttering in the wind. There were swords hidden in their sleeves and white jade strapped to their waists. It was the man and woman who had encircled Lin Chen earlier, the 2 white-clothed swordsmen. Misty Sword Sect, you want to interfere too? There are 4 of us, don't die here. The red-haired youth among the 4 geniuses sneered. You dare to snatch my prey? Do you want to die? The earth shook, and the mountains shook. The roars were like thunder as the 2 behemoths arrived. It was a peak rank 7 primordial black demonic bear. It had the strength to move mountains and rivers, and its aura could swallow the world. On the back of the primordial black demonic bear sat 2 bare-chested muscular men. Their veins were bulging like dragons, and they were ferocious and violent. Shocking killing intent shot out from their eyes like lightning, and their auras swept across the entire area. 2 more super geniuses, and the situation became even more chaotic. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more chaotic, no one dared to make the first move. In the darkness, a window-like crack was torn open, and a black-robed monkey-faced man appeared. He laughed strangely and said, "Heh, such a graceful and exquisite body, it's also because of the bloodline of the human race, right? The Devil Cultivator clan is a lowly and disgusting race that's even worse than pigs and dogs. Trash that's so lowly that it's disgusting. Trash." Another indifferent voice reverberated. "Heh, I don't like you, monkey, but I have a complete consensus with you on the fact that the Devil Cultivator clan is trash." The cyan-robed young master walked in the floating clouds with his sword in hand. Wherever he passed, it was as if the sky would become a long green cloud, a vast expanse. Beside the cyan-robed young master, there was a woman with her eyes closed and a zither in her arms. She had a beauty that could captivate fish and beasts, but the murderous aura between her brows kept people 1,000 miles away. Kai tilde. Rip tilde. A bolt of golden lightning stretched across like a giant python, standing proudly in the air. The golden-robed man's eyes were like thunder, and a world of thunder was being born and destroyed. The dregs of the Devil Cultivator clan deserve to die. The golden-robed man suddenly shouted, and it was as if 10,000 thunderbolts had struck at the same time, causing heaven and earth to tremble. "I, Heaven's Gate, will take this woman's life." 999 rays of light rolled down like a snow bridge and a stairway to heaven. 8 extraordinarily handsome and elegant young masters slowly walked down from the dawn snow bridge. When each of their gazes swept across the audience, it was as if a sword had been unsheathed, revealing its sharpness. 20 geniuses surrounded the Devil Cultivator clan woman. They were all super geniuses ranked 9,000 to 8,000 on the genius ranking. Each of them was an existence that had shaken the world for thousands of years, a true living legend. The trash of the Devil Cultivator clan deserves to die. Today, I only want this person to die. All of you, get out of my way. The female genius of Ethereal Sword Sect gritted her teeth, and her killing intent soared to the sky. The monkey-faced man laughed strangely and said, "Wait a minute, Xiao Qingyu. You're not the only one who wants to kill her." The 20 geniuses directly ignored Lin Chen, who was at the side. They did not put Lin Chen in their eyes at all. Arrogance. Absolute arrogance. This was the arrogance that belonged only to geniuses. They did not care what kind of talent Lin Chen had. As long as he did not enter the top 10,000 of the genius ranking, he had no right to speak in front of them. The black-robed woman was on the verge of collapse. She opened her eyes in a daze. From these people who judged her in a judgmental tone, she saw a scene that was similar to that day. That day, the world was dark, and blood seemed to have dyed every continent red. It dyed the 9 heavens red, and covered the universe. The gods and Buddhas of the heavens, the asuras of the outer realm, the demons under the stars, and the supreme experts of the entire world surrounded her. The curses of these supreme experts vaguely rang in her ears. The Devil Cultivator clan is really the disgrace of our devil race. The human race does not recognize this kind of trash race. The dregs of the human race and the devil race, this period of history should be annihilated. Disappear forever. In that battle, the sun and moon lost their color, and the world collapsed. She was alone, and the life and death of the Devil Cultivator clan was only on her shoulders. That familiar and hysterical voice echoed in her ears again. "Yarrow the revitalization of the Devil Cultivator clan depends on you. Yarrow you, who inherited the power of our ancestors, must complete their last wishes. You must make those humans who cruelly trampled on us pay the price. The Devil Cultivator clan will rise, and blood will be avenged. The ones who deserve to die are the devil race, the human race. Yarrow the human race must die." Luo Yarrow always felt that this burden was too heavy. How long had it been since the fragmented memories were pieced together? In a small wooden house, a chubby little girl's face was covered in tears. Her jade-like clear eyes flowed with tears as she hugged her mother and cried, "Mother, why do they all bully me? They say that I'm a monster, an ugly monster, the most terrifying demon in the world." Her mother stroked the little girl's cheek and smiled gently. "How could that be? My Yarrow is cute and powerful. She has great power, but she has never abused it, nor has she hurt others. She has always helped others. How could such a kind person be a demon? The girl wiped her tears. Really? Really? Her mother hugged the girl and smiled. Of course it's true. Do you still remember the story of Fairy You that mother told you? The girl seemed to recall something. Fairy You. Chapter 1074. Her mother explained patiently. That's right. Fairy You was kind, powerful, beautiful, and kind. Everyone mocked her for not knowing how to use her power, but she never hurt anyone. Instead, she took pride in helping others with her power. She used her kindness to accept everyone, and in the end, she led her race to ascend to the divine realm. Those who mocked her in the past all worshipped her as a god, and her race became one of the most powerful races in the divine realm. Yarrow, do you understand? The little girl's eyes flashed with hope as she asked happily, Mother, am I someone like Fairy You? Her mother smiled gently and stroked her hair. Yarrow, to become Fairy You, you can't just be kind. You have to have a heart that accepts others, and you have to have the willpower to endure hardships. Do you know how many ancient books Fairy You has read and how much suffering she has endured in order to save the world and reform her people? You also have to learn how to control your own power. That year, her mother told her the story of Fairy You year after year, and little Yarrow was filled with joy as she accepted others time and time again. When she was 7 years old, a dozen or so little friends were walking on a muddy path, and they were constantly throwing yellow mud at her. Ha ha ha. Look at this ugly freak, she's smiling even when I throw mud at her. How disgusting. No, look at her. She's about to cry, but she's still smiling. She's amazing. I want to see how long she can keep that smile on her face. Little Yarrow forced a smile onto her chubby little face. Mother said that I'm a girl like Fairy You, so I won't hold it against you. Everyone burst into laughter, and one of them threw a large chunk of mud at her face. Fairy You, you're a freak. You even have horns on your head. Little Yarrow's nose twitched as tears welled up in her eyes. She could no longer maintain the smile on her face as she ran away. In a small wooden cabin, her mother's face was a little pale, but when the door was pushed open, her usual gentle smile appeared on her face. Little Yarrow hugged her mother tightly as tears flowed from her eyes. Mother, am I really someone like Fairy You? Why does everyone still call me an ugly freak? Why do I have horns on my head? Why am I different from everyone else? Yarrow, ignore the gossip of others. Fairy You once walked the same path as you. You must persevere and endure. Growing horns is a gift from your father. Others don't know how to appreciate it, but in Mother's heart, Yarrow is the most unique and beautiful. When she was 10 years old, she said, Mother, you lied to Yarrow. Yarrow isn't like you Shenzi at all. They say that Yarrow is the descendant of a lowly race. She's not even human, but a demon. Little Yarrow cried bitterly as she left the wooden house. Her mother wanted to chase after her, but her face suddenly turned green. There was a sweet taste in her throat, and she suddenly vomited blood. In the small forest at night, under the moonlight, little Yarrow held a sharp dagger, trembling as she slashed at the horn on her head. Fart. Blood flowed, splattering all over the ground. Little Yarrow endured the pain as she lay on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. She bit her lip, clenched her teeth, and stared at the moon with a smile. I don't have horns anymore. I'm not a demon anymore. When she was 11 years old, her mother was bedridden. Beside the bed, little Yarrow held her hand tightly as she cried, Mother, Yarrow knows that she was wrong. Yarrow shouldn't have cut off her horn. Yarrow doesn't want to become a demon. Mother, don't leave Yarrow. Her mother gazed at her silently and kindly as she spoke with difficulty. Yarrow, you have to continue to cultivate and use your strength well. Her mother's face was as pale as paper as she revealed a final smile. One day, Yarrow will meet the strongest man in the world, just like how Mother met your father. Her mother slowly closed her eyes. Before she left, a trace of reluctance flashed through her heart. Yarrow's talent would definitely stand at the peak of the world. I hope that she won't be led astray because of her own strength. If there is such a day, I pray that there will be someone who can save Yarrow like how he saved me. When she was 16 years old, the throne in the void had a new master. Little Yarrow, You are the most suitable candidate to inherit the wishes of the demon humans. The human race is the source of all evil. Inherit the power of our ancestors, and then destroy the human race. Repay all the pain that our demon humans have endured and experienced for generations to the human race. Endless voices echoed in little Yao Er's ears and mind. Her strength grew stronger and stronger. When she witnessed the scene of the demon humans being trampled and slaughtered by the human race, her expression became even colder. In her mind, only the wishes of her ancestors and the hatred of the demon humans were left. She wanted to repay all of this to the human race with her blood. That day, a new leader was born in the demon humans. She led the entire demon humans by herself, causing the sacred boundary to be overturned and countless planes to be destroyed, causing chaos to the entire world. Luo Yao Er's gaze became more and more blurry as she broke free from her memories and looked at the figures surrounding her. She channeled the last bit of demonic chi she had left and endured the pain, wanting to fight to the death with all the geniuses. Clang! 3 sword lights shot out. It was the 3 geniuses of the Heaven Gate who drew their swords together. The sword chi was like snow, and a sword came from the west, causing heavy snow to swirl in the air. The yin holy chi in her body corroded the demonic chi, and she was unable to unleash the last bit of her strength. Luo Yao mocked herself in her heart. Why did I suddenly recall all of this? Mother, Yao still hasn't become Fairy Yu. If I want to inherit the will of the ancestors, how can I rely on benevolence to avenge the demon humans? Perhaps, this was wrong from the beginning. In this world, there is no such thing as a strong man. Rip tilde. Bang! The sword light exploded into fragments that filled the sky. Luo Yao was stunned on the spot. A tall and upright figure stood in front of Luo Yao. In her daze, she could vaguely see the domineering and awe-inspiring aura between the youth's brows. Brat, are you courting death? Where did this nameless junior come from? Do you know how many sins the demon humans have committed in the sacred boundary? You actually dare to protect her? Accompanying her is equivalent to challenging the dignity of the saint's world. Brat, you dare to challenge the sacred boundary? The 8 geniuses of the Heaven Gate glowed with sword light, and their battle auras surged, turning into a storm of sword chi that enveloped Lin Chen. Lin Chen patted the dust off his shoulders and scanned all the geniuses present. What does it have to do with me? I'm not interested in your grudges. If you touch someone that I, Lin Chen, want to protect, I'll do it regardless of the universe. Luo Yao's delicate body trembled slightly. Boom tilde. The crimson gold battle spear flashed in his hand, and the 8-layer transformation and ultimate moment were fully activated. Lin Chen's body was surrounded by a dark green brilliance, and he looked like an Azura from hell. He held the spear and pointed it at all the geniuses present with a cold smile. Either you scram, or I'll beat you until you scram. Lin Chen, who had stepped into the 5th tribulation, used the 8-layer transformation, and his aura was not inferior to these super geniuses who had stepped into the 5th tribulation for 100 years. Lin Chen's words stirred up 1,000 waves. All the geniuses were enraged, and they attacked furiously. The Heaven Gate's sword chi surged, and layers of snowy sky river sword chi slashed out to meet Lin Chen's attack. Every move was an extreme half-orange grade sword technique. The ethereal sword gate's dual sword combination, and the sword split the sky. The sword came from the west, and the clouds were ethereal. The golden-robed man released the golden lightning dragon, and the dragon's tail swept in all directions. The monkey-faced man grabbed out a dark shadow claw that flashed layer by layer. The ancient heavenly demonic bear entered the bodies of the 2 ferocious men, and it circulated the power to move mountains and fill seas. The fist wind was like Mount Tai crashing down. I'd like to see how strong the top 10,000 on the genius ranking are, all of them acting so high and mighty. Endless attacks came, and Lin Chen's body shook. He slashed down with his spear, and the golden rainbow light exploded. Chapter 1075. The arrow light shot out swiftly, and the moonlight slash flashed by. The orange sword light was burning with anger as it slashed down vertically, dividing the void. 4 deadly saber lights were like an all-encompassing saber chi storm. In an instant, they spun and slashed out. Double dragon dance, 1 green and 1 black. Little Shadow and the Dragon Emperor attacked at the same time. Their dragon tails turned into swords and cut through the stars. Lin Chen's clone, the Dragon Emperor, and Little Shadow worked together to unleash a monstrous attack that clashed head-on with the attacks of the various geniuses. Bang! 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 The earth-shattering attack turned into an energy hurricane that swept through everything. The joint attack of 20 super geniuses was broken through head-on, and some geniuses were even blasted back a short distance. Luo Yaro stared blankly at the back of the figure that was still standing upright under the dazzling energy storm. She was in a bit of a daze. The next moment, intense pain assaulted her. Yin elemental holy chi rampaged inside her body. Luo Yaro's vision turned black, and she fainted again. In her daze, Luo Yaro vaguely felt a warm arm hugging her. No matter how frightening the sound was, she wasn't hurt at all. Is this a dream? If it's a dream, it's best not to wake up again. Bang, bang, bang. When Lin Chen and all his clones broke through the attacks of the super geniuses, Little Shadow opened up a path for Lin Chen. Lin Chen carried Luo Yaro and flapped his holy phoenix wings as he rushed out of the encirclement. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. The super geniuses in the top 10,000 of the genius roll are indeed powerful, but I'm also at the 5th tribulation now. If we're at the same level, I'm not afraid of these guys at all. When Chaotian Gate and the 4 red-haired youths were the first to stabilize themselves, their eyes were still filled with unconcealable shock. The attacks of Chaotian Gate's 2 geniuses were torn apart, and the power penetrated their bodies. They were knocked dizzy and dropped attribute light balls. Damn, that kid is so strong. What's his background? Although these people have just entered the 5th tribulation, every move shows signs of an orange-grade battle technique. Why have I never heard of such a person? No, he just said his name is Lin Chen. Could it be that Lin Chen, who massacred the Black Horse Club on Rainbow Island some time ago? The group of geniuses exchanged blows face to face and immediately saw through Lin Chen's true identity. Lin Chen's dragon flash was extremely fast. Coupled with the sacred phoenix wings, he flashed out of the range of perception of the geniuses. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Chen had to bring Luo Yaro along, with the dragon flash movement skill and the innate dark shadow art, Lin Chen could have easily avoided the detection range of these geniuses. Don't let him take that witch away. It'll be hard to kill him next time. The swordsman genius of Heaven Gate shouted. All of the geniuses glanced at each other and came to a tacit understanding. They had decided to use their trump cards. Boom tilde. The 2 swordsmen from Misty Sword Sect were the first to strike. The swords in the hands of a man and a woman flew up. Sword aura surged into the sky, and a 5-colored sword aura flowed. The sword aura pointed at Lin Chen's position, and the swords buzzed as they suddenly pierced forward. The 2 swords suddenly turned into a streak of lightning-like light in mid-air, sweeping up a boundless sword aura storm. The power of this move had already reached the orange grade. With 2 super geniuses attacking together, the power was even more shocking. Sky Demon Statue Fist. The 2 geniuses who had absorbed the ancient demonic bear stood proudly. Demonic aura rose above their heads, forming 2 magnificent demonic statues. When they punched out, their fists moved the galaxy thousands of miles away, sweeping through all directions. There were even 4 red-haired youths with fiery eyebrows. They stepped on flying flame dragons, and rolling flames gathered on their right arms. The 4 of them struck out with a claw, and their battle auras exploded. Flaming God Claw. The swirling flames formed a giant dragon claw that could burn mountains and boil seas. Chaotian Gate was even more terrifying. The sword aura dragon above their heads pierced through the void and turned into countless sword steelies. They were like immemorial sword sages walking in the void, and their sword auras burst forth like a storm of pear blossoms. 100 sages soared oblivion of sun and moon. Every sword aura that was as thin as a gossamer swept through the void, causing faint spatial fluctuations to distort. The moves of these geniuses were all orange grade. However, there was a hint of fragmentation. It was an incomplete orange grade technique. Moreover, it was barely controlled, and there were signs of it going out of control. However, no matter how weak it was still an orange grade technique. When used by the geniuses ranked 8,700 to 9,900 on the genius roll, the spirit chi within 100,000 feet was crushed into nothingness. Lin Chen was trapped in the endless attacks, and he was like a lone sail facing a monstrous wave. Lin Chen still didn't turn back. Swoosh. Shintoku Sho stood behind Lin Chen, wearing a purple robe. He looked gentle and elegant. With a confident smile on his face, he grabbed 3 peak-level 7th grade lightning elemental arrows. Jundok Shuai and Zhen Daing each held their swords and sabers. They each had a similar smile on their faces, and they weren't afraid of the attacks at all. Shintoku Sho drew his sacred bow, Azure Imperial Thunder. Lightning coiled around the bow like silver snakes. He pulled the bowstring, and 3 arrows were released at the same time. Feel the auspicious feather from the Black Horse Club. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows were released at once. Faint, blazing rainbows remained in the void. They were extremely beautiful, like the dazzling starlight before a beautiful meteor fell. But they were extremely dazzling, and people couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful they were. Jundok Shuai held Optimus Prime in his hand. His anger burned like a raging fire. He slashed with his sword, and the orange sword aura's power reached an unprecedented critical level. An extremely dazzling moonlight slash flashed from the azure blade in Zhen Daing's hand. It was as if the dim world was illuminated by the moonlight for a split second. You overestimate yourselves. Do you think you can stop us with just these 3 people? Are the people from the Black Horse Club a bunch of brainless people? Are you looking down on us, or are you overestimating yourselves? You're not the only one who owns the sacred artifacts and orange-grade techniques. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little background. You're not qualified to be arrogant in front of us. Many geniuses sneered. Although the Black Horse Club's attacks were powerful, it was obviously impossible for them to fight against the orange-grade techniques of all the geniuses. However, the next moment, the geniuses' pupils suddenly trembled, and they made strange gurgling noises. The next moment, the arrows suddenly trembled and turned into 15 meteor-like arrows. The slash split into 5, and the aurora became even brighter. The orange rainbow crossed the sky, and the 5 swords filled the sky. Rip tilde. Bang. 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 The golem's giant fist was shot through, and the sword rays that were as thin as gossamer were cut into pieces by the sword rainbows. All the attacks were like 2 earth-shattering hurricanes that blew together and collided. Crack tilde, boom tilde. A huge earthquake occurred on the ground within a 50-mile radius. The ground collapsed, and dense cracks like a spider web appeared. It was a shocking sight. At the center of the battle, a 5-colored mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Many geniuses were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of technique is this? It can actually split the attack into 5. He actually managed to block all of our attacks. This isn't something that illusions and tricks can compare to. It was extremely strange. All the geniuses present were from top sects and families. They had seen a lot of things and techniques that were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. However, even people as strong as them had never seen an orange-grade technique that could be split into 5 parts without reducing its power. All the geniuses were shocked at first, and then they were excited. They clearly saw that this technique was suitable for different types and attributes of combat techniques. Damn, if they obtained such a precious technique, wouldn't it be just a matter of time before they entered the monster ranking? Chapter 1076. This kid has a big secret on him. Kill him. Chase him. His value is far beyond that of the demonic tribe's daughter. After discovering that Lin Chen had used instant light split shadows, all the geniuses shouted excitedly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Just as the geniuses were about to chase after him, a black shadow appeared above Lin Chen's head. All the geniuses were shocked and knew that something was wrong. It's that ghost monkey. Damn it, that bastard actually hid well before assassinating us. He's going to succeed. Activated instant light split shadows, charged, penetrated, and heavenly invisibility runes. Consumed 68 points of high-grade rune energy and 50 talent points. Whoosh. The black shadow turned into a sharp stream of light and pierced towards Lin Chen's head. A ferocious face rolled out from the dark battle aura. Ha ha ha, kid, I want both your secret and the head of the demonic tribe's daughter. Lin Chen's expression was still calm. He even calmly used ultimate restoration to replenish his battle aura. Slash. 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 Sword light flashed and streaks of light fell. 20 sharp sword lights slashed towards the monkey-faced man, not giving him any time to react at all. Complete assault talent activated. Power increased by 300%. The saber light slashed at the monkey-faced man's body. The saber light slashed wildly, and actually cut through the defense on his body. It turned into a rain of blood that filled the sky. A genius had fallen. This was the first time Lin Chen had killed a genius in the top 10,000 of the genius ranking. This shadow-flying dagger quadruple combo was a hidden attack that Lin Chen had hidden with the heavenly invisibility runes. When he activated instant light split shadows, its power was at its peak. Lin Chen circulated his battle aura and formed an energy barrier to burn away the rain of blood above his head. He leaped into the air and collected the dozens of attribute light balls and storage rings that the genius had dropped after he died. Hiss. All the geniuses gasp. When did this kid have a backup plan? They didn't even see the traces of his attack. By the time they reacted, countless flying daggers had already chopped the monkey-faced man to death. Zhen Dechang's clone, who had entered a weakened state, immediately became lively again after using extreme return to origin and illusion runes to make up for it. All of a sudden, a furious thunderous roar shook the surroundings. The airflow collapsed, and Qi disintegrated with the sound of an explosion. Brat, you dare to play tricks on me? You've got guts. A gust of yellow sand tore through the sky and transformed into a storm. Sandstorms rose from all directions and swept over like dragons, attacking from the right side behind Lin Chen. Zhao Tianquan had actually come. When they saw Zhao Tianquan charging to the side of the valley, the expressions of all the geniuses changed slightly. Lin Chen frowned. This guy had gotten rid of those old antiques so quickly. As expected of a monster ranked in the top 5,000 of the genius ranking. Zhao Tianquan? He's here too. The geniuses had apprehensive looks on their faces. Zhao Tianquan, who had long entered the top 5,000, was terrifyingly strong. These people had ulterior motives, they couldn't work together. If they fought alone, they would definitely be defeated by Zhao Tianquan one by one. This guy's pretty fast. If I don't shake him off, I won't be able to fight him. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Seeing that little shadow was about to pounce on him, Lin Chen stopped him and let his clones and little shadow act separately. 9-colored starlight gathered in his palm like a vortex, and the corners of Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. Zhao Tianquan was different from the 20 super geniuses. The former was at least 3 levels stronger than them. Zhao Tianquan's previous casual attack had forced Lin Chen and all his clones to unleash their orange tier talents and go all out to receive it. To stop such a strong enemy, Lin Chen had to bring out some trump cards. Young Master Zhao, right? Try this. Lin Chen laughed heartily. With a swing of his hand, the 9 Tribulations star revolved with destructive starlight. Its dazzling and translucent brilliance shone with 9 colors and turned into a polar star that fell toward Zhao Tianquan. Buzz tilde. The 9 Tribulations star trembled, and instantly split into 5. Then, 5 scattered 9-colored stars shot out. The expressions of all the geniuses changed slightly. Even someone as strong as Zhao Tianquan couldn't help but change slightly. What a strange attack. Dragon fights the universe. Break for me. Zhao Tianquan grabbed with his palm, and his battle aura formed a yellow dragon that filled the sky. A sandstorm wreaked havoc, and the rolling dust turned into a giant dragon that soared into the sky. The 9-colored star exploded, and a 9-colored pillar of light rose and spun continuously. The 20 super geniuses gathered their strength and unleashed their strongest attacks on Lin Chen's 9 Tribulations star. 5 9-colored pillars of light spun, exuding a destructive aura, and sealed off everyone's path forward. Lin Chen took the opportunity to retreat rapidly and snatch the attribute light balls dropped by the injured geniuses. With Zhao Tianquan holding the line, he couldn't kill all the super geniuses. Whoosh tilde. A yellow dragon tore through one of the 9-colored pillars of light. It was Zhao Tianquan. Zhao Qianquan was wearing an earthen yellow battle aura armor that was indestructible. It dissolved all attacks and energy shockwaves, and he almost walked out of the 9-colored pillar of light. He actually tore through the shockwaves of Lin Chen's 9 tribulation star by force. His strength was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Even the other super geniuses couldn't do it, let alone take this risk. The 9-colored pillar of light was enhanced by Lin Chen's charge and penetration rune, and it was extremely destructive. Zhao Qianquan was so angry that he laughed. "Don't think you can escape from me." He stepped on a hidden dragon, and his speed was extremely fast. He charged all the way to the space 10,000 feet behind Lin Chen. A sandstorm tornado spun out from his palm. Zhao Qianquan was about to launch another attack when suddenly, Lin Chen and Luo Yao turned into a streak of light, disappearing into the void. What? Zhao Qianquan was stunned and dumbfounded. Whoosh tilde. Space flashed, and Lin Chen's super-dimensional transfer jumped to the position of the Jundok Shui clone. He let the clones act separately just now to keep a backup plan. This bastard surnamed Zhao is really terrifying. If I go all out and compete with him in speed, I might not be his match. The boost from a complete low-grade odd crystal is really terrifying. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. His speed was unrivaled outside the top 10,000 of the genius list. There was actually a possibility of losing here. Zhao Qianquan was born with the Myriad Mountains demon tribulation physique, and he had extraordinary control and talent for earth spirit qi. This physique could borrow the power of the earth to fight for him, and his strength was multiplied. He also cultivated his Zhao family's 4 elements dragon spirit art, which was a top-notch half-orange mental cultivation method that was almost tailor-made for Zhao Qianquan. In addition, he had a 5th-grade sacred bloodline, and his talent was heaven-defying. It was said that when he was young, he only took a month to cultivate a purple-grade earth cultivation method. His talent was close to monstrous. What was even more terrifying was that he had refined a complete low-grade odd crystal. As long as he activated the power of the odd crystal, even if it was a war emperor, he would be able to split mountains and shatter mountains with a slight attack. It had the power to sink a small plane. In the situation just now, only Little Shadow could fight with Zhao Qianquan alone. Sure enough, the higher ones ranking on the genius list, the more terrifying their strength is. These guys are all freakishly talented. Before we find the location where Battle Sage Atlas died, I can't use my killing moves and slowing runes. I'd rather deal with these guys than give up on my only trump card. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. His eyes were sharp. Chapter 1077. Lin Chen had to admit that even though he was a 5th Tribulation Battle Emperor, it would be difficult for him to confront the top 5,000 geniuses without the help of the delaying rune. If he used the God's Tear, he didn't have enough confidence to suppress Zhao Qianquan. He had the God's Tear, but so did his opponent. This was his current limit. If he wanted to move forward, he would have to have more trump cards. After breaking through to the 5th Tribulation Battle Emperor, Lin Chen could barely use the God's Tear, but he could only use it once. This kind of saber art consumed too much of his battle chi and meridians. If he wasn't careful, his meridians would be destroyed. The sacred burying mountain range was different from the outside world. If he used the war god braces here, Lin Chen's chances of survival would be 0. There were so many geniuses here and danger lurked everywhere. If he was completely exhausted, there was no chance of survival. There's only one way to use the war god braces. It's either in a life or death situation, or to ensure that no other geniuses appear after using it. I can use the braces to suppress all the geniuses I face. A ferocious look flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. For the Tai Futian script, he was almost putting his life on the line. If Lin Chen entered the sacred burying mountain range alone, it wouldn't be a problem to avoid these geniuses. He could use the innate dark shadow art to conceal his aura, and he would be like a fish in water in the sacred burying mountain range. But now, he had to take this female demon with him. Once he went anywhere, he would become the target of public criticism. Lin Chen found a cave. Little Shadow and the Dragon Emperor hid outside the mountain to protect him. Secondly, Lin Chen sent all his doppelgangers to use the innate dark shadow art to conceal their auras and continue searching the inner circle of the mountain range. His main purpose was to find clues about the Sky Prime Battle Sage. After advancing to the 5th Tribulation Battle Emperor, my doppelgangers and I are capable of fighting geniuses around the 8,000 rank. If we use the instant light doppelganger, we should be able to fight against geniuses around the 6,000 rank. But it's still not enough to face Zhao Tiankuan, the sacred burying mountain range. If I'm not careful, this will be my burial ground.
Lin Chen sighed.
Those who came here were either geniuses at the pinnacle of the sacred boundary or a group of desperate old monsters who were trapped below the saint boundary and were about to die of old age. Following this, Lin Chen did not act rashly. He was now carrying a ticking time bomb, and he could not put her into the peach blossom plant pouch. Unless he had the ability to fight against many geniuses alone or escape from a large number of super geniuses, he would die if he showed his face. Lin Chen discovered that although the female devil cultivator was still unconscious, the yin holy qi in her body had gradually dissipated, and was offset by more than half by her devil qi and Lin Chen's 9 yang life-returning pill. You can give her some medicinal pills to treat her injuries. Lin Chen crushed a dozen long qingguo, a glazed body seed, and a first-grade healing holy pill, the beginning creation pill, which he had obtained from the Rainbow Island, and generously fed it to her. Without a large amount of 9 yin holy qi, Lin Chen could clearly detect the injuries in her body. Hiss! What a serious injury! Her meridians are broken, her bones are shattered, and even her internal organs are ruptured. There are also internal injuries in her flesh that were pierced by the sharp sword qi. This is... Lin Chen was shocked. There was no mistaking this injury. It was exactly the same as the little fairies. It was an internal injury caused by Lin Xingchen's swordsmanship, and it was extremely terrifying. Back then, it was because the little fairy's cultivation was profound that she was able to avoid most of the damage caused by the sword qi. If it was an ordinary saint, even if they were not killed in an instant, they would have been tortured to death by the sword qi. Could it be that she fought with Lin Xingchen before? Or perhaps she fought with someone related to Lin Xingchen? That guy is as strong as a monster, and he is still severely injured. Could it be that she was the one who injured him? Many thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind, but he did not have time to think too much. He channeled a large amount of water calamity battle qi to help her catalyze the energy in her body. The sage elixir, body seed, and long qingguo started to heal her injuries at a stable rate. The long qingguo nourished her flesh, the body seed healed her injured internal organs, and the origin creation elixir healed her broken bones. These healing elixirs were all gentle in energy and would not harm the host. Lin Chen used all his resources to heal her injuries within the limits of her body's tolerance. Every time he saw the beautiful face under the cloak, Lin Chen's heart would beat faster, and he could not help but laugh bitterly. My dear lady, please don't die. If you die, I can only use the stupidest way to enter the sage prison. To think that I, Lin Xingchen, have lived a handsome life and traveled the world, but in the end, I have to enter the sage prison by being imprisoned. That would be too ridiculous. After settling the black-robed woman down, Lin Chen sat cross-legged and fell into deep thought. Should I leave her here and send a doppelganger to protect her? No, the geniuses who entered the sacred burial mountain range this time have extraordinary means. A few geniuses who are good at exploration or perception will be able to find her. At that time, my doppelganger may not be able to protect her, and I may not be able to rush back in time. Lin Chen thought for a long time, but could not find a good way. In the end, his strength was still too weak, and any method he used was limited. If it was just to take her away, Lin Chen was completely capable of doing it. However, Lin Chen also had to find the remnant scroll of the Tai Futian mantra, which made it difficult for him, who had always been full of ideas. A 5th tribulation cultivation is not enough. What other ways do I have to quickly increase my strength, to increase my elemental attribute? Now that I'm a 5th tribulation cultivator, even super geniuses can only drop a limited amount of elemental attribute points. Directly decomposing 8th grade medicinal herbs to obtain elemental attribute points is something that can only be found by chance. Lin Chen rummaged through the storage ring of the monkey-faced man who had died under the vanishing shadow-flying dagger. There were cultivation methods and some pills, but he did not find anything useful at the moment. Cultivation methods. I only have half an orange-grade cultivation method, which is not very useful. Should I use strengthening points? I want to be strong, but how can I be strong? I haven't cultivated God's tear to perfection, so I can't move. Right now, all my main combat skills have been strengthened to +15. Do I really have to rely on slowing runes and killing moves? Just as Lin Chen was pondering in distress, Zhao Qianquan's figure suddenly flashed through his mind. A thought struck Lin Chen like a bolt of lightning. He instantly froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. In the next moment, Lin Chen flipped over his storage ring, and an exquisite jade box appeared in his palm. Inside the jade box, there was a dazzling jade that was as dazzling as a blazing star. It was extremely beautiful and breathtaking. The dazzling aurora illuminated the entire cave and almost blinded Lin Chen's handsome eyes. The jade in this jade box was the only complete low-grade odd crystal that Lin Chen possessed at the moment, a light-type odd crystal. As for the embryonic odd crystal that was being cultivated, it would still take some time for it to be born. Lin Chen's heart was beating with passion and excitement. Perhaps it was time. Take the most important step, the moment to control the odd crystal. Chapter 1078. Lin Chen clearly felt the power of a low-grade odd crystal from the day he fought with the false god to the day he met Zhao Qianquan. After coming to the sacred boundary, he only obtained odd crystal fragments that were equivalent to 1,000th or 1,000th of an odd crystal's power. He had never dared to refine the odd crystal he obtained from the ancient god. The reason was very simple. Its energy was like the abyss, the sea, and the world. That Zhao Qianquan refined the low-grade odd crystal without the help of a powerful sage. In addition, his physique made me feel suffocated by the pressure of the entire earth. It could be said that the right time, place, and people were all in order to control a low-grade odd crystal. Although I don't have the help of a sage, my 9th calamity battle body naturally has the effect of restraining and assimilating odd crystals of the same attribute. Lin Chen's eyes burst out with a resolute light. I have no choice now. Time waits for no one. My elemental attribute values and cultivation have changed dramatically compared to when I first met the ancient god. I might have a chance. Moreover, if I really can't do it in the end, I will use the system's decomposition function to decompose it into special attribute values. Compared to other powerhouses who are at their wits' end, I still have a way out. It's right to do it. Now that he was a 5th calamity cultivator, he was no longer as weak as the 9th level combat emperor when facing odd crystals. Now, he had the strength and foundation to try to tame and control this power. Suddenly, Lin Chen opened the jade box and the clear and exquisite light attribute odd crystal quickly entered his palm. He instantly activated the 9 calamities of creation mental cultivation method and began to refine it. The light in his palm shone brightly. Lin Chen felt as if he was holding a star in his hand, as if he was plucking a star. Lin Chen injected all his battle chi into the light calamity battle body and his entire body blazed with light. The light attribute odd crystal melted like milk and gradually sank into Lin Chen's palm, following Lin Chen's arm. Thousands of rays of light gushed out from the top of Lin Chen's head like a divine light shining on the world, pouring a huge amount of light attribute energy into every meridian in Lin Chen's body. The host has received 99 points of advanced light energy, 101 points of light energy, 94 points of light energy. Lin Chen's light energy skyrocketed. As expected, my light calamity battle body can assimilate the ability of odd crystals. Fart. Before Lin Chen could be happy for even a second, he immediately vomited blood. The terrifying majestic energy flowed into his body. Even though Lin Chen's elemental attribute had skyrocketed and his 9-color fate wheel was no longer what it used to be, facing the energy of this light-type odd crystal, it was still like the difference between a young rabbit and a giant bear. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Lin Chen exploded from the energy of the odd crystal. Heavens, what terrifying energy! No wonder that bastard Zhao Qianquan was so strong. Let's go all out. I'll leave a clone outside and gather the power of the clones to refine it together. I don't believe that I can't suppress this odd crystal. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and activated the 8-layer transformation. When the ultimate moment was activated, the efficiency of refining the odd crystal greatly increased, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Every complete low-grade odd crystal was born in the area with the densest concentration of all kinds of energy in the world. After countless eras of compression, condensation, and formation, it had absorbed an unknown amount of energy. If it wasn't for Lin Chen's light calamity battle body that had the effect of assimilating and restraining light-type odd crystals, ordinary geniuses who refined a complete odd crystal alone would explode and die within a few breaths. Lin Chen quickly absorbed the endless light-type energy. Fortunately, his 4 clones were teleported back. All the clones entered the ultimate moment state and the efficiency of refining doubled. The 4 clones and the main body used the mental cultivation method to refine the odd crystal together. It was seamless as if they were one. Finally, Lin Chen's efficiency of refining the light-type odd crystal stabilized slightly, but his injuries were getting worse. Even if Lin Chen hurriedly took the glazed body seed and Longqingguo, the rapid recovery of his injuries was constantly accumulating new internal injuries. However, although the price was heavy, Lin Chen's advanced light-type energy soared in a straight line. This was the fastest increase in Lin Chen's elemental attribute after he converted it to the advanced level, decomposing grade 8 medicinal herbs, grade 8 rare ores, robbing the Chen family. They were all trash in front of this surge. Lin Chen's advanced light-type energy broke through from 4,659 points to 10,000 points in the blink of an eye. It didn't stop. The advanced light-type energy was still surging. It only took half an hour to break through 15,000 points. On the other side, Zhao Tianquan was played by Lin Chen time and time again, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His appearance was no longer as frivolous and lazy as when he first entered the sacred burial mountain range. Instead, it was replaced by a serious and fierce expression. So those guys are the Black Horse Club, and the one who played me is the famous Lin Chen? Hehe, interesting. I, Zhao Tianquan, want to see where you can hide today. Zhao Tianquan's mouth curled into a cold smile. He landed on the ground, bent down, and placed his palm on the ground. The earth-type odd crystal on his right arm flowed and shone with a yellow light. At this moment, all the energy fluctuations in the nearby area, the movement of the grass in the wind, the flowers and trees were clearly detected through his earth-type odd crystal. Lin Chen's only clone, Jundok Shuai, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Between the towering peaks ahead, there were a large number of attribute light balls flickering. That direction is close to the core area. Jundok Shuai sensed a suffocating sense of oppression from the center of the peaks. Geniuses and experts had gathered. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, a sense of crisis gripped Jundok Shuai. A pair of green and yellow pupils emerged in Jundok Shuai's mind, and he said in surprise, "My goodness, is that Zhao Tianquan? He can still sense me from so far away." Jundok Shuai grinned, used Dragon Flash, and rushed toward the center of the attribute light ball. Sacred Burial Mountain Range, east of the Western Sky battlefield. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. In the center of the peaks was a group of skeletons as tall as mountains. They were all the skeletons of Holy Beast. Here, a chaotic battle between saints and holy beasts broke out. In the Western Sky battlefield, all the remains of saints and ferocious beasts were in the energy enchantment, and the brilliance of the enchantment was gradually fading. More than 70,000 feet in the air, a thick poisonous miasma shrouded and permeated. If there were saints here, they might be able to find some abnormalities. Inside the poisonous miasma, there were actually 4 cage-like ancient arrays. These ancient arrays were either like a 4-sided prison, a pair of huge shackles, or an ancient array of heavenly spirits and earthly fiends. They were vague and ancient, permeating with an ancient aura, hidden in the miasma. The slightly overflowing energy in the ancient arrays was enough to prove that these arrays could be activated at any time. These ancient arrays were the main reason why a large number of saints and holy beasts had fallen back then. What was even more strange and eerie was that behind the ancient arrays was a strange giant bronze coffin. Below and around, a group of figures floated in the air. Some were cold and ruthless, some were dignified, some were charming, and some were in control of the universe. Geniuses were gathered. The geniuses stared fervently at the situation inside the energy enchantment. Among the remains of the saints, some of them wore high-grade storage rings on their finger bones. Saint treasures. A complete saint's legacy. The most important thing was that none of the saints who entered this place back then were ordinary saints. They were all masters of the saint realm. The lowest was the third level of the saint realm, the level with 21 saint points or more. Among the 57 saint remains, 45 of them wore storage rings and became the target of all the geniuses present. It could be seen that a total of 57 saints had fallen here. Counting the scattered ferocious beast skeletons, no one could imagine what kind of terrible war had broken out here back then. Chapter 1079. As for the old Fifth Tribulation Battle Emperors, their target was the remains of the saints. They wanted to obtain the energy in the bone marrow and use other methods to break through to the saint realm. Some saint realm experts were still wearing their saint armors and battle helmets, standing tall and strong. If they could get their hands on a storage ring, they would be able to obtain the wealth of the saints. This was a fatal temptation for all the geniuses present. A young man in linen clothes looked ordinary, but his eyes were as bright as stars. He frowned and said, "This energy barrier is the product of the saint's Saint Chi after his death. It's hard to break it open if we attack it with brute force." The beautiful woman in a red robe beside him chuckled. Everyone is conserving their strength. No one wants to be the one to break the energy barrier. I estimate that in another 3 days, the energy barrier here will collapse on its own. Rumble. Suddenly, an attack broke into the battlefield. Zhao Tianquan was standing on a sand dragon. His fingers were as fast as a gust of wind and lightning. Then, he shot out a sandstorm toward a young man. The eyes of all the geniuses turned to look at him, and they were slightly surprised. "Hey, is that Zhao Tianquan?" The young man he's chasing has a strange movement technique. While the geniuses were surprised, Jundok Shuai's eyes fell on the remains of the saints in the energy barrier. He looked excited. Is this the location near the core of the sacred burying mountain range? The Heaven Prime Battle Sage is probably one of the remains of the fallen saints. The more Jundok Shuai looked at the remains, the more shocked he became. Beside the remains of the saints and the skeletons of the saint beasts, there were thousands of elemental light balls. In the center, there were 3 5-colored light balls. There were 52 orange light balls. There were 3 5-colored supreme treasure chests and 52 orange crystal treasure chests. Ridiculous. This is King ridiculous. He had never seen so many elemental light balls and elemental treasure chests. He was going to make a huge fortune. However, in the next moment, Jundok Shuai's pupils trembled. He could clearly see a golden light beam rising from the core of the sacred burying mountain range. This golden light beam was the light of the elemental light balls. Only Lin Chen's clone could see it. Behind Jundok Shuai, Zhao Tianquan was even more alarmed. Just now, when he was chasing after this kid, the kid's speed actually increased. In the end, even he felt a little exhausted. Could it be that this guy's movement technique is the best in the Black Horse Club? My 1000-sand berserk dragon movement technique is actually unable to catch up to him? Zhao Tianquan's killing intent skyrocketed. Jundok Shuai smiled when he saw Zhao Tianquan charging at him. Super-dimensional teleportation talent has successfully established a spatial coordinate. The spatial location is the 5th spatial coordinate. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, when the Jundok Shuai was about to be forced to the edge of the energy barrier by Zhao Tianquan, the Jundok Shuai snapped his fingers coquettishly. Our most handsome director Lin of the Sacred Boundary hasn't arrived yet. Young Master Zhao, I'll play with you next time. Jundok Shuai smiled coquettishly and turned into a beam of spatial light, disappearing in an instant. The eyes of all the geniuses trembled, and their expressions were very interesting. Spatial travel? What is this kid's background? Even saints have a hard time tearing through the void in the sacred burial mountain range. How did he do it? Zhao Tianquan's expression was gloomy, and he restrained himself. His gaze fell on the saint's remains in the energy barrier, and his heart calmed down. Forget it, let's get the treasure first, then we'll kill these bastards from the Black Horse Club later. Jundok Shuai teleported back to Lin Chen's side and joined the cultivation camp. 2 days later. Rumble tilde. The cave was on the verge of collapse, and a ray of white light illuminated the sky. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and 2 auroras shot out from his pupils, piercing through the solid stone wall in the cave. The terrifying thing was that the space where the auroras passed through was actually somewhat distorted. Lin Chen was bathed in blood, and after paying the price of serious injuries, he completely absorbed this low-grade light attribute odd crystal, light wheel odd crystal. He panted and kept using extreme origin restoration to recover his injuries, and looked at his right arm excitedly. Lin Chen's right arm flashed with a gem that was as bright as a polar star. Every time it flashed, it emitted a wave-like brilliance. That was his light wheel odd crystal. I, Lin Chen, have finally controlled an odd crystal. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen was so excited that he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He couldn't suppress the ecstasy in his heart and opened the system. Heaven Path Attribute Picking System version 6. 0 Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, 5th Calamity Combat Emperor Advanced Essence, 9, 88 million points Limit Strength, 99. 99 million Dragon Power Advanced Blood, 8, 16 million points Advanced Spirit Attribute, 11,646 points, Half-Step Saint, Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 12,771 points Advanced Rune Energy, 10,051 points. Intermediate Heaven Path, 11,066 points Intermediate Talent Points, 10,212 points. Blank Attribute, 3, 44 million points Strengthening Points, 8, 94 million points. Advanced Elemental Energy, Fire 6604 points, Earth 6150 points, Wood 6200 points, Metal 6366 points, Water 6488 points, Lightning 6100 points, Wind 641 points, Light 6766 points, Dark 5880 points. Cultivation Technique Status Column, Open or Not, Bloodline Status Column, Open or Not, Passive Talent Column, Green Rank, Dual Cultivation Acacia, Purple Rank, Assault, Purple Rank, Tear, Orange Rank, Extreme God Possession Fragment, 2/4, Active Talent Column, Purple Rank, Steel Omen, Purple Rank, Fatal Bloodthirst, Purple Rank, Superdimensional Teleportation, Purple Rank, Ultimate Moment, Purple Rank, Extreme Origin Restoration, Purple Rank, Sovereign's Descent, Quasi-Orange. Rank, Absolute Life and Death, Orange Rank, Instant Light Split Shadows, Orange Rank One Time, Heaven Defying, 1/2, Fragment. Killing Technique Column, Open or Not, Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not, Talent Combination Technique, Open or Not. Lin Chen was stunned. He was like a fool who had picked up a treasure. His teeth were chattering as he stood there in a daze. This advanced light attribute energy was F*King ridiculous. What a powerful force. Even if I only use the light calamity battle body to throw a punch, the lethality is no less than a half orange rank combat skill that I used with all my strength. If I use my pure strength to unleash a light attribute combat skill, that would be awesome. Lin Chen's scalp went numb. Just by refining the wheel light odd crystal, Lin Chen's advanced light attribute energy had increased by more than 60,000 points. And this was just the basic growth brought by the low-grade odd crystal. In addition, when Lin Chen used his Light Calamity Battle Chi to activate the Wheel Light Odd Crystal, his Light Calamity Battle Chi would be accompanied by a wheel of blazing light. This was the unique energy of the low-grade Odd Crystal, also known as the power of the Odd Crystal. After truly controlling the Odd Crystal, Lin Chen was almost certain that he wouldn't be able to defeat Zhao Tianquan without the slowing rune and his killing technique. Previously, Zhao Tianquan didn't even use the power of the Odd Crystal. He relied on his own foundation and the basic growth brought by refining the Odd Crystal to crush Lin Chen. No wonder the value of the Odd Crystal fragments can't be compared to a complete Odd Crystal. No matter how high the quality of the broken Odd Crystal fragments is, the purity of the energy is less than 1% of a complete Odd Crystal. It's nothing more than the size of a complete Odd Crystal on the outside. Lin Chen estimated that as long as he used the power of the Wheel Light Odd Crystal in his right arm to unleash combat skills, the power would far surpass his previous cell. However, activating the power of the Odd Crystal consumed a lot of energy. If he wanted to use the power of the Odd Crystal frequently, He had to support it with his holy qi. Lin Chen estimated that he could only activate the power of the odd crystal twice before using up 90% of his battle qi. Lin Chen's battle qi was no longer the same as before, and the recovery speed of ultimate return also needed time. He couldn't afford to use the power of the odd crystal. Combat skills that were supported by the power of the odd crystal would have a temporary surge in power. Lin Chen's doppelganger could also use the power of the odd crystal, but the consumption of battle qi was also extremely high. Basically, the doppelganger would lose its ability to fight temporarily after using it twice. Among the combat skills that I have mastered, the Lucky Feather Arrow Technique and Dragon Flash Technique are light attribute combat skills. If I switch to light attribute combat skills, the original power will be reduced. Lin Chen clenched his fists excitedly. But no matter how much it reduces, a combat skill with more than 60,000 points of advanced light attribute energy will far surpass the power of other combat skills with only a few thousand points of elemental attribute value. In less than 3 days, Lin Chen had undergone a heaven-defying transformation and his strength had soared by several levels. He made the right bet. He paid the price of being seriously injured in exchange for the power to control a low-grade odd crystal. Lin Chen wasn't like other geniuses. His growth rate was extremely ridiculous. He had the Phantom Rune and the instant light split shadow talent. This wheel-light odd crystal increased his strength by more than just a little. Everything would be known once he entered actual combat. Chapter 1080. If I meet Zhao Tianquan again, I can probably torture him until he calls me father. Lin Chen's brows revealed a domineering aura that looked down on the world. He stuffed 10 long Qingguo into his mouth, chewed them up, and swallowed a glazed body seed. The injuries in his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Being able to control an odd crystal with a 5th tribulation cultivation, compared to some human prodigies, is not inferior. At this moment, in a water tribulation energy barrier in the cave, the black-robed beauty said weakly. Lin Chen was shocked and quickly turned his head, walking to her and squatting down. "You're awake." Luo Yaro turned her head away and didn't look at Lin Chen's face. She said expressionlessly, "I woke up half a day ago. Why did you save me? Aren't you afraid that I'll take you away by force?" Lin Chen was taken aback and scratched his head. "Well, are you still thinking about me? Although I'm handsome and you're beautiful, we're obviously not on the same path. Oh my God, why did you kick me?" Although there was a cloak and veil between them, Lin Chen could still feel Luo Yaro's cold gaze. Her face was probably as cold as frost at this moment. Luo Yaro said coldly, "Yes, we're not on the same path. If you don't surrender to me, I'll kill you sooner or later. If you don't want to regret it, it's best to kill me now. This is your only chance." Luo Yaro stared at Lin Chen, who suddenly felt a sense of oppression enveloping him. It was as if he wasn't facing a person, but a world pressing down on his head. He could feel that this woman wasn't joking. She would really kill him. A ray of light flashed across the demonic seal in Lin Chen's palm and disappeared. Lin Chen sighed. "I still won't surrender to you, but I don't want to kill you either. Can't we just sit down and talk? Do you have to be so ruthless?" At this time, Lin Chen didn't know that if he really wanted to kill her, even if it was only for a moment, he, Lin Chen, would be in trouble. Luo Yaro said indifferently, "There's no chance to talk. I entered the human race in order to find the prophesied heaven's chosen child of the human race. As long as there is a human who matches the prophecy, I won't let him go. Either he surrenders to my race or he dies." Lin Chen frowned. "I don't know what prophecy you're talking about, but I can tell you that no one has ever seen through my destiny. The prophecy you're talking about is definitely not me." Luo Yaro was expressionless. "Who knows?" After saying that, she stood up with difficulty. Her loose black robe was unable to completely conceal her exquisite figure. She had just walked a dozen steps out of the cave when she kicked a stone. Her swaying body fell down. Lin Chen supported her. The delicate fragrance of the beauty lingered in his nose. He said helplessly, "Your injuries haven't completely healed yet. The yin holy qi has just disappeared. Your injuries still have a lot of problems." Luo Yaro said indifferently, "Then I don't need a guy like you to care about me." Lin Chen was stunned. This woman was still stubborn with him? But we're in the same boat now. I can't just leave you alone, can I? Lin Chen's biggest shortcoming is that I respect the old and love the young. I'm always willing to help others. Alas, this shortcoming has to be fixed in the future. It has to be fixed. The relationship between the two was now so tense that Lin Chen didn't dare to directly ask about the holy prison. This woman was obviously the type who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If Lin Chen threatened her, he was afraid that he would end up in mutual destruction. However, he wasn't afraid of this. She could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Hehe, as long as it's a woman, I don't believe that I, Lin Chen, can't handle her. In the end, I'll make you suffer both by force and persuasion. Luo Yaro said disdainfully, are you coaxing a child? Don't think that I don't know what you're up to. Damn, how could she see through this? Lin Chen nodded seriously without blushing and said, you can even see through this. Yes, I admit that I'm lusting after your body. I'm that honest. Luo Yaro looked deeply at Lin Chen. She stretched out her jade-like arm and put it on Lin Chen's shoulder. She said indifferently, I know where you want to go. Before I recover my strength, you can't die. Lin Chen was stunned. You can recover your strength. Luo Yaro threw a meaningful sentence at him. It depends on your performance. What the hell? Whether you can recover your strength or not depends on my performance. Could it be that being handsome can also help others recover their strength? Could it be that she wants to do that with me? Legend has it that certain cultivation methods could allow one to heal and cultivate while doing that kind of thing. Thinking of this, Lin Chen pulled open his collar in grief and indignation. He shouted with a look that said, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Since that's the case, then come. Don't take pity on me because I'm handsome. I'm a member of the Black Horse Club, so I can withstand the torment. Luo Yaro raised her hand and punched his handsome face. His nose had almost been smashed off. Lin Chen covered his nose. Why did you hit me? I don't like this. I told you to carry me. Why are you undressing? Luo Yaro gnashed her teeth in anger. If it weren't for his performance that day, she would have turned Lin Chen into a puppet right now. Lin Chen was startled and smiled coquettishly. Oh, so you want to be behind me? Burial Mountain Range, Western Heaven's ancient battlefield. More than 2,000 geniuses gathered in the sky within a radius of hundreds of miles. Including some old battle emperors outside the energy barrier, there were more than 4,000 people present. Whoosh! A spatial light beam suddenly descended. This spatial light attracted everyone's attention. Someone could actually travel through the void in the sacred Burial Mountain Range. Who was it? Fortunately, I'm not late. There's still a chance. Lin Chen chuckled. Luo Yaro's graceful figure appeared in the air. When he descended, Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and all his clones appeared. The Dragon Emperor and Little Shadow protected him on his left and right. Lin Chen? This bastard can actually travel through the void. What kind of freaks are the people of the Black Horse Club? The 19 super geniuses who had encircled Lin Chen before had solemn expressions. Demon races bastard. I didn't expect that she would dare to appear in front of us so openly. No, it's not her who appeared in front of us. It's that kid who brought her here. Oh, so that's the legendary Black Horse Club? I just received news that he has a secret technique that can temporarily step into the Saint realm and kill 14 Saint. At the moment when the energy barrier was about to disappear, Lin Chen's arrival attracted almost everyone's attention. When they saw the female demon race behind Lin Chen, most of the geniuses had some killing intent and greed in their heart. However, most of the geniuses were as smart as ghosts. Whether or not they had heard of Lin Chen's record of slaughtering saints, no one took the lead. When Zhao Tianquan saw the Jundok Shuai beside Lin Chen, he was so angry that he struck out with his palm. Boom tilde. Hundreds of millions of tons of yellow sand rolled up a sandstorm, and like a spinning sand dragon, it rushed toward Lin Chen and the others. Many of the geniuses raised their eyebrows. Zhao Tianquan's hatred for the Black Horse Club was not just a little bit. The next moment, the Jundok Shuai smiled faintly, stretched out his palm, and gently clenched it. A white light rotated in his palm, overflowing with a wheel-like brilliance, instantly enveloping the battle aura sand dragon. Bang! The sand dragon exploded, and hundreds of millions of tons of yellow sand formed by the vigorous battle aura exploded, and yellow sand poured down from the sky. Whoosh 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 tilde. All the handsome guys in the Black Horse Club opened an oil paper umbrella, looking very coquettish. Chapter 1081. Zhao Tianquan's pupils quivered. He actually took my attack with one hand? There was a world of difference between his current strength and his previous strength. The super geniuses who had besieged Lin Chen stared at Lin Chen in horror as if they had seen a ghost. How? How is this possible? They had to use the killing technique of splitting into 5 to block Zhao Tianquan's attack. Now, they only used one hand. Although Zhao Tianquan didn't show much of his strength, the growth rate of the Black Horse Club's members is ridiculous. The disciples of the ethereal sword sect were especially shocked. They swallowed their saliva with difficulty. When they first met Lin Chen, the members of the Black Horse Club were only 4th Tribulation Combat Emperors. How long has it been since they entered the 5th Calamity Battle Emperor realm? And now, he had taken Zhao Tianquan's attack with one hand. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with all the members of the Black Horse Club. The disciples of the ethereal sword sect were shocked. It was reasonable for one person to have a fortuitous encounter and break through. But how many people broke through at the same time? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Jundok Shui raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Isn't this young Master Zhao? What's wrong? Are you a sore loser? Or do you think that the members of the Black Horse Club are more handsome than you? Jundok Shui's move shocked the crowd. The geniuses were shocked. What a pure light elemental battle chi. What cultivation method is he practicing? Interesting. I want to meet him more and more. Some of the geniuses were eager to try. A red-robed woman stood in the sky on the south side with a sword on her back. Her cold eyes flashed with doubt and curiosity. He is Lin Chen. What is he thinking? He actually wants to protect that demonic race and even brought him here in front of everyone. I can't see through him. If he is surrounded and attacked by everyone, how can he block these geniuses? Lin Chen was calm. As expected, none of the geniuses present dared to touch him. With the saint's treasure in front of them, everyone's target was the saint's remains. Besieging him at this time would only allow others to be the fishermen. The most important thing was the deterrence brought by strength. You're being watched. Be careful. The beauty whispered into his ear. Lin Chen's ears softened, and his whole body shivered. Once again, he controlled his gun to the limit. F***CK, this is killing me. 13 miles to the west, there's a guy wearing a ghost mask. His killing intent towards you is stronger than anyone else's, and he's coming for you, not me. Although Luo Yaro was seriously injured and unable to move, her experience far surpassed everyone present. Lin Chen followed Luo Yaro's line of sight and discovered that the other party was also staring at him. He was dressed in a grey robe and wore a ferocious ghost mask that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy gives me a dangerous feeling. Sensing Lin Chen's gaze, the ghost-masked grey-robed man retracted his gaze. Lin Chen actually couldn't feel his aura and killing intent at all, as if he had never existed in that space. Suddenly, Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, and his mind became excited. Shintoku Sho took out a golden armor fragment. The fragment flickered with a faint golden light, and it reacted for the first time. That's right, it's here. The remains of the Heaven Atlas Battle Sage were here. Following the fragments of the golden armor, Lin Chen found the remains of a golden-colored, incomplete armor. Its bony finger was wearing a high-grade storage ring. That's the former master of Miss Xiaomeng's mother, the remains of the Heaven Atlas Battle Sage. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a bright light. Tai Futian Mantra, the third fragment. Whether or not he could cultivate an orange-level mental cultivation method, success or failure depended on this. This time, whoever blocks me will die. From the 9 prefectures to the sacred boundary, I've finally found it. Lin Chen's brows surged with an uncontrollable battle intent. Luo Yaro who was under the cloak, suddenly felt a little puzzled. Why was his battle intent suddenly surging? Buzz 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 tilde tilde. At this moment, the energy barrier started to fluctuate with sacred light, and it started to dissipate gradually and become transparent. Rumble tilde. All the geniuses and ancient battle emperors were ready to attack. They quietly circulated their battle auras. Hold on to me tightly later. I want to get rid of most of them first. Lin Chen's words were shocking, and even Luo Yaroer revealed a hint of surprise. Get rid of most of them? Lin Chen didn't have the strength to do that. What was he trying to do? There were more than 2,000 geniuses present, and many of them were in the top 5,000. Even a first-stage sage wouldn't be able to stop most of them. Lin Chen unfolded the sacred phoenix wings behind his back, and the beautiful purple-red wings flapped with the sound of the wind. Lin Chen and his clones' battle auras erupted, and the 8 transformations and the ultimate moment were activated. His light calamity battle aura had greatly increased due to the doubling effect of the ultimate moment. Luo Yaroer didn't have time to think, and the energy barrier suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Lin Chen held the azure moon in one hand, and the 9th calamity battle aura quickly disappeared, and all his battle aura was injected into the light wheel odd crystal. Swish tilde. Rumble tilde. The moment the energy barrier dissipated, a sonic boom wreaked havoc. Countless movement techniques, bloodline abilities, special constitutions, and strange techniques were unleashed at the same time, but everyone suddenly felt a purple-red dragon light flash past, and it was ridiculously fast. It was a few steps ahead of everyone else and reached the center of the area where the sage's remains were. Who is it? Is this an orange-grade movement technique? It's so fast. It's Lin Chen from the Black Horse Club. Damn, he can still be so fast with a woman on his back. All the geniuses were stunned. Lin Chen had killed his way into the center of the sage's remains. But he didn't snatch the sage's remains immediately, and each corpse was scattered in a different location. Not only did he not snatch the sage treasure, but he also slashed with one hand. Scram over there for me. Lin Chen roared in anger. Rumble tilde. The surging Milky Way blade aura flashed out from his blade, and as it spun rapidly, it released the extreme light calamity battle aura. Almost all the geniuses were stunned for 1,000th of a second. What was he trying to do? Draw his blade on all the sage's remains? But in the next moment, a scene that made the geniuses' scalps go numb appeared. Bang tilde. The aurora blade aura that was spinning 360 degrees suddenly exploded, bursting into countless fragments. Every blade aura fragment was as clear as jade, and it released an aurora that could shatter heaven and earth. Bang, 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 bang. The fragments of the saber energy were like a rain of flowers that filled the sky. They fluttered about and crashed into the remains of all the saints like a violent storm. The 56 saint corpses were bombarded by the violent saber chi fragments, and were sent flying even further away by the large number of saber chi fragment. They all flew in different directions and became even more scattered. All the geniuses and antiques gasped. They were dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. Crazy. He must be crazy. Lin Chen's opening move was an orange-grade blade technique. He blasted all the sage's remains away and scattered them. Was this person sick? What's more, he's seriously ill. What was the meaning of this? It's fine if you don't want the sage treasure, but you're still here to mess things up. Lin Chen said, you may profit, but I will never lose. I used God's tears right off the bat. How should I say this? Sorry, I don't intend to play by the rules. Luo Yaroer. Chapter 1082. Many experts felt their scalps go numb. Was Lin Chen crazy? Zhao Tianquan's mouth twitched. This kid also refined a low-grade odd crystal. He clearly saw the odd crystal power surging in Lin Chen's right arm the moment he swung the blade. Otherwise, even if the power of this blade was of the orange grade, it wouldn't be able to send all the sage remains flying so easily. What the F***ck? This kid is scheming. Let's get the sage remains back first. All the geniuses instinctively rushed towards the sage remains that were sent flying. No one expected this to happen. Who the F***ck would expect this? Everyone was here to snatch the sage treasures. This was like a group of people going to the cafeteria to get their food, and a weirdo suddenly jumped out and kicked the cafeteria's bowl away? If he wasn't King sick, then what was? Furthermore, no one expected that the Black Horse Club's Lin Chen would be so fast. Almost 99% of the people didn't realize that among the sage remains that were sent flying by Lin Chen, only the Atlas Battle Sage remains were missing. But everyone's attention was on the large number of sage remains. The moment the blade aura fragments sent the 56 sage remains flying, everyone rushed towards the scattered sage remains. The main reason was that most of the geniuses suspected that this was a scheme. They suspected that Lin Chen still had a backup plan and wanted to take more sage treasures for himself, so they subconsciously rushed towards the sage remains. Now, you bunch of idiots, go and snatch it. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Swish tilde, swish tilde, swish tilde. Almost at the same time that all the sage remains were sent flying, all the clones rushed to the Atlas Battle Sage remains. There's indeed a problem. As expected of the man who massacred the genius list, you're really strange. I want to see what's so special about this sage remains. Almost instantly, a group of geniuses appeared and attacked from all directions. There was Zhao Tianquan, ranked 4188 on the genius list. There was an arrogant youth with black wings on his back, Southern Region Dark Fiend, Fei Anxing, ranked 1910 on the genius rankings. There was also a handsome young man standing on a flaming sword with a frivolous smile on his face. He was ranked 1999 on the genius ranking, Yang Wuxie, the Dark Flame Sword Emperor. There was also a cold-looking woman in a red robe. She carried a sword on her back and slashed out with a beam of sword light. She was ranked 6666 on the genius ranking. She was Jian Qingcheng. Looks like they're not all fools. Zhao Tianquan aside, the other three are a little troublesome. Among this group of people, Lin Chen clearly felt that the lower the ranking of the geniuses, the more ridiculous the pressure they gave her. These geniuses were different from other geniuses. Their attitude towards the Saint Trove was more casual, and they didn't attach much importance to it. They had entered the sacred burial mountain range for another purpose, but the Black Horse Club's actions had aroused their interest. Lin Chen had just used God's tears, so his meridians were throbbing and his battle chi was lacking. He had yet to recover. However, this was definitely not out of his expectations. He did not expect that he would be able to send everyone away with that move of his. Rune of slowing. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh tilde. After consuming 400 points of rune energy, Lin Chen instantly used 4 runes of slowing. His clones took the opportunity to gather their attacks. Flying daggers, spears, and swords all appeared at the same time, consumed 480 talent points. All clones used the instant light shadow talent. Unexpectedly, the 4 of them seemed to be on guard. Lin Chen's rune of slowing only sealed their breathing for less than 1/5 of their time before the power of the odd crystals emerged from their bodies and broke through the restriction. The red-robed woman, Jian Qingcheng, and Yang Wuxie were even more ridiculous. They broke through Lin Chen's rune of slowing faster than the others. Damn, so fierce? Lin Chen was shocked. This number of runes of slowing could even stop a sage who had opened a sacred point for a small pause, but these guys actually broke through in the blink of an eye. Zhao Tianquan broke through the restriction and activated the power of the odd crystals. His momentum was like a sandstorm that destroyed the sky. He pushed his hands horizontally and struck out 2 yellow sand dragons that collided with Zhen De Zhong's imperial sky golden rainbow. Fei Anxing condensed a black moon in his hands and pushed it through the air, blasting through the moonlight slash of Mirror Moon imperial god. Yang Wuxie held his sword and slashed horizontally, slashing apart the tyrannical flames burning the heaven's sword. Of all the clones, Zhen De Xiu's most powerful attack, Lucky Feather, Jian Qingcheng, was even more ridiculous. He used his finger as a sword and easily shattered the Sword Fury Sky and Shadow Flying Dagger quadruple attack. Too strong. The latter 3 geniuses were even stronger than Zhao Tianquan. The clones obtained the basic elemental attribute increase from the Lightwheel odd crystals, but they could not stop the 3 of them. Little Shadow slammed into the air and blocked Zhao Tianquan. System, kill move. Lin Chen's mind was like lightning. With a flick of his finger, he consumed 900 rune energy and 3 slowing talismans fell from the sky, suppressing Fei Anxing, Jian Qingcheng, and Yang Wuxia. These guys were too perverted. He had forced Lin Chen to use his killing move in the first exchange. Without using the power of the odd crystals, Lin Chen's clones could not stop Fei Anxing and the others at all. But the current situation was special. The clones could not lose their fighting strength in order to make a powerful attack. The geniuses were slightly surprised. Only Jian Qingcheng remained indifferent. Her delicate body burst forth with a sword cry as she forcibly broke through the slowing talisman. Xiu tilde. Above the geniuses' heads, the purgatory wind was like a tornado that swallowed Yang Wuxia, Fei Anxing, and Jian Qingcheng, activated the blue rank intermediate killing move and locked onto the 3 enemy targets. The battle between the two sides only lasted for a breath of time. Lin Chen finally stopped the 4 of them. Even my solitary 1,000 flame steps can't avoid these attacks. Yang Wuxia shook his head and sighed. His expression became more dignified. With his sword in hand, he activated his fire-type power of the odd crystal and danced out layers of flaming sword shadows to block all the purgatory wind. In this gap, the Dragon Emperor transformed into his human form and flapped his wings to obtain the storage ring of the Sky Prime Battle Sade. Lin Chen's heart was burning with excitement. I finally got the remnant of the Tai Heaven concealing technique. Be careful. Luo Yao reminded Lin Chen. A ghostly afterimage mixed with a purple-gold light pierced towards Lin Chen's heart. This ray of light was extremely strange. It had the smell of corroding thousands of battle auras, causing any defense to be greatly reduced. Lin Chen's Imperial Heaven Metal Chi was pierced by the purple-gold light and was about to pierce through his heart. Host activated super-dimensional teleportation. Carrying target, 1. Consumed 36 talent points to teleport to the clone's location. Shua tilde. The spatial light beam shone down and Lin Chen and Yang Wuxia disappeared. The ghost-masked man who was hiding in the afterimage frowned. He can actually use space travel? So close. Where did this old fox come from? Damn it. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. 9-colored starlight condensed in his palm. His battle aura had just recovered by 70% and it began to decrease rapidly again. All the battle aura was transferred to the wheel light odd crystal. In the next moment, Lin Chen threw the 9 calamity star at the ghost-masked man. With his current elemental attribute values, using the 9 calamity star was enough to let people know what it meant to explode and soar into the sky. Consumed 310 advanced rune energy, 102 intermediate talent points. Activated charge, penetration, heavenly invisibility, slow rune. Increased power, 290%. Activated instant light split shadow talent. Activated complete passive talent assault. Increased power, 70%. Wang tilde. The 9-colored star turned into the extreme star and fell down. Suddenly, it split into 5 and suddenly disappeared. This scene shocked the ghost-masked man to the point that his body trembled and he wanted to use his movement technique to retreat. Kai tilde. A grey talisman fell from the sky and froze the space around him. Not good. The ghost-masked man crushed the jade pendant in his palm and activated his defense with all his might. His body turned into a dark cloak to protect himself. Chapter 1083. Lin Chen used one of his strongest attacks at this stage. Full characteristic rune plus flickering light plus assault plus odd crystal's power, 9 calamity stars. From the sneak attack, Lin Chen was almost certain that the ghost-masked man in grey robes was no weaker than Yang Wuxia and the other 2. Especially his movement technique and aura concealment technique, even Lin Chen couldn't react in time. If not for Luo Yao's reminder, Lin Chen would have been crippled even if he didn't die. The next moment, Kai tilde. Bang tilde. 5 9-colored light pillars struck the ghost-masked man in grey robes without any warning. They soared into the sky and slowly rotated, overflowing with a terrifying destructive aura. Zhao Tiankuan, Fei Anxing, and Yang Wuxia all revealed extremely solemn expressions. This Lin Chen could still unleash such a heaven-defying attack. Only Jian Qingcheng was still at ease and didn't even draw his sword. When he looked at Lin Chen with his cold and emotionless eyes, there was a hint of curiosity. The 5 9-colored light pillars merged into one, condensing into a 9-colored light pillar that was hundreds of feet tall, and the destructive power increased even more. Even Lin Chen hurriedly retreated to the side, looking at the 9-colored light pillar with a face full of surprise. He had entered the domain of the Saint realm with his God-Slayer talent, and he roughly knew that the power of 9 calamity stars was close to that of a saint. This power, without a doubt, can even shake a saint realm. Of course, Lin Chen was referring to an early-stage saint who had opened 1 saint point. If he had opened 2 saint points, he could easily block this attack. The power of this move is already far stronger than when he used it on me a few days ago. When Zhao Tianquan blocked the Purgatory Wind Dipper killing move, he saw the power of Lin Chen's 9 calamity stars from the corner of his eye, and his body trembled, revealing a strong sense of fear. This Lin Chen's growth speed is too shocking. Forget it, I still can't be bothered to provoke this guy. Even if I use all my strength now, I might not be able to kill him. With that said, Zhao Tianquan took the sure kill move head-on while quickly fleeing. The corners of the mouths of some seniors who intended to take advantage of the situation twitched slightly, and they sighed before they hurriedly withdrew and ran towards the other side of the battlefield. Yang Wuxie and the others weren't the only ones who had noticed Lin Chen's abnormality. Some of the old antiques had also witnessed this scene. However, they didn't want to risk their lives to get close to the lunatics of the Black Horse Club. Old Antique's target was the saint's body. The Black Horse Club only had 1 saint's body in their possession, so it would be extremely dangerous for them to fight it out. The 9-colored light pillar dissipated, and the ghost-masked grey-robed man appeared. He was in a very sorry state. His clothes were torn, his body was covered in blood, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His face was slightly pale, but he was only lightly injured. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. Where did this person come from? He took one of my 9 tribulation stars, which is powerful enough to shake a saint, and he was only lightly injured. What kind of monster is this? The sure kill technique dissipated, and the 3 great geniuses were revealed. Lin Chen continuously chewed Longqingguo and swallowed it into his stomach. His doppelgangers were all on guard. Hey, I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. The Black Horse Club is indeed worthy of its reputation. Your Excellency Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be a monster as well. Yang Wuxie shrugged like a child. He sheathed his sword and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. Lin Chen smiled faintly. You're flattering me. Your Excellency is also very handsome. You're so strong that I'm a little scared. Yang Wuxie laughed loudly. Come on, you're fiercer than anyone else. We'll fight again when we have the chance. Humph. With your strength, you're not qualified to protect the woman beside you. Take care of yourself. If you leave now, you'll still have a chance to live. Fei Anxing snorted coldly and stepped into the air to leave. Lin Chen didn't doubt their strength at all. Although these geniuses were 5th Tribulation Battle Emperors, they gave Lin Chen the feeling of an endless ocean. Their strength was unfathomable. The most direct observation was that they were still unscathed after being hit by a mid-blue rank surekill technique. This was the strongest proof. They were monster-level geniuses who could challenge Saint. Jian Qingcheng looked deeply at Lin Chen and Luo Yaro behind him and said indifferently, your strength shouldn't be limited to this. I'm looking forward to your strength next time. If you can force me to unsheath my sword, I'd be more than happy to do so. She knew that as long as Lin Chen had the space travel technique, the chances of her snatching the storage ring would be extremely low. Jian Qingcheng rolled up a sword light and flew away. She'd only come here to pursue a carefree and unrestrained battle to complete her master's final wish, and not to engage in a battle of pursuit. That would be boring. Seeing that all the geniuses had left, the ghost-masked man fled. With all the geniuses of the Black Horse Club present, he wouldn't be able to take down Lin Chen. These geniuses weren't idiots. They had other goals and missions, so there was no need for them to fight to the death with the Black Horse Club over a storage ring they didn't know anything about. Each and every one of them is quite pretentious. They all came as soon as they arrived and left as soon as they left. Lin Chen curled his lips. Then, his heartbeat accelerated. He released the Dragon Emperor and his dragon body expanded to its maximum size. The Dragon Emperor was like a free little bird, flying around the nearby area to its heart's content. Wherever it passed, it took away all the attribute light balls, received 88 points of wind energy, 52 points of dark energy, 59 points of fire energy, 99 points of talent, 200 points of heavenly Tao, 28 points of mental energy, 90,000 points of high-grade blood essence, 110,000 points of high-grade blood essence, 80,000 points of high-grade battle chi essence. Lin Chen's attribute value skyrocketed. There were many saints and saint beasts that had died here, so there were all kinds of attribute light balls. Lin Chen had long wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. That's right, this was also one of the reasons why Lin Chen had blown away so many saints' remains. He wanted to collect all the attribute light balls in the western battlefield. If he let more than 2,000 geniuses fight here, how could he pick up attributes? Pick up my ass. He, Lin Chen, was lucky that he hadn't been blown into a hornet's nest. But now, he, Lin Chen, didn't have any attribute light balls or attribute treasure chests left. Opened 52 orange crystal treasure chests. Received 1. 85 million blank attribute points, 5. 2 million strengthening points, 5,000 points of mid-grade talent points, 8,500 points of high-grade ability essence, 8,000 points of mid-grade heavenly Tao. Ha ha ha. Awesome, too awesome. I've never seen so many attribute values. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh wildly. The most puzzled was Luo Yaro. She was surprised to find that Lin Chen's battle chi was becoming more and more vigorous. Whether it was quality or quantity, it was soaring in a straight line. She couldn't see through it. Since the beginning of the 9 regions, she had never been able to see through this youth. Behind every seemingly outrageous action of Lin Chen, there was always the greatest benefit that only he could obtain. Opened 3 5-light supreme treasure chests. Received 8,000 points of rune energy, quasi-orange rank passive talent fragment super chaos, 1/2, super chaos fragment, 2/2. Quasi-orange rank passive talent super chaos, fusion complete. Talent effect: when the host attacks the enemy, there is a 20% chance of causing the enemy to enter a state of chaos. The state of chaos includes but is not limited to battle chi chaos, holy chi chaos, chi and blood chaos, mental chaos, consciousness chaos, sensory chaos, etc. Note: the strength of the chaos effect depends on the cultivation gap between the host and the enemy. This talent can be upgraded to an orange rank talent. Chapter 1084. Gasp. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a new quasi-orange grade permanent innate talent. This innate talent can greatly weaken the enemy's strength when used at a critical moment, and it can decide the outcome of the battle. However, I still need to test how chaotic this state can be in actual combat. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with battle intent. With this super chaotic innate talent, he had another way to deal with those monstrous prodigies. Lin Chen did not rush to the other side of the battlefield immediately. Instead, he eagerly took the Dragon Emperor's storage ring. His spiritual imprint easily penetrated the ring, and Lin Chen saw the Heaven Atlas Battle Sage's treasure trove. However, after so many battles, the Heaven Atlas Battle Sage's treasure trove was not much. There were only 2 scrolls of pill formulas and a sword manual. Lin Chen did not even look at the sword manual carefully. He scanned it with his spiritual power and focused on an old scroll. Lin Chen's breathing was a little shaky. He penetrated it with his spiritual power, and a series of ancient runes appeared. The 3rd volume of the Tai Sky concealing technique. I've finally got it. Lin Chen's heart trembled violently. Without hesitation, he took out the remaining 2 scrolls of the Tai Sky concealing technique. According to the system's analysis, the Tai Sky concealing technique required at least 3 scrolls to cultivate. Without more than 3 scrolls, it would leave behind a fatal flaw in the cultivation technique. According to Miss Xiaomeng's mother's last words, half of the reason why the Heaven Atlas Battle Sage died in this battle was because of the flaw in the cultivation technique. He was obsessed with the mystery and power of this cultivation technique, but it was also exchanged for a devastating ending. This time, the system did not fail. It directly recorded the 3 scrolls into the system. The advanced cultivation technique of the 9 calamities of creation, orange grade cultivation technique, Tai Sky concealing technique, has been successfully recorded. The host can use the technique essence to learn and integrate the cultivation memories at any time. Note: the cultivation technique's grade cannot be determined. The host needs to collect other cultivation technique fragments. Before the cultivation technique is complete, it cannot be enhanced. The Tai Sky concealing technique needs to be perfected before it can be enhanced. No worries. The strengthening foundation of the 9 tribulations of Genesis will be transformed into the foundation of cultivating advanced mental cultivation techniques. The starting foundation of my orange tier mental cultivation technique will still be stronger than others. Lin Chen's heart moved. System: I want to consume all of my high-grade cultivation technique soul essences to learn the Tai Sky concealing technique. Consuming 19,970 advanced cultivation method soul essences. Beginning to fuse the cultivation memories of the Tai Sky manipulation technique. Boom. A sea of cultivation memories flooded into the minds of Lin Chen and his avatars. He put the 3 avatars back into the peach blossom plant pouch and focused on fusing the cultivation memories. Only Shin Dehiza and Shintoku Sho were left behind, along with Dragon Emperor and Little Shadow to protect them. Lin Chen left his avatars in the final moment, allowing them to fuse with the cultivation memories of the Tai Heaven subduing technique at a higher efficiency. My spirit power and spirit blood have skyrocketed. I can clearly sense the boundary between the saint level of body and the saint level of spirit. If I have a few more of these attribute light balls, I will have a chance to break through to the saint level. As long as it is the saint level of body or the saint level of spirit, I will be able to defeat all the geniuses present. After Lin Chen put the Heaven Atlas Battle Sage's remains into the peach blossom plant pouch, he turned to look at the area where the chaotic battle was taking place and grinned. How can I, Lin Chen, be left out of this kind of chaotic battle? Luo Yaroa suddenly said, you can't be thinking of going behind my back to snatch something from that group of people, right? Lin Chen whistled. Don't worry, I will protect you. If you lose even a strand of hair, it will be my loss. System: activate the Sovereign's Descent talent. Consuming 230 intermediate talent points. Activating the Sovereign's Descent talent. Entering energy accumulation state, 0 points. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen flapped his holy phoenix wings and activated Dragon Flash. His speed was extremely fast, and he rushed over like a flash of light. On the west side of the battlefield, the mountains collapsed and turned into dust. Giant crocodiles of battle chi swept in all directions, and wild dragons emerged from the sea. Arrows shot out like a torrential rain and collided with each other. The entire battlefield had entered the climax of the battle. Some of the saints' remains had fallen apart, and the old antiques were frantically trying to snatch them. 4 5th Tribulation Battle Emperors like them, it was a rare opportunity to obtain the remains of a saint. If they could obtain a saint skeleton and absorb its remaining energy, they would have a chance to enter the saint level. The battle surrounding the Saint Collection storage ring was in full swing, and more than a dozen chaotic battle circles were formed. Geniuses were constantly injured and left the battlefield. Whoosh tilde. Suddenly, a few auroras flashed and snatched away the 2 saints' remains that everyone was fighting over. The old antiques' faces changed in horror. They took a closer look and saw that it was the people from the Black Horse Club. Damn it, little brat from the Black Horse Club. Do you want to die? Besiege him. So what if he has good movement skills? If he falls into our encirclement, he will definitely die. 5 old antiques blocked Shintoku Sho's path. As their battle chi surged, Shintoku Sho suddenly laughed and said, why would I snatch something from you old seniors? We, the Black Horse Club, have always respected the old and loved the young. After saying that, he threw the 2 saints' remains to attract more old antiques. Damn it. Why are you still here? Are all the people from the Black Horse Club stirring up shit? If you don't snatch it, are you going to stop others from snatching it? Successfully decomposed 2 saints' remains. Consumed 420 intermediate heavens path points. Obtained 150,000 advanced battle chi essence, 50,000 advanced chi blood, 101 intermediate talent points. The energy of the saints' remains has disappeared. It's that brat's doing. When the old antiques came to their senses, Shintoku Sho had escaped into the chaotic battle circle again. Similar scenes were playing out in every battle circle. It was very simple. Lin Chen's movement speed was above most people's. Using more than 60,000 light energy to cast plus 15 Dragon Flash, Lin Chen's clones all gained extremely terrifying movement speed. The number of people present who could be compared to him could be counted on one hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! With Luo Yaro on his back, Lin Chen stepped on the ground and flapped his phoenix wings. He only needed to touch the saint's remains once to decompose the essence energy of the saint's remains. Wherever Lin Chen passed, there would be whales everywhere. In less than 15 minutes, he had decomposed 19 saints' remains, and his stats kept rising. He was unstoppable. The complete saint's remains couldn't be stored in the storage ring due to the remnant saint's power. Only the incomplete saint's bones could be stored. Therefore, the old antiques fought back and forth, and the saint's remains changed hands several times, but not many people could successfully take them away. Instead, they were quickly decomposed by Lin Chen and his clones after they touched them. There aren't many saints' remains left. Let's see if we can get a share over there. Lin Chen dodged to the side and looked up. In the void, there were 15 battle rings. The geniuses were attacking together. Some of them took turns to attack, and the storage rings of the saints were destroyed. Cultivation technique manuals were scattered in the void. I'll choose that one. The one with the highest quality storage ring is the saint's treasury. Lin Chen chose a battle circle where more than 50 prodigies were fighting over a saint's bone arm. The storage ring of this bone arm was one of the highest quality ones present. Coincidentally, Zhao Tianquan was also among them. Lin Chen stepped on the dragon shadow, and his speed was so fast that he could cross hundreds of feet in an instant. Almost all the super prodigies who were fighting over it immediately felt their hair stand on end. This ridiculous movement speed. It's Lin Chen. F***CK, he's coming over. Don't let this lunatic come over. Let's stop him first. This bastard is definitely up to no good. Let's take him down first. Some old antiques witnessed a miraculous scene. The prodigies who were fighting to the death suddenly huddled together to protect the saint's bone arm in the air. As soon as Lin Chen approached, the prodigies who hated each other actually joined forces to fight against a common enemy. Amazing. There was such a thing. Chapter 1085. For the geniuses, this happened to be the best choice. Who knew what this guy was trying to do? The Black Horse Club was a group of lunatics, not to mention Lin Chen. It would be strange if they let him get close. If this guy interfered, it would not end well. All the geniuses were highly united in this idea and turned around to deal with Lin Chen. Oh! Join forces. Lin Chen smiled mockingly and flapped his holy phoenix wings again, flashing in another direction. Swish tilde. At this time, Jin Deju held the azure moon in his hand and channeled all his battle chi into the wheel light odd crystal. A majestic edge rolled out from the azure blade. All the geniuses' hearts skipped a beat, and some of them even greeted from the bottom of their heart. F***CK. You know how to do it too. Lin Chen was not the only one who knew how to use that peerless blade. Jin Deju slashed horizontally with his blade, and an aurora blade flashed out from his hand. Swish tilde. Rip tilde. The blazing saber light that was rotating at an extremely fast speed suddenly trembled and split into 5. This was the strongest god's tear that Lin Chen had used since entering the sacred burial mountain range. Power of wheel light odd crystal plus instant light split shadow. Many geniuses' faces changed again. Don't panic, although his orange sword technique is strong, there are more than 50 of us, and we can defeat his attack with one move each. Maintain your defense. Zhao Tianji shouted, and all the geniuses immediately came back to their senses. Yes, there were 46 super geniuses here, and 5 of them were ranked in the top 5,000. Even if it was comparable to a sage's attack, it was impossible to defeat all of them. Lin Chen had a smirk on his face. Explode. Jin Deju ordered, and the blade aura exploded. Kai tilde. Bang tilde. All of a sudden, the 5 rapidly spinning blade lights exploded, shattering into countless blade lights. Even though they were mentally prepared, The geniuses were still frightened by the saber energy fragments that were spinning towards them. The blade aura fragments were as clear as broken jade, like snowflakes, and fiercely collided, forcing more than 50 geniuses to use many half-orange grade techniques, incomplete orange grade combat skills, and orange grade technique. Bang! 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 A destructive aura suddenly rose up, and the spirit chi within a radius of dozens of miles exploded one after another. Even though the space crystal walls of the Holy Burial Mountain range were incomparably hard, they were still shaken by this heaven-shaking collision. Many geniuses had their defenses broken by the shards of saber chi and were injured by the shards of saber chi. At this moment, a few geniuses harbored ulterior motives. They turned around and flashed, intending to use their movement techniques to seize the arm bone of the saint skeleton in the midst of the chaos. Phut tilde. Those geniuses with ulterior motives suddenly vomited blood. The geniuses were shocked. They all realized that their battle chis were extremely chaotic. They were like mad dogs that were rampaging within their bodies. What happened? The world is upside down. That's not right. My mind and consciousness are in chaos. Poochie. My blood energy. Why is it not listening to my orders? All the geniuses were shocked. Including Zhao Tianquan, everyone's chi and blood were either surging or their battle chis were disordered. They circulated their battle chis in the wrong meridians, or their minds were in chaos. My arm is numb, and I can't control it. My legs are numb as well. And the third one as well. What kind of saber technique is this? The geniuses panicked, and they used all their strength to retreat to the side. They had never encountered such a situation before. In the distance, Lin Chen smirked. This move is called the Black Horse Club's exclusive move, chop you until you're paralyzed. A light screen flashed. Quasi-orange tier innate skill, super chaos 61 times. Duration of chaos, 30 to 60 seconds. The super chaos talent had a 20% chance of triggering each attack. The God's Tears saber technique could create a rain of saber chi shards. Under the premise that each shard of saber chi shards had a 20% chance of triggering, almost all the geniuses fell for it. Not to mention that it lasted for a minute, it was just a moment of pause and distraction. A dark shadow flashed across the void. Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor and Little Dark Shadow had forcefully seized the Saint Treasure Storage Ring. So strong. The Black Horse Club's people have transformed again. When he fought with Yang Wuxie and the others just now, he didn't use this trump card. Zhao Tianquan suppressed the chaotic blood in his body and looked deeply at Lin Chen and the others. Right now, he didn't dare to say that he could win against Lin Chen for sure. If he was surrounded by the Black Horse Club, he might even lose his life. Zhao Tianquan was even more terrified. From the time he first met Lin Chen until now, the people around him were transforming at a tremendous speed, like an arrow leaving the bow. It's better not to provoke these lunatics. Zhao Tianquan silently escaped, and the remaining geniuses glared angrily at him. Lin Chen, don't be so arrogant. The Black Horse Club's people can't take this Saint Trove storage ring. Hand it over. As a genius yelled, a large grayish-white talisman fell from the sky and exploded. Consumed 400 points of high-grade rune energy. Shintoku Sho stepped on Dragon Flash, raised his hand, and slapped out. The pure power of the 7 extremes exploded between his fingers. Bang bang bang. Apart from the few geniuses in the top 5,000 who narrowly avoided the attack, the rest of the geniuses were all slapped by Shintoku Sho. The genius who yelled at Lin Chen had his finger broken by Shintoku Sho and his storage ring stolen. Lin Chen joked, "Who dares to spout nonsense again?" No one dared to make a sound. This time, the battle prowess of Lin Chen's group was absolutely shocking. Normally, 400 points of rune energy wouldn't be enough to suppress so many super geniuses. However, they were all in different states of confusion and were all sent flying by the doppelgangers. The Black Horse Club is actually this strong. If he insists on protecting that demonic woman, perhaps only that group of people can suppress the Black Horse Club. Looks like it's not that easy to get an orange-grade technique from a 6th-rank sect in the southern region. The geniuses in the other battlefields were slightly surprised, and their eyes were solemn. The strength of the Black Horse Club's members was not inferior to the top 5,000 geniuses in the genius ranking. Even the geniuses in the top 4,000 didn't dare to say that they could win against anyone from the Black Horse Club. Lin Chen led Little Shadow, Dragon Emperor, and the two doppelgangers into the other battlefields. With the super chaos talent, Lin Chen broke through the battlefields like a hot knife through butter. No one was willing to fight to the death with these lunatics from the Black Horse Club. At this time, Lin Chen didn't notice that his 9 tribulations fate will had quietly changed because of the fusion of his cultivation memories and his doppelgangers practicing the Tai Sky Fu technique. As strong as Lin Chen's lineup was, they only managed to snatch 4 storage rings. There were too many geniuses present, and some of the rings directly exploded. The items scattered in the void, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Just as Lin Chen wanted to continue, a beam of light rose from the canyon in the depths of the mountain range. A laugh that could dominate the 9 heavens and 10 earths echoed in the sacred burial mountain range. Ha ha ha, this king's tomb hasn't been so lively in a long time. Geniuses from the sacred boundary, welcome to this king's world. This voice shook the universe, and it was like an immortal venerable, as if it was announcing the laws of heaven and earth. All the geniuses were shocked. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The owner of this voice might be beyond his knowledge. Chapter 1086. As this voice spoke, everyone in the inner circle of the sacred burial mountain range felt as if their hearts were being squeezed by an invisible hand. This was a nearly invincible thought. It was as if the owner of this voice only needed a thought to obliterate anyone present. Lin Chen frowned. This sort of pressure gave him a very bad feeling. He was more puzzled than afraid. Why does my 9th tribulation fate wheel feel that this voice is more like a candle flickering in the wind? Luo Yao seemed to sense something. She indifferently said, "There is a problem here. Be careful." After saying this, she fell silent. Lin Chen didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but this soft and delicate body seemed to be hugging him even tighter. Illusion, it must be an illusion. I have also entered a state of super confusion. The voice from the core circle of the sacred burial mountain range slowly said, This king guesses that some of you must have come for this king's inheritance and wealth, right? Indeed, if you can inherit this king's legacy, then with the talent of you little fellows, it is entirely possible for you to become a 9th stage saint. You might even have a chance to become a 9th revolution saint, invincible beneath the Saint King realm. Ha ha ha. To think that I, the Clear Sky Saint King, was unhindered in the past. In the sacred boundary, besides those old fellows and peak Saint Kings, this king was one of the saint spirits that stood at the peak of the sacred boundary. As these words came out, it stirred up 1,000 waves. It's actually the Clear Sky Saint King. Heavens, I've read about his legend in ancient books. It's the peerless monster that claimed to have slain 100,000 demons and become the youngest Saint King in the Saber region. Saint King. I actually heard a Saint King's voice transmission in my lifetime. Many geniuses were shocked. Some fanatics even knelt down and kowtowed towards the light pillar in the core circle of the mountain range, their faces filled with devout faith. The saint realm was more difficult with each layer. The 9th stage saint already stood at the peak of the sacred boundary. Each one of them was a living legend. A 9th revolution saint was even more difficult to meet. Not to mention seeing one, even news of one had not spread many times. Most of them only existed in ancient books. Saint King, the strongest life form beneath the gods of the sacred boundary. Each one of them was a legend. Lin Chen was also shocked. Clear Sky Saint King? There was actually a Saint King's inheritance in the core of the sacred burial mountain range. It was no wonder that a group of saints had fought to the death in this place all those years ago, turning the world upside down. The inheritance of a holy king was enough to drive most powers in the sacred boundary crazy. Then, Clear Sky Sage King's voice became impassioned as he said emotionally, "What a pity. Back then, I fought against the demons here. In order to exterminate the demons, I ended up perishing together with them. My heart will never give up." Clear Sky Saint King's voice sounded like a hero who had reached the end of his road and was about to die. Those who heard it were moved and those who listened let out long sighs. The sage monarch is righteous. The Sage King has protected the safety of all living beings in this world. He is truly a role model for us. Many old antiques and geniuses were moved and excited. The clear sky Saint King's voice sounded again. My era has passed. Now, I lack someone who can truly lead the younger generation of the human race to kill the demon race. Protect the human race in the sacred boundary. The clear sky Saint King's will and voice had a kind of power that could stir the depths of one's heart and enlighten the world. It made one's blood boil. Geniuses, if you have the guts, come and accept my baptism. Those who can inherit my legacy, as long as you swear to exterminate the demon race for me, will become the new generation of kings. I will be waiting for all of you in the tomb. Rumble tilde. All the geniuses were moved. In front of the Sage King's inheritance, no mortal could remain calm. Interesting. Looks like I can't miss out on this good show. Lin Chen was eager to give it a try, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Luo Yaro suddenly asked, "You want his inheritance? You also want to exterminate the demon race in the future? You want to become a human's orthodoxy?" Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders. "I don't want to be a human's orthodoxy hero. I only want to become stronger and protect the people I care about. As for the demon race, as long as they don't provoke me, I have no interest in them." Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Some grudges between races, no matter in which world, different races will never be able to understand each other. In a world with intelligent beings, there will be grudges. When there are differences between races, there will be differences between races. This is an eternal truth. No living being is willing to be inferior to another race. The grudges and conflicts caused by this will always exist. Luo Yaro suddenly fell silent, and pondered over Lin Chen's words. Moreover, Lin Chen smiled playfully. There must be a problem here. What dogs hit inheritance, what righteousness of the human race, these things are enough to fool the youngsters. They have no use for me. That's right, there must be a problem here. Lin Chen had already noticed that among the geniuses who were in a frenzy, there were some who were expressionless, treating the Sage King's voice as a fart. Among them, the terrifyingly strong red-robed woman, Jian Qingcheng, was also one of them. She was still expressionless, as cold as an emotionless machine. It seemed that Lin Chen was not the only one who noticed that there was a problem here. Luo Yao asked with rare interest, "Oh? Why do you say that?" Lin Chen whistled. "First of all, the geniuses here should not have the qualifications to come into contact with the Sage King's strength. If they really want to find someone to take on the role, they should choose the monstrous geniuses list. Millions of years ago, the majority of the monstrous geniuses list were true saints. Now, they are all true saints. If they want to inherit the Sage King's mantle, they should choose someone from the monstrous geniuses list. It's impossible that the clear sky Sage King doesn't understand this logic." After saying that, Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the miasma in the sky. As if he saw some ancient array, he smiled meaningfully. However, the sacred burial mountain range has a method to deal with true saints. True saints do not dare to enter. This is completely contrary to his original intentions. In other words, there is a conspiracy here, a huge conspiracy. Luo Yaroa said indifferently, "Since you know that there is a conspiracy here, why don't you retreat? Do you know how strong a Sage King is? At his peak, a Sage King can kill countless 7th or 8th heaven true saints with a single finger. To the current you, the 4th heaven true saint realm is an unreachable existence." Lin Chen suddenly smiled. "A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Those who dare to do it are even more daring. This time, I sneaked in to fish in troubled waters. If I have the chance." Lin Chen's smile was especially arrogant and evil. "If I have the chance, I don't mind killing the clear sky Sage King." Luo Yaro was stunned. Killing? A young man who had not even reached the true saint realm dared to kill a Sage King? Even storytellers would not dare to write such a story. Saint Kings and Battle Emperors were beings from two completely different worlds. Luo Yaro could clearly feel that his battle intent was surging out. He was actually serious. Luo Yaro's eyes shone with a strange light as if she wanted to see through Lin Chen. How many secrets does he have? Chapter 1087. Was Lin Chen reckless? No, he must enter the core area of the sacred burial mountain range. After approaching the ancient battlefield, Lin Chen saw the golden attribute light pillar in the core area. He had seen it once before. The last time he saw this dazzling light was in the tomb of the ancient god, and the attribute treasure chest he obtained was the golden war god set, ultimate vambrace, right wrist guard. The war god vambrace came from this. That's right, that is to say, in the Holy King's tomb, there were likely to be other parts of the golden war god set. If he didn't do it now, when would he do it? Lin Chen had the right wrist guard that could kill saints above his level. What if he had another one? What if he could collect a full set of war god set? He didn't dare to imagine it. The importance of the golden war god set was definitely no less than his Tai Sky concealing technique. If this Holy King still has the ability, he can just appear and suppress us directly. There's no need to play these tricks. In other words, he is greatly restricted. Otherwise, those rank 6 sects wouldn't send their top geniuses to die. Lin Chen's eyes shone with a ruthless light, as if he had nothing to lose and was not afraid of wearing shoes. If that's the case, I still have a chance. If anything were to happen, my super-dimensional teleportation and spatial coordinates would allow me to teleport to the outer circle of the mountain range in a matter of minutes. With my current speed, after teleporting, if I were to push my movement technique to the limit, leaving the outer circle of the mountain range would only take a few breaths of time. If I were to advance, I would be able to fight for a piece of the R's set. If I were to retreat, I would be able to slip away like a yo-yo. If I don't dare to do this, I, Lin Chen, don't need to show my face anymore. Even if this Holy King's tomb was the end of hell, he had to try. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh tilde. The Dragon Emperor revealed his true form and flew up with Lin Chen on his back. Lin Chen sat on the Dragon Emperor's back, and the Dragon Emperor carried him and Luo Yaro. Unexpectedly, Luo Yaro's injuries had recovered a little, but her strength hadn't recovered. She seemed to have lost most of her cultivation, and it seemed that she needed a special method to replenish it. This caused Lin Chen to be somewhat puzzled. Although her injuries were serious, it was not to the extent that she was unconscious like before. For some reason, she just could not stand up. Lin Chen simply continued to carry her on his back. Anyway, who would hate such a beautiful woman? Handsome Lin is very honest. I, Lin, am just lusting after her body. The Dragon Emperor carried the other geniuses into the depths. The geniuses were either riding on their sword lights, flying in the air, or releasing their saint artifacts. Everyone displayed their abilities and went around the mountains and valleys. Lin Chen and the group of geniuses arrived at a majestic peak that was as tall as a dragon. This mountain gorge was several tens of thousands of meters tall. The peaks of the mountains couldn't be seen on either side, and the end couldn't be seen. It was majestic and imposing, as if a divine relic was standing here. A magnificent mountain gate was built in front of the gorge, and a few large words were carved on it. Hao Tian's tomb. Only Lin Chen could see that within the tomb, a resplendent golden elemental light rose up. Lin Chen was excited. The other parts of the R's extension were very likely to be inside. 5409 geniuses came this time, and many of them are not bad little fellows. Very good, very good. It seems that during this period of time, our sacred boundaries human race has prospered and prospered, pushing to a new era and peak. The Daoist's voice sounded again, full of praise and gratification. It made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze, and they couldn't feel any disgust. Some geniuses were so excited that their faces turned red. If they went back and let the elders in their families know that they were praised by a sage king, they would have a lot of face when they went back and brag. Only a few geniuses were vigilant. Hearing this, Lin Chen snickered in his heart. After entering the tomb, all of you will receive a test from this king. Those who pass the test, even if you can't inherit this king's mantle, you will still be able to get a generous reward and leave unscathed. The clear sky sage king's voice was full of the feeling of giving pointers, knocking on everyone's hearts, making them feel excited. Even if you can't inherit the mantle, you can still struggle for a fortuitous encounter. Senior Sage King is really a great pioneer of our human race. He, This king's wealth is unimaginable for little fellows like you who haven't become a sage yet. Any one of them is enough to create a sage. Those so-called precious seeds of providence spirit plants, low-grade odd crystals, orange-grade cultivation techniques, and even orange-grade mental cultivation techniques, high-grade sacred artifacts, and alchemy handprints, all of them are available. Ha ha ha, go ahead and pass this king's test. Let this king see the tolerance and courage of the sacred boundaries human race. The clear sky sage king's laughter ignited a fire in everyone's heart. Creak tilde. The door of the tomb opened wide, and an ancient aura rushed out like an ancient ruin. It was ancient, quiet, and suffocating. This young master has no reason to reject the sage king's opportunity. Ha ha ha. It's only a matter of time before I enter the monster ranking. I must get the inheritance of Sir Sage King. The group of geniuses rushed in one after another, turning into after-images like shooting stars as they rushed into the door. Even those old antiques didn't resist. This was the true sage's fate. No matter how good the sage's treasure was outside, it couldn't compare to 1/10,000th of the Sage King's treasure. Lin Chen controlled the Dragon Emperor to fly into the tomb. The moment he stepped into the tomb, his palm flickered with a faint purplish-black brilliance. There are signs of demonic aura in this tomb, and there are quite a few of them. Lin Chen's eyes flashed. Luo Yaro Er's expression under the cloak also became strange. The tomb was extremely vast and formed a space of its own, opening up a new world. There were spatial layers here, and there were several spatial planes. It was the work of the Sage King, Lin Chen confirmed immediately. No problem, my super-dimensional teleportation can still be used. Even if I enter, I can still retreat. After entering the tomb for half an hour, more than 8,000 people arrived at the first spatial plane. This spatial plane was surrounded by mountains, and it was a huge mountain range formed by the primitive prehistoric times. The clear sky sage king's voice echoed again. This time, there was a hint of control. This is the first test. This king's test is about to begin. You can only leave safely if you pass the test. For every test you pass, this king will give out a corresponding reward. In this first test, what you have to do is to eliminate them. Bang! 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 Just as he finished speaking, dozens of beast-like auras awakened from the mountain range, shaking heaven and earth, sweeping across the wilderness. On the east side, 7 hellhounds covered in scales appeared. Every barb on their body was dozens of meters long, and their powerful limbs were as huge as giant pillars. Their mouths were spitting out hellfire. In the south, a group of WMS danced about chaotically. Numerous WMS and pythons that were rarely seen in the outside world danced about, and their ferocious bodies appeared one after another. There was an ancient heaven-devouring flood dragon covered in purplish gold scales, an ancient black devil python with 3 heads, an ancient heaven scarlet flood dragon with 4 limbs transformed into the claws of a true dragon, and an ancient golden armor python with indestructible scale. On the west side, there was an ancient ape with a huge body, a prehistoric crocodile with 4 claws on the ground, a heavenly tiger with a body like a mountain, and a nimble demon fox. On the north side, the scene was the most majestic. Many golden eagles, giant falcons, and overlords flew into the sky, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. Sacred beasts, sacred beast. They were all sacred beast. Many old antiques and geniuses were shocked. There were 37 sacred beasts in all 4 directions of the mountain range. Chapter 1088. The first test was to kill sacred beasts. Sacred beasts were comparable to sages. There were indeed many legendary geniuses among them, and there was no lack of people who could fight with sages who had opened one sacred point. But fighting and killing were 2 different things. Don't get too excited. The Sacred King is indeed different. He wants us to kill a group of sacred beasts the moment he attacks. Lin Chen whistled as if he was completely uninvolved and did not panic at all. Luo Yaro suddenly said, "There's something wrong with these sacred beasts. Their bodies are tainted with a strong demonic aura, and they have already lost their minds. They are just beasts that have become walking corpses. They don't have the intelligence of a Class 8 dire beast. These sacred beasts mutated after absorbing the demonic aura of some fallen primordial demons in my tomb. Although they have become Class 8 dire beasts, their intelligence is equivalent to 0. They are completely relying on their instincts to fight. But their physical strength is also genuine. Let's fight. If you can survive here, you will obtain indescribable benefits. My rewards will also be enough for you to break through the ranks of sages. The clear sky sacred king's voice was impassioned, and it ignited the fighting spirit of most people. Let's do it. I'm willing to sacrifice myself to drag the emperor down. It's not like I haven't fought with sages before. I must grab the sacred king's opportunity. Let's fight. At this point, it's useless to play any more tricks. Attacking others will put you in a disadvantageous position. The more people there are, the higher the chance of passing the test. There were more than 8,000 people, including 3,000 old antiques and 5,000 super geniuses. Their fighting spirit soared as they rushed in all directions to surround and kill the sacred beast. Boom tilde. There was an earth-shattering sound from all sides of the mountain range. These sacred beasts only had brute strength, but they did not have the intelligence of sacred beasts. In just one exchange, the geniuses had temporarily gained the upper hand. Who cares? I'll steal the attributes of these sacred beasts first. Lin Chen soared into the Dragon Emperor's body, and his clone turned into a white dragon shadow and swept across the void. Luo Yaro suddenly said, "These saint beasts' demonic qi has invaded their brains and cores. I will teach you a chant and hand seal. If you can remember it, you can use the demonic seal on your hand to control the demonic qi in these saint beasts' bodies. From there, you can control them to a certain extent." Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly. Control them? Is that even possible? Luo Yaro's lips moved and a series of cryptic chants were transmitted into Lin Chen's mind. He only had to use 4 cultivation method soul essences to memorize the chants and hand seals. Activated Godly Steel Omen, consumed 1104 intermediate talent points, stolen attribute points, 4,000 advanced HP, 6,000 advanced HP, 150 fire energy, 100 wind energy, 4,500 advanced HP. Lin Chen's doppelganger smoothly stole the attributes of all the saint beasts. His movement speed was among the best among all the geniuses, and it was extremely easy for him to approach the saint beast. Lin Chen immediately aimed at a primordial black fiend python. He left Luo Yaro on the Dragon Emperor's back and Little Shadow to protect him. He spread his holy phoenix wings and charged toward the black fiend python's huge body. Seeing Lin Chen charging toward it, the geniuses surrounding it changed their expressions slightly. What is he trying to do now? Be careful. This crazy Lin Chen has never done anything normal before. Don't let him get close to us so easily. All the geniuses treated Lin Chen as another saint beast and were wary of him. Lin Chen suddenly shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." The Black Horse Club adheres to the spirit of sacrificing oneself for others. Let me fight this battle. In the past, I, Lin Chen, had no choice. Now, I just want to be a good person. The geniuses and old antiques' mouths twitched violently. Good person? Good person my ass. If you were a good person, all the evil people in the sacred boundary would be rewarded. Clang tilde. Lin Chen drew his sword, and the azure moon appeared in his hand. The geniuses were frightened. They had an instinctive fear when they saw Lin Chen draw his sword. Mirror Moon Imperial God. Lin Chen slashed out with his sword, and the moonlight slash flashed across the sky. Dozens of geniuses immediately retreated. Clang tilde. Boom tilde. The black fiend python's scales were cut by the moonlight slash, and there were faint cracks and bloodstains. It was slightly scratched, and it hissed in pain. It immediately turned its target to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's battle chi was quickly depleted, and all of it was transferred to the wheel light odd crystal in his right arm. The light was blazing. The holy phoenix wings on his back condensed into purplish red feathers. Hiss tilde. The black fiend python opened its bloody mouth, and a vortex of black fog condensed. It instantly spat out a terrifying black fog storm, and the poisonous fog that was corrosive enough to corrode holy chi rushed toward Lin Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The holy phoenix wings flapped furiously, and the power of the wheel light odd crystal was suddenly activated. Lin Chen's figure flashed with hundreds and thousands of afterimages as he flashed continuously. The densely packed afterimages made all the geniuses' scalps tingle. Perhaps even a sage wouldn't be able to stop this speed. Swoosh tilde. Lin Chen's afterimages appeared on top of the Black Fiend Python's head, and he quickly formed a seal and chanted. The power of the wheel light odd crystal and the ultimate moment was Lin Chen's current speed. He flashed out of the range of the primordial Black Fiend Python's corrosive storm attack, and it didn't even have time to react. Condense demon into spirit, Devil City seal. Condense. Lin Chen formed a seal with lightning speed, and the devil seal on his palm slammed into the Black Fiend Python's head. Everyone was puzzled. This is a rare opportunity, and you're not hitting its vital parts, but forming a seal on it. In an instant, Lin Chen had a mysterious feeling. As long as he activated the devil seal, he could easily control the sacred beast's actions. Of course, it was impossible to control the sacred beast like how he controlled his dragon emperor to fight and use the bloodline ability wantonly. The control strength wasn't that strong. But he could still control it to hit someone. Hiss tilde. The primordial Black Fiend Python's violent pupils trembled a few times, and then it returned to its previous ferocity and brutality, and the scales on its body burst out with a pitch-black poisonous fog. Lin Chen had already expected this. When it launched its attack, he could also sense its intention through the devil seal, so he easily dodged it. Ha ha ha, good stuff. If I can control all the sacred beasts, their beast cores will be mine. I can also kill those bastards who besieged me earlier. Lin Chen was ecstatic, and then he quickly retreated and shouted, "Everyone, I'll leave it to you. This poisonous gas is too strong, I'm seriously injured." The geniuses' mouths twitched. "You're so shameless. Everyone saw you run to the top of the Black Fiend Python's head to form a seal, and you're perfectly fine. Why are you injured? Forget it, let's continue to encircle the Black Fiend Python. Its defense is starting to be broken by us. Let's break it in one go. As long as Lin Chen doesn't disturb us, we'll be thankful." One of the geniuses shouted, and everyone came back to their senses and continued to attack the Black Fiend Python. Dazzling battle chi like fireworks and killing techniques bombarded the Black Fiend Python's body one after another. Once it felt the pain, it rolled up its body and swept across the mountain, crushing the mountain and rolling up a hurricane. But everyone was wary of each other, and only used 70% of their strength in the battle. Once they saw the Black Fiend Python's killing intent, they retreated in advance. Under the exhaustion of the attrition battle, only 2 people died, and more than 10 people were injured. In exchange, the Black Fiend Python was heavily injured. Chapter 1089. If they were real holy beasts, the damage they caused would not be so simple. Unfortunately, these holy beasts' intelligence had been eroded by demonic chi, and they were not very intelligent. They could not even use their own bloodline abilities. This was equivalent to a holy beast that only relied on its instincts and intelligence to be around the level of a Class 4 diabetes. On the other side, Lin Chen quickly replenished his battle aura and cut into the various battlefields. He approached the holy beasts and formed seals on them, starting from their ferocious beast cause to establish a control relationship. With Lin Chen and his clone's efficiency, it was completed in just 30 minutes. All 37 holy beasts had formed seals. With just a thought from Lin Chen, he could command them to attack a target and move in a certain direction. Lin Chen looked around with a smile, looking for someone. "This time, I don't believe that I can't kill you. Zhao Tianquan, right?" Lin Chen immediately found Zhao Tianquan. He was participating in a battle against the primordial Golden Eagle. Primordial Golden Eagle, Windblade Overlord Eagle, go, attack him. Lin Chen activated the demonic seal and issued an order to the 2 behemoth. Kai tilde. The 2 holy beasts trembled as if an electric current flashed through their bodies. A handsome and evil face appeared instinctively in their battle consciousness. It was Zhao Tianquan, young Master Zhao. Roar tilde. The Overlord Eagle let out a long cry, and green wind blades appeared all over its body. It charged out of the encirclement and went straight for Zhao Tianquan. The primordial Golden Eagle's eyes flashed with ferocity. It flapped its feathers, and an indestructible golden light surged into golden splendor. The blood qi in its body condensed, and like a golden wind blade, it rushed toward Zhao Qianquan with a whoosh. The two auras were mighty and domineering. Some of the geniuses in the two battlefields used their movement techniques and trump cards and hurriedly retreated. Some of the geniuses' eyes were sharp, and they immediately captured the two holy beasts' flaws and weaknesses. Fist techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, archery techniques, and many other ultimate killing moves were used. Bang! 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 Battle auras exploded, and most of the attacks hit the two holy beasts' weaknesses and wounds. However, they still did not stop advancing. Their murderous aura filled the air, stunning the geniuses. Why did these holy beasts suddenly go crazy? Inside the battlefield, Zhao Qianquan and young Master Zhao's expressions changed drastically. Why the F***ck are you coming at me? Being locked onto by the murderous intents of the two saint beasts, that feeling and satisfaction made young Master Zhao's entire body turn cold, and his hair stand on end. He was wearing a yellow cloak that contained the aura of an emperor, causing an illusory image of an emperor to appear all over his body. Above his head was a tyrannical scene of a yellow dragon pulling a plow. It was as if he was personally leading an expedition. His aura was magnificent, and his movement technique's speed increased sharply. Yellow sand filled the sky as Zhao Qianquan retreated again and again. Boom tilde. Who would have thought that the two saint beasts would surround him from both sides? His yellow emperor's robe could augment his movement techniques and defense. Even if he faced a saint, he would have the ability to protect himself and escape. However, these two holy beasts were the immemorial golden condor and the windblade tyrant eagle. Among the holy beasts, their speed was one of the best. He had completely chased it to death. What's going on? Dozens of yellow sand battle chi dragons were roaming around Zhao Qianquan's body. His speed soared again and again. Clearly, he had used some special cultivation method to enhance his movement speed. His figure was extremely wretched, and he hurriedly shouted, "What are you guys still looking at? Hurry up and attack them." The geniuses came back to their senses and regrouped to launch a second wave of attacks. Because the two holy beasts had locked onto Zhao Qianquan, their attacks could be even more fluid. However, no matter how they attacked, the two holy beasts continued to chase after Zhao Qianquan. Suddenly, the immemorial golden condor was about to catch up to Zhao Qianquan. His pupils trembled, and he made up his mind to use more life-saving trump card. Bang! A rainbow-like arrow fell like a meteor and exploded on the immemorial golden condor's head, delaying its movement for a moment and allowing Zhao Qianquan to narrowly avoid it. "Thank you, Zhao Qianquan wanted to thank the person who had attacked, but he realized that it was the Black Horse Club's Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately shouted, "Young Master Zhao, quickly run toward the Hellhound. Lure the two holy beasts over and let them crash into the Hellhound. Let them kill each other, and you'll have a chance to escape." Lin Chen's words woke Zhao Qianquan up. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Zhao Qianquan looked at Lin Chen with a slightly grateful gaze. The latter actually gave him an encouraging thumbs up, which made Zhao Qianquan feel rather emotional. What a good person. This Prince Lin Chen is really a kind person. I didn't expect the Black Horse Club's Prince Lin Chen to be so magnanimous. I actually wanted to kill him before. How shameful. How shameful. The shameful young Master Zhao stepped on his battle aura yellow dragon and rushed to the other side of the battlefield. The two hellhounds seemed to have eaten expired aphrodisiacs. Instantly, their hostility overflowed, and they suddenly exploded. The hellhound changed its attack. It raised its dark red claws and swung them at young Master Zhao. Rolling purgatory aura erupted like a flood, pouring all of its attacks onto Zhao Qianquan, who had just rushed over. The immemorial golden condor and windblade tyrant eagle followed closely behind, their attacks aimed at him. Zhao Qianquan was so scared that he peed his pant. In the truest sense of the word, he was scared out of his wits. Even his pants were wet. 4 holy beasts. 4 holy beasts attacking him, a war emperor? Could it be that he, Zhao Qianquan, was going to die here today? Zhao Qianquan could be said to have used all of his abilities. He frantically activated the power of the odd crystal, took turns using the secret manuals in his collection, and gulped down pills and holy healing items like eating beans. He desperately escaped. All the prodigies were shocked for a moment. Why did these savage holy beasts that had no intelligence suddenly join forces to attack Zhao Qiankuan? Someone Lin put down the azure imperial lightning palace and clapped. In ancient times, there were 3 heroes fighting Lu Biyu. Today, Brother Kuan has descended from the heavens and is fighting 4 holy beasts alone. I admire you, I admire you. My Black Horse Club is willing to call you the best. Following that, of the 37 holy beasts, Lin Chen continued to mobilize 19 holy beasts. The holy beasts began to focus their attacks on the prodigies who had besieged him previously, but with a clear target. It meant that the other prodigies didn't need to waste their efforts to dodge the attacks of these holy beasts. The prodigies wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The accumulated wounds on their huge bodies gradually expanded under the frenzied attacks. Their injuries were like rolling snowballs, becoming more and more tragic as time went on. In the end, 15 holy beasts were the first to enter a state of near death. A total of 9 of the 19 super prodigies who had besieged Lin Chen had fallen. These super geniuses all had extraordinary backgrounds. They either had extinct life-saving pills, rare combat skills, or extremely good defensive saint artifacts. They had all sorts of life-saving methods. The holy beasts couldn't kill them all in a short period of time. Unless the holy beasts weren't besieged, there would be a chance to completely kill them. Lin Chen led his 2 clones to collect the small number of attribute light balls and storage rings dropped by the 9 people who had fallen. With Lin Chen's current strength and his 2 clones, it was equivalent to 3 prodigies ranked 4,000 on the genius list working together. Their cooperation was flawless. Even if there were a dozen super prodigies who wanted to take a share of the loot and snatch the storage rings of the fallen prodigies, they weren't a match for Lin Chen and his clones. Great General Lin wasn't the kind of person who would waste resources in the face of dying holy beast. Following that, all the prodigies witnessed the most ridiculous scene of their lives. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.